Welcome back to MarketBubble, a show about investing in yourself. Why is the music still playing? Thank you. Why can I hear myself also? I just heard that intro. Why? Is it better now? I can hear myself, production. Blowing it. Absolutely blowing it. Jesus Christ. Chad, I see you. Guys, what's causing that? Yeah, I can still hear me. It's my laptop or Ansem's laptop. Z, do you have my stream up? Exit it?
Which tab?
It's fixed now. So did you do something?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Whatever you just did fixed it. Okay, sorry. Ansem had my stream up. You're good. I'm screaming at production. They're fucking all freaking out. And they couldn't hear the echo either. So everybody's just like, this kid's fucking mannequin psyched out and he's losing his mind. And go clip that kick, champ. I'm the fucking worst guy ever. Let's redo the intro. Ready? 3, 2. Welcome back to MarketBubble, a show about investing in yourself, where we feel an overwhelming majority of young men today are in a losing position. How are we positioned? Find out today and every Thursday live on twitch.tv/FaZe Banks. I'm also live on Twitter, and I'm joined with my beautiful, handsome co-host, Ansem.
Oh, what's good?
Handsome. He's live today on Twitter as well, and you're on Kick right now as well, right?
Yes, sir. Just made the Kick today. Kick.com.
Amazing. Guys, this is a show all about fucking attention, AI, finance. I saw somebody in the chat say if you listen to financial advice from anybody on this show, you deserve what comes. Abso-fucking-lutely you do, baby. We're up. This show is fucking up. And we're about to talk our shit because numbers don't lie. The VODs don't lie. And you're so fucking mad. You're so fucking mad. But you're so old, somebody said. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, listen, I just broke down to them. They really like the idea of the $10,000 vibe code thing. I kind of broke it down and really gave them all the information that they needed. And yeah, they were, I think I'm trying to do this. Yeah. Just wanted your thoughts on it and why we're doing this. Cause obviously we don't need to spend $10,000 on a fucking an app like this.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, I think the first few episodes we got down packed, like with the run of show and like getting the content, but we really want to do a better job of building the community around the show also. So that's what this is for. We want our viewers, everybody who's interacting and watching the show to be able to participate and add value to it. So this, like everybody's vibe coding right now. There's a ton of people working on their projects, and this is like a small project that we actually need and will make our show better. We want to combine all these different chats in one place and just have it so you guys can see it on the screen and we can read it and see everything that's going on. So if you have been working on Claude Code, working with Codex, take a shot at this. 10K up for grabs. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Yeah.
Well, me and you could do this. We could have done this.
Yeah.
But exactly like you said, that's our. That's the whole point. Yeah, we're trying to create an environment where you guys can come build shit. And yeah, one person's going to win. We're going to pick the best one, but we're liable and likely to stay in contact with the top 10 people. If you show promise and you show some sort of talent in this
realm
lane, then yeah, we'll stay in touch because we're going to want to do shit like this. We talked about KOL trackers with like Trump and fucking Jensen and Leopold. We're going to talk about some of that shit in this episode. But like there's a lot of this show and how we're going to produce the show and the vision for the show moving forward has to do with vibe coding and AI and stuff. And obviously that's kind of where our heads are at.
Yeah, a lot of the extra information we have is like bare bones right now. So we want MarketBubble as a community to be like as informative and have a lot of like extra stuff as possible. So we're going to keep adding things you guys can get value from.
Yes,
I actually really like the Bankless guys. I don't know if you've seen the Bankless site. It's actually pretty sick. They have a ton of different like news stuff on there. They're like letters that they put out. It's designed really well, but
yeah. And keep in mind, we're building this shit from scratch. So
literally from zero.
Yeah. But yeah, on that note, man, like a lot has fucking happened. We skipped last week's episode. I updated the pre-show in my chats on why, because Twitter loves to fucking make it all about how I'm the worst guy ever. And I was running and panicking because my viewers weren't what I wanted them to be. When in reality you were sick and obviously couldn't show up.
They be coming for your head, bro. I don't know why. I thought they be coming for me. They be coming for you,
brother.
Heavy.
It's because it's free. It's just free, bro. Like it's free. I got blamed for Bitcoin. I literally got blamed for Bitcoin crashing. I gotta show you this.
Going down.
Bro, look at this tweet.
There's no way.
Brother, I have to show it to you. Kid Champ Banks Bitcoin. Let me find it. Yeah, right here. Look at this shit.
The fucking photo they attach is fucked up too.
Dude, it's brutal. They use this picture every fucking time. Please, guys, please. Please, anything else, man. Anything else.
Oh my God.
If you listen to FaZe Banks, bought Bitcoin, down 44% today. By the way, when the fuck have you ever known me to shill Bitcoin? I don't even talk about Bitcoin.
Yeah. You don't.
That's been my biggest issue.
You just
no, what the fuck?
For a while, yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, we're over here on this side.
Also down 44% today. When the fuck was it down 44%?
They don't care, brother. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care about the nuances of it. They can give a fuck less. I don't know, guys. On this side, as you can see, as the graph articulates, we're up. We're up big time in crypto. Yeah. Don't listen, guys. If there's one thing I understand about this market, if all I've ever understood about this market is don't fucking fade Ansem. Listen to what this guy has to say. I mean, you're fucking blowing up right now currently on Twitter in a very bizarre, weird market. You're getting like 4,000 or 5,000 followers a day.
It's crazy.
Is fucking insane. And yeah, it's because you fucking deserve it, brother. Because you have really fucking articulate and intelligent things to say as it relates to markets. And like I just said, Ansem's up 115%, goes 5 for 5. It's more like 9 for 9, by the way.
They didn't catch all the off-screen shit.
Episode 1, we got clowned because you said you own no Bitcoin or Solana, but rather we're positioned in Hype, Zcash, and BUV. The only fucking 3 tokens that seem to be doing anything in this market. The only 3 tokens that aren't crashing, and a couple of them are pumping. The discrepancy between a portfolio that holds Bitcoin and Solana evenly distributed and a portfolio that has held these other 3 evenly distributed, Hyperliquid, Zcash, VUV, is 115% in 1 month. That's fucking ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. And you deserve all the credit in the world. And I know I get fucking flamed a little bit in the replies on Twitter for glazing you, but it's fucking authentic. It's real. You're my quant. Love. And yeah, guys, don't fade this, man. Listen up.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, it's just in crypto, I've done really well with the pair trading. Pair trading meaning like if you're looking for one asset, your highest conviction long, and then one asset, your highest conviction short. And so like something you think is going to underperform and something you think is going to outperform. And there's reasons. We kind of talked about them earlier on the show, like why I thought Bitcoin was not going to do as well, why I thought Solana was not going to do as well. And then on the other side, why I thought Hype and Zcash kind of had better.
Someone in the chat said blowing bubbles on it. That's insane.
That's good.
I'm also getting a weird ring in my ear right now. Do you have an alarm? Someone sounds like a fucking yeah. Did you guys hear that?
Oh, it might be my fucking. I'm probably getting an alert on. I can't hear that. I can hear. You can hear my screen, but I can't hear my screen.
Yes. I can hear your screen.
That's bad, by the way. That means things are happening. That's a trading view alert.
By the way, we're using that one. Blowing bubbles on it is facts.
Blowing bubbles on it is fucking hard.
That's retarded.
Yeah, we can talk. I guess we can talk about like why Bitcoin is not doing well. Should we talk about that? Like why?
I think everybody who's anywhere near crypto right now, which by the way, if you're in crypto in 2026, you're a fucking psychopath. So everybody in chat, as well as us, we're in this together for better or for worse. But yeah, how do you feel about Bitcoin? What's going on with Bitcoin, Ansem? Please tell the audience.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's weakness is going to continue, honestly. A lot of the weakness this past month has been people's concerns with Saylor. If you guys know Saylor and MicroStrategy, his company is essentially a vehicle for buying Bitcoin, and then the shareholders benefit from the premium that MicroStrategy trades to how much Bitcoin they hold in the underlying. The issues that they've ran into recently, they've issued this new form of preferred shares called Stretch. And on the MicroStrategy shares, when they would just issue those shares to people, get cash for them, and buy Bitcoin with them, they didn't have to pay any dividends out to people. But with these preferred shares, they have to pay 12% dividend on the shares. And so there's like 1.7 billion in like annualized the payments that they have to pay right now on those outstanding shares. But the way that they pay people back these dividends is by either using their cash reserves, which right now they have 900 million on hand, which covers about 6 months of their payments, or they can sell Bitcoin, or they can issue more of their common stock, which is MicroStrategy. So Saylor was like, we're gonna sell Bitcoin just a little bit to ease people's concerns about us having to sell in the future. And when once he's gonna sell, people are like, what the fuck, why are you selling Bitcoin? Because he never sells Bitcoin.
So he sold 32 Bitcoin, to be clear.
Yep.
Which, is a drop in the bucket compared to his
tiny
entire holdings.
Tiny.
For $2.5 million. But how much did it actually cost him?
Bro, so he right now, like when he sold the 32 Bitcoin, it was like May 31st. I think Bitcoin's trading around like 75K. So right now he has 55 billion in Bitcoin, but before he sold, he had like 63 billion in Bitcoin. So he lost $8 billion on a $2 million sale.
Wow.
It's fucked up. I mean, the concern is though, like going forward, how are they going to pay the dividend for these people? And if people think that they're going to have to sell Bitcoin to do so, then obviously they own, I think, 4% of the total Bitcoin supply. So if they're sellers and not just net buyers now, that's a huge difference from what's been going on in the past few years since he started buying. That and also the ETFs have had a ton of outflows the past 2 weeks. I think it's around like 4 billion combined outflows in the Bitcoin ETFs. There's a lot of people who are underwater now. I think when Trump won the election, Bitcoin was trading around like 67K, went up to 125K, and now it's back around 63K. So everybody who bought since like late 2024 is now underwater. So you have a ton of like overhead sellers concerned.
So that's the why. That's the long of it. Where do you think it's headed? Where do you think Bitcoin goes from here?
I think we're at a really key support level right now, 60K. I don't think 60K is going to hold. I think you're going to see a high volume sell-off. Probably some longs get liquidated in the past. This range in the past like 4 months, there's been accumulation of open interest, and that hasn't been cleared yet. So typically what happens is when you have open interest accumulate in a range, it is either going to break up or it's going to break down. When it breaks up, you will typically see shorts get liquidated. It broke above its range high around like 78K for a little bit a couple months ago, and then broke back down in the range, and now it's trading near the range lows. So if it breaks beneath the range lows, you're going to have a lot of long positions who have their stops under 60K are going to get liquidated. And
to be clear, you're
down.
bullish. You tweeted something along the lines of like you expect a massive liquidation event soon. Your gut tells you that.
Bearish, but bearish.
Is that what? Did I say bullish?
Yeah.
My fault. Yeah.
Bearish. I think it's probably. I would expect it to happen like in the next couple weeks, maybe sooner. I'm wrong if Bitcoin gets back above like 7K. That's when I'm wrong, and it's probably going to be fine. But I do think 60K is not going to hold, and I think you're going to see a sell-off in Bitcoin, ETH, and some other tokens as well. I do still think the holding the three that we mentioned, like Hype, Hyperliquid, Zcash, VVV, I do think those are still good holds. I think they're going to get pulled down with the rest of the market, but I do think they're going to recover and still do well.
And then there's probably a good spot to enter these as well if, in that case.
Yeah, actually, should I pull up pull up my charts. Let's see.
Brother, I don't know. The fucking timeline has been pretty grim. Like I'm seeing Bitcoin's going to fucking zero.
I don't know. But bro, the thing is like everybody who, like, why would you not just wait until the Sailor situation resolves itself before buying? Like think about everybody who's just like, well, we see he might have to sell this 55 billion worth of Bitcoin. How else is he going to pay these people back? Why don't we just wait until that shit figures itself out? And then we'll buy after that shit figures itself out. Because Bitcoin buyers are very patient, very like the OG Bitcoin holders, they don't need to like rush into buying, especially the people who've been buying since it was like under $100. But yeah, let me see if I can share my fucking screen on Hype. I think Hype is by far the best like position you should be trying to enter here. Let me see if I can share.
Hyperliquid's the best product in crypto. We've been saying it since episode 1. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, so this is Bitcoin, the fucking 60K level. Hopefully this shit holds. Hopefully I'm wrong and this shit holds and we don't see like some long liquidations here. But if 60K gives on Bitcoin, I think you're going to see a lot of people get liquidated underneath 60K, and then that's going to pull the rest of the market down. For like where I would buy Hype, it's already down like, let's see how far it's down. Yeah, like 10, 11%, went to 15% down from the highs. I think like the best buy op that you're going to get if it goes really deep would be like 45 and 50. I think also this prior high here around like 64K is another big level. It's already testing it here. And then I like this area as well, this like higher low, which is like.
And listen, for the viewers, I think it's important. It's important to understand why I feel like the combination of you and I is so strong in terms of like coming to conclusions, because obviously the way Ansem processes, comes to his conclusion and builds a thesis is with TAs and charts like that. Mm-hmm. I'm, this is like way above my pay grade, and that's why we have you. And But like for me, even from the outside looking in, why do I like Hyperliquid so much? And it's just like for like these little basic things that I've noticed in the way trends work. And that's kind of what fires my brain on. And it's like, I don't know, we like Hyperliquid's been pumping. Hyperliquid made new all-time highs just yesterday, right? $75.
Yep.
As Bitcoin is crashing,
yep,
as it's on fire.
Yep.
And I saw you tweet something along the lines of, I've never seen that in 9 years. You've never seen a major pump through a Bitcoin crash.
Yeah.
It's appropriate to call it a crash. And I think this tweet kind of perfectly sums it up. Like, I've never seen that before either. And just to display that level of strength while Bitcoin is crashing, for me, like the dumb fuck left curve thought process is, yeah, I mean, just imagine Bitcoin pumping, like it happening in reverse, moving the other way, pumping 15%.
It'll be over 100. It'll be over 100 like in a day. Like, immediately.
My brain goes 300, 400,
sure.
fucking infinity. Like this shit is just fucking, because it's just a flawless, fantastic product. And the cream always rise to the top. I think Hyperliquid's the new NASDAQ, right? Like for the this new, like that's what they're doing.
100%. I think the crypto is maturing now in a way that you have businesses with real revenues attached to them, and a token attached to those revenues that are kind of separating themselves from Bitcoin, ETH, and Sol and the other majors. Because if you look at the stock market, you wouldn't buy or wait to buy Google until like gold is going up, and Bitcoin is like the digital gold version in crypto. The reason that Bitcoin correlation to the rest of the market was so strong is because crypto was a very new asset class, and Bitcoin was comprised of so much of the market cap. And back in 2017, every altcoin and every exchange was paired with Bitcoin. They weren't paired with stablecoins. They were paired with Bitcoin. So you had to look at the alt BTC pairs whenever you were trading these altcoins, and the goal was always to accumulate more Bitcoin. But now that you have businesses that are operating on their own and not related directly to Bitcoin, I think you're going to have situations where crypto protocols do well regardless of what Bitcoin is doing, which is what's happening with Hyperliquid. And we're seeing that their success is not even tied directly to crypto. Like, I think 40% of the total volumes on their perps exchange right now is coming from stocks, coming from commodities. They're enabling trading on all assets. What they want to be is like the blockchain that houses all of finance, and that's not just crypto. So it makes sense if the revenues are up and to the right, users are up and to the right, volumes are up and to the right, that the product is still doing well regardless of what Bitcoin is doing. And I think if you look at how retail is trading stocks and trading right now, like that's only getting more popular. And if you think that the regulatory environment in the US is also going to get a lot better, then something like Hyperliquid has a ton of tailwinds in that way. Also, I think there's just going to be more people trading perps, more people speculating, which is going to be a great tailwind for Hyperliquid.
The price of Hyperliquid flipped the price of Solana briefly for a day.
I know.
They're pretty much
on first episode. It was like 40 and 80, right? Or something like that.
Insane. And we called it to flip, by the way, first episode. Production, bring up that Polymarket, market.
Yeah.
Hyperliquid to flip Solana. We were, of course, by the way, talking about price. What is this? This is an FTV.
This is FTV. This is circulating market cap.
Okay. What do you think the odds are? Do you still take Hyperliquid here, that being considered, at 16.5% by end of year?
I think at these odds, it's a great trade.
Yeah, it's a great trade at the odds.
Yeah, you make what, 5x, a little over 5x your money if it does. I think what people are discounting here is like Sol could go down while hype goes up, which is kind of what's been happening. I think Solana right now is around like 40 billion circulating market cap.
So it's making progress in two ways rather than just one.
Yeah. Like they both aren't going up together and one's trying to outpace and catch up. It's like Solana is also going down right now. So I do think that's a good trade to make on the odds for Polymarket. So
exactly. So yeah, the rest of crypto. Where are you at with crypto right now? How do you feel? What are you holding? What's the strategy moving forward? Rest of crypto. What's going on?
Yeah. It's essentially what I've been talking about on the show. Like I have been bearish Bitcoin, ETH, and Sol. Like I think it's a lot difficult to manage shorts, but I've been like head short those in addition to the spot bags that I hold. I've talked about Hyperliquid. I still think that's a good spot hold. I talked about Zcash. I still think that's a good spot hold. VVV I also think is a good spot hold. Last week I talked about Near. I think Near is also going to benefit from the privacy narrative. So yeah, those are like my four right now. I think that it does make sense to de-risk some if you're up and you're in profit on those, because I like I said, I do think this liquidation event is likely to happen. And if it doesn't, you can just wait till Bitcoin comes a little bit off the low, so you're a little bit safer there. But yeah, I still like those 4. The trades I've honestly been taking, a lot of them have been, or some have been public, like in this competition. We talked about it last, was it like, not last week, because I was not here, but 2 weeks ago.
Bring it up, guys. Bring up the leaderboard or share your screen, Z.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we talked about 2 weeks ago. Everybody was like, yo, Ansem, I'm going to cook you in a competition. So we set it up, 25K to start, 25K balance. You can trade anything, perps on crypto, perps on stocks, perps on commodities, and I'm in first.
By a lot, brother. By a fucking landslide.
Right yeah.
By a landslide.
Yeah.
50 bands. Oh, you're up 63K. When did the comp start?
Comp started 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. So up 63 bands, starting with what, 25K?
Yeah, so I'm at 90K right now, and I started with 25K.
Dude,
so
what the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong, bro? What is wrong with you?
Bro, every trade that I've taken, I've been talking about on the show. Literally. Every single trade. Every trade. And it's public too. The leaderboard we have on Bullpen, this is our page with all of the positions. All the positions are public.
Dude,
copy trade me or not copy trade me if you want to.
I can't get over it because people want so badly for this show to be like, if you listen to this show, you're going to get fucking smoked. You're a retarded brother. Like, again.
I can't be more transparent. I can't.
Guys, numbers do not lie. Again, the VODs, the fucking everything that this little chart with all the, the tags. I mean,
yeah, we do got the tags. We got the VODs. We got the timestamps. Timestamps are
literally
hard.
to the second, brother. To the second. You can see where this motherfucker was making these trades down to the second.
I'm like, looking. That's fucking funny. That is lit.
It's insane, brother. It's insane. You deserve a victory lap. I mean, to be up a smooth 4x, to grow a 25K port up to 100 bands in 2 weeks in this market is mind-boggling.
Not done
and
yet.
I need to update my dashboard in the way that I trade because it's too janky. And I need to just at this point just literally mirror and copy what the fuck you're doing because I'm just like,
bro. The hardest part with like taking trades is like if it's not easy to just like one click take them, you got to think about you got to move your money from this wallet to this wallet or set it up on this exchange or do this bridge to this.
That's the problem that I have.
It makes it a lot harder. That's like,
bro, it's brutal.
One of the reasons that we have everything in one place on Bullpen is like you can trade Polymarket, you can trade perps, you can trade coins on Solana is because you don't need to bridge to all these different places. We just do it for you in the app. So you don't need to think about like, damn, I got to fucking figure this out to trade this. But yeah.
Wow, man. My tall, handsome quant.
Lit month, bro. Lit month.
It's insane. When is Erik coming on? I'm excited about that.
Yeah. I think probably like 30.
30 minutes? Okay, cool. So we're running, you and I are running for, 30 more minutes. That's perfect. Perfect timing. Yeah, anything else to wrap on the side of crypto? Again, like I think just to articulate the way that I'm reading it is like I hold hype right now, for example. I think the move for me is to hang tight. If it drops off a little bit, maybe find another place to put some more money into. Because how quickly in the event that, what are your price targets in terms of where to enter like hype, VVV, Zcash?
Hype, I would say like mid 50s is probably where you're going to get. If it goes really deep, then I would say 45 to 50 is like ideal spot. It shouldn't go beneath 40. That's like my invalidation. That was the level when the Coinbase announcement happened. And that's like when like the main run up and breakout started. That would be my invalidation. Like where I think I'm wrong on hype continuing its uptrend would be like below 40. VVV, I think like the worst case, like 10 to 12. I think like most likely is probably like around the 14 to 15 area. And then I think Zcash is like 350 to 400 is like my worst case for Zcash. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think the hype is going to be a lot. That's my highest conviction. I think it's going to be higher later in the year. And I do think that their trends with users volume and everything else is going to continue to keep going up.
Just in terms of like timeline wise, how quickly do you think they recover to like all-time highs or break all-time highs from these like
after like if the liquidation event happens?
Yeah.
I'll probably say for the leaders, probably like a couple weeks, like 2-3 weeks.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I think, yeah.
Someone like me who has a little bit of, USD laying around, maybe, try to find a Zcash bag at 400,
Yeah, and it's gonna be like if it does happen, it's probably gonna be quick. So like I don't recommend trying to knife catch it on leverage for sure, unless you're like really gonna be locked in on trading it. What I do recommend doing is like if you can set some limit orders to buy spot at different levels. You typically don't want to just put them all at one spot because if you miss by like a tick, you're gonna be fucking pissed. So you spread out your limit orders in different areas. And then if price does sell off when you're fucking sleeping or something, some of your limits hit and you get some entries. Yeah, but also
I lost chat. Yeah,
I think we get.
Sorry.
Yeah. Also, we're like we talked about the competition a little bit. I just want to talk about what we're gonna do. Not this upcoming week, but I think the week after. So like this one obviously was a little bit harder for people to enter. Like a lot of people don't have 25K to put up for the competition. So what we're gonna do for the next one, we're actually thinking on how to optimize it the best for the most amount of people. We're gonna do like a lower starting balance, probably like a 1 to 2K, but taking recommendations from you guys on like what you think. And we're gonna have it open to a lot more people. We're gonna do a lot more prizes instead of just one big cash prize. And we're probably gonna do like weekly prizes instead of like one at the end of 4 weeks. So if you have any like suggestions on how we should do it, or if you're interested, please hit us up. We're working on that right now. And it'll probably be the same setup where it's like perps on stocks, perps on crypto, perps on commodities and everything else. So it'll be a similar type of comp. Just like slightly different, so more people can enter and get access to it. Marcel's back on the board. Marcel's talking mad shit in the chats, bro. Mad shit. I need Mitch to move up too. Oh, let's see what other markets we got. Pre-IPO. This one is pretty interesting. It looks like people are bearish SpaceX. Actually, I was like unsure if I wanted to be short or long SpaceX going into the IPO. I want to say it's next week on the 12th. It seems like right now the consensus is that that's going to be bearish for markets and we're going to sell off into it. And SpaceX is not going to do well because of how high of a valuation it's coming at. I think it's coming out at like 2 trillion or somewhere around 2 trillion. But they've honestly done a lot of finagling on the status that SpaceX is going to get when it starts trading. It's going to be, I think, I don't want to misspeak on this, but I think it's going to be tradable in like a lot of the passive flows that people have going on for buying stocks, like almost immediately. Elon's finessed his way to doing that. I actually should look this up, the fucking stats on the SpaceX IPO.
I took my first piss of the episode and noticed that I have 8,000 viewers on Twitter, which I'm new to streaming on Twitter. So everybody watching on Twitter right now, appreciate you guys. And I can't see your chat. I can only see the Twitch chat. And I lost that for a second. But again, we have that competition who's going to aggregate all the chats, which is cool. And obviously Ansem has his own chat. You're live on Kick right now.
Hey, I'm checking. It's actually lit. I'm checking it right now. I haven't been looking at it.
Cool. It's hard to, we can't look at we're streaming 7 different places. You can't like, yeah. You know what I mean? You can't look at all of them. It's it's insane.
So somebody asked me about WorldCoin. Yeah, I think WorldCoin has been the strongest coin actually the past 2 days. The WorldCoin thesis is very simply, you have Sam Altman, who's the co-founder of OpenAI, which is ChatGPT. OpenAI is going to IPO some point later this year. They have 900 million users on ChatGPT. Sam Altman is also the co-founder of WorldCoin. WorldCoin's entire thesis is that you're going to have a ton more AI agents online, a ton more AI systems navigating the internet, and you're going to need a way for people to be provably human. And so what they're doing with the fucking orb that they're having everybody scan their eyeballs into is like this network they're building. Everybody that's on the network has an associated world ID, and then you can use that world ID to access different applications and plug into different apps. So people are thinking if OpenAI is going to do anything on the consumer side or social side, it's probably going to be somewhat integrated with WorldCoin. And he's been very low key about how these two companies are going to work together. So it's all, I think I would say a lot of it is speculation. WorldCoin is probably one of the most popular rollups on Ethereum right now. But it's uncertain how they're going to be connected.
You said the word, brother. You said the word.
Okay, I know. But
head for the hills, ladies and gentlemen. Head for the fucking hills. That's his nice way of saying absolutely not. Somebody in the chat asked about meme coins, and the main one I want to talk about is Solana done for?
No, Solana's not done for. Solana's not done for, but Solana does have things that they need to fix before it bottoms and before it trends again. Last cycle, Solana was discounted by everybody after FTX. Nobody thought it was going to come back. And they had a really strong core of like hardcore believers on the chain, hardcore teams on the chain. They fixed a lot of the tech issues that they had during 2021 and 2022. And it was by far faster, cheaper, more performant than Ethereum and than the other L1s. So once activity did start happening on Solana, price reflected in that, and it appreciated really well. Right now, the issue that Solana has, I think one is the inflation and tokenomics issue. So it was not as big of an issue before, but now that you have a business like Hyperliquid that directs so much of its revenue directly back to the L1 token, people are kind of looking at the other L1s that have a ton of supply overhang as like, well, why would I buy this rather than buy something else that has a much better demand supply imbalance? And so I think they're going to probably have to lower the inflation on Solana. And then the second thing I think Solana needs to do is to compete much better on perps. So they need to compete with Hyperliquid on the volumes there. Bulk Trade is one of the teams working on a new perps exchange on Solana. The other team, Phoenix Trade, is also working on a perps exchange on Solana. I think those two are going to be very key that they do well if they're going to compete there. And they need other apps to have breakout success outside of Pump Fund. Like the meme coins can't be the only thing doing well on Solana if it's going to succeed as an L1 long term. So you're going to need so apps in AI, apps in consumer, like apps in finance, like all these other different areas you're going to need breakout success in. And that's when I think Solana will start to turn and start to do well. Like price wise, I do think it's going to go lower from here, but I'm bullish on Solana long term for sure.
As it relates to crypto in general, I mean, apart from like those three or four spots you articulated earlier in the show, I just feel like it's kind of where people should not really be looking right now. Like I had a so weird, like little anecdotes for me. I pay close attention to things like this and I really sit on them and I try to figure out why things like this are happening. And 3 or 4 days ago, when Ethereum broke 2K and hit 19K, this girl who I've known for 10 years posted on her close friend story, a girl, a hot girl, really pretty, beautiful girl who like, why the fuck are you anywhere near crypto? Posted on her close friends and was like, hey, like buy Ethereum here. It's a really good investment at $1,900. And I just felt the need to be like, hey, like this is really bad advice in my opinion. Please don't do this. Like that's not a good idea. Like you should probably steer clear. If you're not doing this every single day like you should probably just steer fucking clear, right? Like you said, like wait to see what Bitcoin's doing, wait to see how that resolves with Michael Saylor, and then take it from there. But like, I don't know. And IRL friend of mine, an art dealer, some like normie guy, like art dealer hit me and he came up on a bag and he was like, hey, should I put 25K into Ethereum that same day? And I'm like, fuck, man, this shit might be. But it's like, in my mind, it's like the same kind of thought process in like previous cycles and at previous times, like around XRP, like, you know, like that normie code. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, but it was something that I wanted to bring up.
I think what happens is like in crypto, there's like, so right now, something that's not as well known as Hyperliquid. Like if you're in crypto all the time, you know it's a great product. But if you're not in crypto all the time, then it's like less known. I think what happens is like when you have that breakout in attention, like after stuff goes up a lot, that's when people typically start to find out about it. I think that's when a lot of people found out about Ethereum, like when it was hitting 3-4K in 2021, and the NFTs were popping off. Like that's when everybody's like, oh, I'm rushing in to buy now. And that was like the top. But what you want to be is early before everybody is like, who's not paying that much attention is now paying attention. That's when you want to be buying. It's like when not that many people are talking about it. I was at lunch with another girl.
I was at lunch with another girl a couple of days ago, and she just flat out asked me. She's like, "I want to start investing money. Like, I'm getting paid. I'm modeling, whatever. I want to start investing like 10-20% of my money. Yeah. Where should I put it?" And my knee jerk reaction to somebody like that, who I know isn't gonna like day to day like trade in and out of positions, she just wants to kind of squirrel things away. I simply just told her my knee jerk reaction was like, just follow Trump. Just copy trade Trump. Copy trade the U.S. government. And, you know, and absorb information about that. And I don't know, I wanted to get into that because it's like stocks are in a very bizarre place to it. Like it's feeling more like crypto. The two are starting to feel like they're blending together and how they behave. And I think that's a super interesting conversation. And I want to hear your thoughts on it. Like this for like Dell, like what Dell's done, like Trump, Jensen, Leopold. What are your thoughts around that?
Bro, Trump stole our swag, bro. He really did. He really did, bro. Like, crypto people are the kings of like buying something, holding it, and then nonstop bull posting, nonstop talking about it, and then like spreading the word on why it's a good investment in XYZ and da-da-da-da-da. That's like how Bitcoin got popular and stayed. It didn't go down even though it was like super low prices early on, and it obviously got popular with all the other crypto assets that people are super bullish on CT. Trump has taken this thesis around like, I'm gonna be publicly bullish on what I am buying and taking it to the stock market as the president of the United States. He's like, bro, all of his stuff is public, by the way. Like, you can see everything that Trump buys. He has to report it. So all this stuff that comes out on what he's buying, and then he will go during like news conference and be like, yeah, go buy a Dell. Dell is a great company. Michael Dell.
And then it fucking pops.
And then it fucking rips.
And
then like later they'll announce a partnership like, yeah, Dell had this partnership to do something with the government. Like, he's very transparent about the companies that he thinks are important for the United States, which I think is cool, to be honest. And then Jensen also does like the same thing with all the companies that NVIDIA has in its wheelhouse.
Yeah, let's watch this. Let's watch this. You linked me this tweet.
This is crazy,
it's perfect. It's perfect.
Crazy.
How you doing? That's a huge stage. A long way. Are you out of breath? You okay? I know. Let's fire up.
He's such a champ.
Good to see you.
I love him too. He's the best.
There you go. Yeah. Congrats on a great kickoff yesterday. GTC. You guys are off to the races this week.
I watched this last night. GTC.
Look, maybe you heard some of what I just said. So we're talking about connectivity today.
The next $1 trillion company, ladies and gentlemen.
Just like off the rip like that?
And who's he talking about, Z?
I think that's the CEO of this company, Marvel.
And what did Marvel do after he said that? He said this, bro, and Marvel pumped 20%, brother.
Like 50%, bro. Fuck.
Was it 50%?
Yeah.
It's like, guys, sometimes it really be that easy.
Bro,
you know?
What's crazy is he did this shit because it was like, I don't even think it was when the stock market was open. It was when the stock market was closed. Like, it wasn't even open yet. I'm going to pull it. It's actually here. I'm going to pull it up.
And see here, look at this comment. This is the dumbest reason to pump 50% in 2 days after. But like, that's what it is. Like, that's like, this is like you said, they're stealing our swag. Like, the stock market and the way it's behaving, it's stealing. It's crazy.
But the thing is though, like, they're a legitimate company. Like, people, the reason it did well is because people already knew about Marvel. They already knew about like where they fall in the AI supply chain and what they're building and why it's important. And then this just like took it over the top. It's crazy because I'm gonna pull up the chart.
The conversation I feel like isn't like, is this a valid reason for it to pump 50% in 2 days? It's more so like, why the fuck? What other reason would Jensen have to say something like that? He's the fucking CEO of NVIDIA.
He's dead serious.
It's because he means it. That motherfucker isn't pumping his bags. He doesn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He just genuinely believes that. So if a guy like this, you know, the number one company in the world, the most valuable company in the fucking on planet Earth, says that, it's like, yeah, it's probably a good spot to invest and park your money. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this type of information is available to anybody. Anybody can come to that conclusion and understand why that happened that way. Yeah. That's why I feel like crypto attracted so many like young-minded people in the first place. You know, the average guy. Like, it always felt like that's why meme coins were so popular. Like, narrative trading is like valid. Like Chris Camillo talks about it all the time. We talk about it all the time on the show. Attention is the new fucking EBITDA. Yeah. You know, like that's facts.
Like, you didn't need to know what Marvel did as a company to like make money on this trade. I think it's crazy because it wasn't during open hours. Like people could have traded this on Bullpen, which is like on Hyperliquid, but it was like you couldn't trade it when that announcement happened. This was off hours, wasn't during like the regular 9 to 5 hours. Yeah. So like that's one of the benefits of something that trades 24/7 like perps.
Which again is why Hyperliquid is such an important fucking useful tool, especially if you have money anywhere near crypto.
Right.
Who else? Leopold, that fucking kid. I guess he has he just opened up a big position somewhere.
Yeah.
I saw. What was that? Do you know?
I think it was MBIS.
Yeah.
MBIS.
Here's Elio talking about it. Should we watch this clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it.
Yeah, actually been meaning to look this up.
We found out that Mr. Leopold has decided to add not just a position, but his biggest position yet to his fund. Just yesterday, we saw that Leopold disclosed a position in NBIS, or Nebius, which represented a 5.6% stake. Okay, new position, 5.6% stake, yada, yada, cool. But wait, it gets way crazier. It's not actually a 5.6% stake. It's actually a $3 billion position representing over 5% in Nebius, but it's not 5% of his fund. It actually is the biggest position in the entire situational awareness fund. That's right, 3 billion out of about 14, making it a 15% position. What is it? Yeah, it's an AI cloud. Nebius is a technology.
Memory, we've talked about this, right? AI memory, like that being the trade. This, what has the market done here with this company since he did that?
I actually haven't looked at this.
I'm curious. Because this is a fucking young kid who absolutely crushed it with what? SanDisk is like what he's really known for, right?
Bloom Energy was his big one. I think
Bloom,
SanDisk he hit too.
Yeah.
When is this? May 29th? Yeah, it's up. It's up like 25%. Yeah. It's
so
like
25%. Yeah. Like 25%. I mean, he's fucking up. Anybody who copy traded him is up. And it's just like there's a couple. Yeah, there's a couple. That's fucking absolutely retarded.
He's up almost $1 billion already.
I'll suck his dick, Trump's dick, and Jensen's dick at the exact same time to touch one of those. Just one. Even a half of one, bruh. Let me touch a half of one. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so I mean, I guess that all leads mainly what I wanted to get out of you in bringing up these new wave stock KOLs is how would somebody start investing from zero? If a fucking girl or like an old fucking high school friend who has no experience and they're asking you, Ansem, I know that you're a fucking, sophisticated trader. I'm never going to be able to dedicate the time to understand markets the way that you do or trade in and out of positions, but I want to start generating wealth for myself. I'm basically starting from zero. What do I do? What is someone to do?
It's a great question. If I was starting from zero, the first thing I would do is figure out your profits and your expenses. So obviously you have whatever money it is from your job. You have your expenses that you need to pay every month. You have some money left over after that. So what you do with the money after that, like after you pay all your expenses, is what you start investing with. Same way that you spend money when you go out to the club or spend money when you go to events with your friends.
Dak and Julius just said in the chat, trading and investing are different things. And I think it's relevant to what you're saying right now. It's exactly the way to think about it.
Yeah, they are 100%. So like when you have money to the side, and whatever money that you spend for like your fund, you take some of that money that you're going to put in your savings and you start investing with that. So the way that I think you should think about it is you have 3 buckets. You have like your cash bucket, which is your money for like emergencies, like low yield savings accounts, like very low risk. Then you have your long-term investing bucket. And that's stuff where you are investing in thinking like long-term, like 10 plus years, stuff you're not really looking to sell soon, and stuff that you think are like low risk as well, and going to do well over long term. So that's stuff like just the basic ETFs on the stock market, like the SPY, top 500 companies.
401k type shit.
Yeah, the QQQ, which is like the tech ETF. And then really large companies that have been successful. I think Google, Amazon, Apple, Meta, those are like, I would say a good 4 to have in your portfolio long term. And I would say that's probably like 30% of your like portfolio. And then I would say like the riskier stuff, like the active trading stuff, I'll say 30% is probably like those core group of companies. I'll say 20% is just like the basic ETFs. And then with the other half, that's the half that you actively trade. So this is where you're trying to hit like your moonshots, like your high risk stuff that you're really high convicted in, but you think could like 10x or do really well. So for me personally, that's stuff like lower cap crypto projects. Like if I am looking at a new L1, for example, Hyperliquid, if that was trading, when it dropped, it was traded at like $4. I think it traded $3 or $4. And I'm like, I think this is a really good protocol. I think this is going to do really well. It's also not as well known as other L1s. And I'm early to this trade. So that's something that you slam in like your active trading portfolio. Or something like, honestly, something like Marvel or something like Nebius or something like SanDisk early on. If you spot those trends occurring, that's also trades where you think you're early to a narrative, have strong fundamentals, but you can like allocate heavily thinking that you're early, and those are kind of like your individual plays. But you could be out of them in like a year, or out of them in a few months if they do really well, and you can rotate that to other plays. So I think you have.
Want to talk about over the long enough period of time, like the difference and importance of like focusing on compound interest versus like taking huge crazy swings and like risking everything and hyper gambling, like you said, like he said in the chat, trading and investing different things.
The way you want to think about investing is like you want to compound your gains every single year. Like if you can hit, I don't even know what the average is returns for the stock market, but if you can hit like 10% or close to 10% and just keep compounding that year over year, like over a long period of time, that's going to grow a lot. People always discount how much compound interest actually impacts somebody's portfolio if you continually add to it and you continually do well. On the flip side is like I said, with the plays that are higher risk and you can take big shots on, obviously those are ones where you could lose money. So you want to have your cap risk on like how much you're going to lose there. But like you don't want to, the thing is you don't want to be all in something like that because you want your slow portfolio that's going to compound over time. If you go all in or all in leverage long on one play and then you lose your entire portfolio, you got to start from zero. You don't want to be.
It's also like, even if you win a fucking coin flip 3 times in a row, and double your money 3 times in a row, that 4th time, if you fucking hit wrong, you're just done. Like you get liquidated.
You don't want to get zeroed. You don't want to get
zeroed. You're toast, and then you're in a really fucking tough spot. A buddy of mine's grandpa just died. Rest in peace. And he left his family a trust, like 3 or 4 people to split a trust. And he never told his family that he had this, like, or at least like the grandkids and whoever, was in part of the trust. Yeah. And it was a fucking like $7-8 million trust.
What the fuck?
And this guy worked normal, jobs his whole life. And I'm sure he scaled business, whatever, but he was just fucking investing in the stock market.
Oh, wow.
His entire life.
That's
fire. And it just, over the course of enough time, it's like, I don't know if you've been anywhere near the market in the last 2 years, you're fucking up. Like it's the exact opposite of what's been happening in crypto. Yeah.
It's really cool. We haven't talked about it, but I don't know if have you seen the Trump family accounts?
No.
So let me see if we can find.
Let's get ready to
post on that. But the Trump family accounts are essentially, it's in partnership with Robinhood. And what it does is like when you have a kid, they get an account with like $1,000 seeded from the government. And then as they like grow, they can just compound that and invest. You can invest that money for your kid. And I think it's starting with kids born next year through 2028, I think. But that's honestly one of the coolest things I think that he's done. Let me see if I can pull it out the fucking.
Yo, guys in the chat, don't put your wallets in here. Don't like shill random garbage. You're going to get timed out. You're going to get
this thing.
Time out that. Okay, let's do a good job at making sure people. Yeah,
here it is right here. It's from the official White House Twitter, but it's the Trump Accounts app. Every family now has a simple, direct way to get involved and build their child's future. And I think we've aligned very heavily. People don't talk about this enough. I really like this article from Smack. We probably should pull it up at some point. But he speaks on how everybody's aligned and like passively investing in the most successful companies in the US. And like you are very incentivized to put your money in the stock market. If you're not putting your money in the stock market, you are fucking up big time because you're gonna get outpaced by inflation. Wage growth is obviously another situation people are dealing with, but like it's very, very important to be investing your capital, and they are very adamant about pushing this and being transparent about it.
Eric Voorhees is coming on in 8 minutes, and we're probably going to get into these subjects, these deep conversations about AI, because he's just a goated fucking Chad AI founder. But we talk a lot on the show as well about how like the US isn't going to lose that race. Whoever invents AGI first owns the world. So it's like, I don't know. I've seen people in the chat like 50-50, this shit drops off, falls off quick. Like people obviously have come to the conclusion that we're in a bubble and it's due to pop at some point, this AI bubble. What are your thoughts on that?
Like if the bubble's going to pop, if we're in a bubble?
The person who's sitting there looking at it going up and to the right infinitely and just sitting on their hands and waiting for it to pop or waiting for some big, downtrend to get their money in. What do you say to them?
You make no money betting on depressions. Like think about it, even if you're right about a depression or a long-term recession, how does that benefit you? Like, think about if you have widespread unemployment and everybody loses their job. Like, even if you bet on that and you're right, you don't really benefit that much from like being right in that scenario. Yes, you should have like cash on the side to cover the worst case, but the stock market is up and to the right, has been up and to the right for basically forever. Like, yes, there's going to be volatility. Obviously, when things are up 100x in a year, stuff is going to crash and stuff is going to come down. But the core companies are going to continue to innovate, continue to do well. AI is real tech that's really changing how people work and how efficient the gains that we're making, like across the board. I would say, like, don't be afraid of the volatility. If you don't want to buy single names, I understand that. But you can also invest in the ETFs, which kind of give you a cushion. They're comprised of a lot of companies that are just one individual company. But yeah, there's going to be volatility, but the volatility is how you make money. Like, you got to just think longer time frame. Like, yeah, what if you buy and then it crashes next year? But in 10 years, where's it going to be at?
I'm going to take my third piss of the episode, my 13th piss of the episode. We have Erik coming on in 6 minutes. But I do want to say two things about the chat real quick. Some fatty tuna. I saw you give some subs. I appreciate you. Thank you. Love you. Tuna. But more specifically, Dr. or the King Julius, you've had some really good takes in here. You just said something along the lines of time in the market beats timing the market, which is 100% the truth. This is the exact type of viewer that we want to see. These are the exact type of conversations and comments I want to see in the chat. So for that, mods, please go find him in the chat and get his soul Addy. And I'm gonna drop you $1,000 to go play around with and trade with, because I just really appreciate you. And yeah, he just hearted the chat. So whoever
fire.
DM him and get his thing. We're talking to other partners and potential sponsors of the show and stuff. And like, that's the kind of environment we wanna build here. Is if you're here for a genuine effort to, improve your own standing, improve your own position, and build this platform and show alongside us and have these conversations, then that's the type of shit I want to reward. So yeah, W's in the chat. I want to do that shit fucking 10 times a show. That's the vision. And I want to create these conversations, and I want to lift people up and platform people who have good ideas and, have a positive attitude and just want to build shit with the AI vibe code competition, all that shit. That's the vibe of the show. That's the community we're curating. So, yeah, actual paid chatter is right. The King Julius, congrats. Yeah, we're going to give you a rack, or I'm just personally going to send you one after the show. We'll get your soul Addy, Soul USD. Yeah, cool. So yeah, he's on in 5. We do have a couple things that we wanted to talk about with AI. Kind of just, I don't know. Again, my normie left curve brain tells me, like, I feel like if anything, it's underpriced just off the fact that people hate AI so much.
100%. I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, if you really hate something, like, that's the exact opposite emotion that will prompt somebody to invest in it, right? Like, people typically tend to invest in things that they enjoy, right? And everybody fucking hates AI. So who's investing in it outside of, like, big tech and fucking, all the venture capital in the world?
The smart people.
The smarter people. Yeah, right. Did you see that Harvard grad clip? It's insane. We have to watch this. Before Erik gets on, let's pivot a little bit to AI, and I need to show you this. Have you seen this clip yet, Z?
I don't think I have.
It's 1 minute and 40. I've already seen it. I want you to watch this whole thing, and I want chat to watch this whole thing. I'm gonna go take a piss.
AI. Fuck AI. Fuck AI.
Oh my God.
It's stupid. It's so stupid. Have you tried using it? Look, a lot of other respected graduation speakers in colleges around America are talking about you guys needing to master AI for the future. Okay? I'm here to tell you the mission of your generation is to destroy AI.
What?
Kill it.
Who is this?
AI is going to end up making mediocre people dumber. Have you heard how dumb people brag about how they use AI? They're always like, hey, did you know that AI can now read my email, summarize it, and draft a response? Yeah, you know who else can do that? Me.
That's funny.
I can do that. You can't do that?
Yeah, but the fucking point is this shitty speech that he's fucking got prepared for this. Like, he wrote it all himself, and he did it all himself, and it probably took him fucking 3 days to write. Brother, I hate to be the one to break it to you, because I know you just spent a whole bunch of money on going through Harvard, but ChatGPT could have did it better in fucking 2 minutes. Like,
how useless are you? You need artificial intelligence just to match me? I'm a dumbass who couldn't get into Harvard. Untalented people love bragging about using AI to help them draft their speeches and their scripts and their podcasts and their promo videos for UFC fights at the White House. Which, to be fair, even if they had filmed that for
someone in the chat saying he's a comedian and he's fucking around. Either way, it's like this is a general sentiment around the subject of AI. And like, I don't know. I feel like the hate on AI is so incredibly forced. And I don't know. This dude's literally hate farming AI. Whether he's joking or not, it doesn't change the fact that this clip was intended to hate farm AI. And it works. The same way that I get fucking hate farmed on Twitter.
That is true.
It gets engagement. So that's going to continue to be the narrative until somebody prominent fights against it or, you know, general consensus determines something else. One other thing I wanted to show you on this subject. This is fucking crazy.
Why is he looking at the camera like that? I don't like it.
Did you see this? In chat, look at this. This is actually crazy. This random guy posted, I just generated an image in the style of a Monet painting. Monet, obviously one of the fucking biggest artists that's ever existed ever. Highest selling artist. Original Monets go for millions and millions of dollars. I just generated this image style of Monet painting using AI. Please describe in as much detail as possible what makes it inferior to a real Monet painting. And this is the subject matter. And brother, the fucking look at this. 7 million views. And the comments are just fucking frying it. Obviously, like this generated a crazy conversation. The quote tweets are insane, whatever. And this wound up being a social experiment. This is a real Monet.
Oh, wow.
And the response to this was overwhelmingly negative. Gino, actually a fellow, CT vet, had this to say about it. I'm going to let you watch this. I'm going to take a piss and then we'll bring Erik on.
This one, digital artist named Schlams posted an AI-generated version of Claude Monet's famous Lilies painting. The post got millions of views. Thousands of people responded, calling the work soulless, saying the composition lacked intention, the brushstrokes felt synthetic, called it slop. All forms of people weighed in on the subject to talk about how the AI piece of art was clearly inferior to Claude Monet's work. The problem is that it was a real Monet painting. It was a social experiment. Schlams rage baited the entire internet and exposed a real problem with discourse surrounding AI. So I want to challenge you. Is your opinion of art about the work, or is it about how the work was created? Do we like art because of the way it looks or the way it sounds? Or do we like what it represents as a form of human expression? Is it the art or is it the author? Art is more than the finished product. But to pretend a human using AI tools to create a piece of art negates the story, the journey, and the work in the finished product is completely disingenuous. People think that less effort or less expression comes in the creation of art using AI, and therefore it's less of art than something that requires more time and effort. This isn't a new conversation. We saw this with Photoshop when it came out, music software like Pro Tools and Auto-Tune. Humans have created tools to make the creation of art faster and more efficient forever, and every time they do, the art that evokes the most emotion rises to the top amidst a bed of slop. Slop is slop. It doesn't really matter if it's AI slop or human-made slop. It doesn't matter if they've used these tools in that journey, because the reality is about probably 80% of the entire music industry is using it. Nobody wants to say it, and I'll say it because I don't give a They're using it in their workflow. They're using it for demos. They're using it to grab different sounds. It's an intuitive splice tool is how I like to put it. Some people are just anti-AI and that's it. And fine, man, you're entitled to have your opinion. But just know you might sound like this person that was in the comment section of the Monet painting. The bigger problem that this whole social experiment highlights, we don't give ourselves time to form our own opinion anymore. We don't even make our own opinions through experience. The majority of people's...
Oh boy, can I fucking relate to that one. It's like insane. It's crazy that like I can't relate to very many people about like where I've been at the past couple of months, and I relate heavily and most closely with fucking AI. I don't know what that says about me or my position, but it's like holy fuck. Hang on the money, it's 100% true. Like he's gonna say what nobody else wants to say, because if you do, you're gonna get fucking dogpiled and attacked because it's not the popular thing to say. Yeah. And it's just much easier to go the other way, whether you believe it or not. There he is. Wow.
Yo, what's good, brother? How are you?
Hey guys.
What's up, man?
How you doing? How you doing? Good.
They kind of just fucking threw you in here. They didn't give us any heads up or a timer.
That's how I like to arrive.
We're here, and we're excited to have you. Yeah, guys, this is Erik Voorhees. He's the founder of Venice AI. We're super excited to do this with you. We were scheduled to have you on, I think, what was it, the episode 3?
Yeah, a few weeks ago. Yeah, and we rescheduled.
And something popped up, and we had to reschedule. We've been excited. Our viewers have been excited, and yeah, really excited to have you and appreciate you coming on, brother.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was watching your last segment about the Monet piece. That was
interesting,
great.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
What are your thoughts on that?
People love to have opinions, even when they don't deserve to, and they jump to conclusions way too quickly.
You know what, Erik? Just take my spot as a co-host on the show because I couldn't agree more with you, brother. I couldn't agree more with you. Do you want to give the viewers at home some context? Obviously, I'm more from the traditional media content space, the more normie side of like the internet and the world. Likely people who have been following me throughout my career are here and probably don't know much about you. So do you want to give those guys some context and just anything you'd like to say about yourself and what you're building?
Yeah, like who the hell am I? Is that the question?
Yeah. Who the fuck are you? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm Erik Voorhees. I appreciate that you spelled my name right. That's a good sign.
We got you.
I come from the crypto world, way back before the word crypto was used, back when it was just Bitcoin. 150 years ago. Basically got interested in it because I wanted to separate the institution of money from the government itself. So I'm a fairly hardcore libertarian anti-government radical, which sets me at odds, I think, with most people, unfortunately. But I started Venice really for the same reason that I got into Bitcoin, which is that there are important technologies that should be decentralized, that should not be under the control or purview of the state itself, which I see as the greatest enemy of mankind. And so that's where I come from and what I do.
Awesome.
Wow.
It seems like a lot of your interest in crypto, like early on, was ideological just as much as like the technological side of things. How would you say that crypto, if at all, has changed like from when you first got into crypto to now? Like what has your experience been? I know you had previous startups before this one also that you worked on. What your experience been in crypto and the community? How it's changed from like now or then to now?
It's just big. It's big now. It got real big. I went to the first Bitcoin meetup ever in New York, August of 2011. 50 people were there, and it was like the entire global Bitcoin community.
Oh, wow, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, Bitcoin was $5, something like that.
Oh,
and we wondered like if we were too late, because a year earlier it was 50 cents, right? So something runs up 10x in a year. It's very reasonable to be like, am I just jumping on the bandwagon?
Yeah.
Right. But we all like to fantasize that maybe someday Bitcoin could hit like $100, and some people were like, well, that's a stretch, but maybe. Some people were willing to believe it could get to $1,000, and then some people were willing to believe that it could become the base money of the world, and that's the camp that I'm in. That's the camp I was in then, and it's the camp I'm still in now.
Congratulations, man.
What an OG,
Wow.
bro.
It's been cool. It's been cool to see it.
That's absolutely insane. One of the big highlight points in my research on you and my dive into you was your sale of one of your earlier products, Satoshi Dice. I read somewhere that you sold that for 125,000 Bitcoin.
Yeah, what people don't like to do the calculations on is so I had to settle with the SEC. So they fined me $50,000, and then I spent a couple $100,000 on lawyers. So when Bitcoin is a few dollars, how many Bitcoin is that?
What the fuck, bro?
So what was the price of Bitcoin when you received the 125K?
Damn.
I think it was around like $10 or $15, something like that.
So basically what you're saying, you didn't get to hold on to very much of it.
No, not nearly as much as people think. I wasn't the only owner. So I was actually a minority owner. I had a lot of it, but a minority owner. And I mean, it's hard to go down that memory too far because I realize how much money I lost.
Bro, I see why you're so anti-government, bro. Fuck that.
Every expense.
I mean, even with
Well,
Bitcoin
yeah, sure.
crashing 15%.
I was very pro-government before that, and then I realized how retarded they were. Now, I mean, it would have radicalized me if I hadn't already been like full radical.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's painful and horrible. So
sorry for bringing it up.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, you spoke a little bit about how like you're anti-government. It seems like today a lot of the biggest tech companies and biggest AI companies are basically in cahoots with the government. It seems like they're very close in their partnerships and relationships together. I guess how dangerous do you think that is going to be in the future? And I guess what are your thoughts on open source AI versus the closed source labs and how Venice fits into that picture?
Yeah, I guess I would start by just conveying that like important institutions of civilization shouldn't be under the control of any group of people. So if you talk about something like mathematics, right? Like imagine if the U.S. federal government controlled mathematics, and like to use mathematics you had to get a license from the government, because people can use mathematics for all sorts of damaging things, right? Like every dangerous, harmful thing that's ever been done at scale has used mathematics. So why shouldn't it be licensed? Most people would realize that would be preposterous. Like, of course, you wouldn't want math itself to be under the control of government.
Right.
But things that are just as important as mathematics, or even more so in daily life, like money, people are very happy to have under the control of the government. And this, I think, is a big problem, and is really the whole purpose of why crypto exists. It's the whole purpose of why Bitcoin was created, is to like separate these things so that money can be handled by all people equally on a neutral playing field, and there's no person or group of people in charge of it. So that's why I cared about that. And when I started getting into the AI space, I realized that we have now this additional new institution, which is like machine intelligence.
Yeah.
And this is becoming very quickly as important as money or as mathematics. And if it is served to the whole world by a few tech companies who do whatever the government tells them to do, then that's a big problem. And I see that would lead to a very dystopian kind of future. And so the whole reason we started Venice was to create an antidote to that, to basically allow anyone access to unrestricted machine intelligence. And that is built on ethos that are very normal and understandable to people in the crypto world, but very alien to most of the people in the AI world.
Got you. I mean, that makes a ton of sense. I do think it's very concerning, the trend it seems like we're on. And it seems like there's not as many people that are concerned that we are trending in this direction. So it seems like it's like, if you are aware that you think this is going to be a bad thing, you kind of have, it's like it's really important that you do work in that area. Everybody, I think, probably watches knows generally what ChatGPT or what Claude is. Can you talk a little bit about what Venice is, how Venice is kind of similar to these products, how it's different, and like where, like what stands out in Venice from something like ChatGPT?
Yeah, so Venice is essentially like a private and uncensored version of ChatGPT. So it's a normal consumer app. You can have it on your phone. You can go to a website and use it. It's like a chatbot interface. You can ask it questions. It can generate images and videos and basically all the kind of generative AI functionality that you would get. What makes it different is that it's private and uncensored. So private in that Venice is not storing all your prompts and is not storing the responses of the AI. Most people don't really think about this enough, but like everything you're talking with ChatGPT about, OpenAI is recording all of it. Everything that you're sending to Anthropic, they have forever.
It gives me so much anxiety, actually. It's fucking crazy.
So much information,
it should.
It's insane. It's insane.
It's so much information, and it's like an increasing amount, and it's very private and intimate often. It's like people's close thoughts. It's proprietary information about your business. It's code that you write. It's like it is stuff that you would have in your mind, and you're interfacing with this machine intelligence to advance the thoughts that you want. But it's all going to fucking Sam Altman. And if you're fine with that, like go for it. I don't think OpenAI shouldn't exist. It's an amazing company that has innovated an incredible amount of new technology. But if that is the only option out there, if the only way people can use AI is to give it to one of these companies that saves it forever and ships it off to the government, then we have a problem.
I just want to clarify on the other side of the product, the censorship piece that you mentioned. That's actually personally like one of my least favorite things about talking to ChatGPT. Like if you ask it for opinions on religion or things like that, like anything like that's a little bit too like, weird to talk about, I guess, like by social norms, they don't. So Venice AI, like I could go ask it what it thinks is like, what do you think is the most retarded religion? And it'll give me some type of response.
Yeah. The caveat is in Venice, you can basically use any model that exists. So you can use ChatGPT's models in Venice. You can use Anthropic. You can use all the open source models. And each model is trained with different degrees of bias and censorship. Mm-hmm. So what Venice does is it just doesn't add, as a company, layers of censorship on top. Mm. So some of the models in Venice are still pretty censored because the base model is. But some of the models in Venice are completely uncensored. And so you can play around with them and see what you like. But yeah, these are subjective, qualitative things. And in my opinion, it's very important for the pursuit of truth that people can interact with these machines just freely and openly.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree.
Yeah. Like a good example of this is like, we all remember COVID, and we remember during the period of people most freaking out about it, everyone was going online to try to research like how dangerous it is, where does it come from, like what do I do to be safe? What should I know about these vaccines? Are they safe? What are their risks? Like all these very important questions. And the government had a very strict line here, right? They wanted you to do exactly what they said, always for the best reasons, right? They're trying to look out for public health, always for the best reasons. And there was a period of time when, like, if you even asked certain questions, you would be deplatformed from Facebook.
Yeah, Twitter. I remember that very well.
I do remember that.
Everyone should remember this. Yeah. Yeah, and like even asking about the efficacy or the safety of the vaccine, which had been rushed through, understandably, just asking the questions could get you banned. So if you imagine if AI had existed back then, and you went to ChatGPT and you were like, "Hey, tell me everything about the vaccine," the government absolutely 100% would have been telling ChatGPT what they could and could not say in response to that. And to me, that is not acceptable.
Yeah, so wow, I agree.
That's why Venice is here.
I obviously come from the world of YouTube, and I just remember post this world, and when people started kind of wake up to what happened, and they're kind of uncovering post like the craze, the mass hysteria around it. They had to re-platform a wave of people because they got banned for talking about, for example, like calling into question the vaccine or talking about how it's a lab-made thing. Before that was proven to be a fact. If you said that, you got banned for telling the truth, for literally telling the truth. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
And there's a lot of things that is not known what the truth is for a period of time. Like truth often has to emerge from discovery and debate. And if you can't discover and debate, then you are very liable to end up with things that are not true propagating. So the government doesn't get to tell us what's true or not. They are the worst liars of all. And so they certainly shouldn't have control over either human intelligence or machine intelligence, in my opinion.
Wow. Dude, you're the GOAT. I love this conversation. Obviously, you were super early to crypto, Bitcoin, few dollars. Shapeshift, like predated Uniswap. You've been here forever. You're still here. I guess it leads to my question. Obviously, there's something about crypto that you like. You're building Venice AI on crypto. Why? Why are you still here? What do you still love about it? And why do you think it aligns with the product that you're building?
Yeah, I mean, crypto's fucking cool, right? Like, there's a lot of scams and a lot of nonsense, a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, hot take in 2026. Let me tell you,
crypto is fucking cool. I agree.
Fucking cool.
That again.
Fucking cool. And every time I go take out a loan from a DeFi platform or versus walking into a bank, I'm like, man, this stuff is so cool. It's so great. And I love it. I think it's incredible. I think it's very empowering that anyone can send money to any other person in the world instantly without anyone being able to stop them. I mean, that's That was the promise of Bitcoin. It's still true. It's true of every crypto, really. They all have at least that attribute.
Yeah.
I think that's magic. I think that's very powerful. And so, of course, I'm still in it, and it's going to take over the world. I think fiat currencies all fail; they all go to zero over time, and Bitcoin is the best form of money that's ever been invented. So that's why I'm here. And I mean, Venice is not a crypto company. We have a token, which we can talk about what it does, but it's primarily a mass market consumer AI company.
Right.
So we use crypto where it makes sense. And of course, I have an affinity for all those types of systems, but it's primarily an AI company, and most of our users are not crypto people.
Yeah. I know you spoke a little bit about how you said crypto is cool and that there also are scams and bad actors in crypto. I know you yourself, as an OG in crypto, have ran into some of those bad actors in your time in crypto. Do you talk a little bit about you? I know you had a debate about like FTX and SBF before that happened, before that blow up happened.
Like right before it happened, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to speak a little about that and what went down there, how that happened?
Yeah, fucking Sam. He like most tourists in crypto, like most people who got involved for the wrong reasons, was advocating certain regulations in the government. He had been donating to the Democratic Party. He had been meeting with people in Washington, basically to help shape the regulation in ways that would favor his exchange or centralized exchanges generally. That on its own is not so egregious. I mean, basically everyone in business that's not principled does that kind of thing. But I essentially had to call him out on that set of recommendations that he was making. He had written a letter about how the way in which he thought the regulation should unfold. And I was like, no, people should be free to use this stuff without being controlled by Washington, DC. That's the entire point, and get out of here. So we were invited onto Bankless to have a debate. And this ended up being like an hour and a half debate. Sam was obviously like a very smart person, and at that point seemed to be like the most successful entrepreneur in crypto over the
really good investor too. Anthropic, man. Talk about a fucking fumble in the bag.
That's his ultimate legacy. Really will be like he was the best investor of all time, I guess. So I was expecting a rigorous kind of back and forth between people who held different viewpoints, and at that point I didn't know or think that he was a scammer. I just thought he was doing bad stuff. But he was totally unhinged on the debate, and he kind of fell apart pretty quickly when put under the scrutiny of like the principles that matter in crypto. Mm-hmm. And there was a schism between someone who's building in crypto and who doesn't understand the principles on which the industry exists. It's not hard to expose them.
Yeah.
The entire premise of this stuff is that it avoids or transcends government regulation. That's the entire point.
Right.
The entire point. Anyone who says differently is either disingenuous or doesn't get it. And so he just kind of fell apart, and he was very agitated. Like he was probably on a bunch of meth also, I don't know.
Something.
And then right after that debate, a bunch of people on Twitter started piling onto him.
That's how it goes.
CZ said something to him, and then Sam snapped at CZ and said something really bitchy about CZ and like regulators and jail time and stuff. And CZ was like, "Oh yeah," and then basically dumped all the FTX coin. Yeah, FTT. And that was like the beginning of the collapse and the exposure of what was the biggest fraud in all of crypto. It was a crazy couple of weeks there, and now he's in jail.
I mean,
you're like a superhero, low key, bro.
Super villain, yeah. You see Michael Saylor getting torn up on Twitter right now, obviously with Bitcoin, kind of.
Yeah. Do you think he's kind of like co-opted?
What's your opinion?
Yeah. Do you think it's kind of like co-opted how Bitcoin is viewed by the public? It seems like he kind of has like a negative, or people view his association with Bitcoin as kind of negative right now.
I think he is net good. I think he is doing something fairly heroic and courageous and novel. Mm-hmm. I disagree with a number of things he has said. He is much too pro-regulation, for my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think fundamentally he's authentic and he believes in Bitcoin for mostly the right reasons. So I'm like generally a fan, although I take issue with things sometimes. I think it's just as we were talking about that Monet painting and people having opinions that are not warranted. When Bitcoin's going up, people love Saylor, and when Bitcoin goes down, they him.
That's how it goes. So.
Saylor's not doing Saylor's not doing anything differently in both cases. So that's not the right reason to have an opinion on him.
Yeah, agreed.
Gotcha.
Are you still bullish Bitcoin despite AI? Like, I know me and Z, you could probably articulate this better, but Z has this whole thesis around AI creating an environment where the US dollar becomes deflationary because things become so cheap. And in that scenario, how do you feel about Bitcoin? Are you still bullish? You know, as people
I
prefer to buy physical and gold.
I don't see any world in which dollars become deflationary.
Really?
Government only prints them. They print more and more and more. What's more likely, I think, is that there will be social pressure to give people more and more free money. All the stimmies, like, you know, it's going to be a perpetual stimmy world. They like to call this universal basic income now. It's just communism by another name. And that pressure is going to cause just infinite printing. And so, no, the dollar will fall towards zero as it does. And I think you could have general goods and services be deflationary. I think that is possible. So when measured against gold or Bitcoin or real money or any basket of other goods, I think that may be true with AI.
Yeah.
But no, not against dollars. Dollars are going to zero.
That's a bar.
You spoke a little bit about Venice and how you kind of are optimizing for mass market consumer. The AI labs, as they exist, spend a ton on like training their models and doing all these other things. Have to raise a fuck ton of money to do so. How do you guys operate with like not having to spend as much money, and like what do you take advantage of in the open source community? I know you also want to work with like other protocols to build on top of Venice. So I guess like where are your partnerships there, and how do you operate like your business from that point of view?
Yeah, I mean, we just made the strategic decision that we are not machine learning experts. We're not going to go try to train models. It's expensive, extremely competitive, and we don't need to. There are all these open source models that just kind of rain down from heaven. So we use those, and we connect also with the proprietary labs like Anthropic and OpenAI, and we pay them for their models. So we're a customer of theirs, and we just let our users choose whatever models in the moment that they want. So yeah, it's nice. Like whenever a new model comes out from any provider, it just benefits us. I would be very scared if I was in the business of training and building models.
It seems like a losing game, like a hard game to just keep playing.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be playing that game.
Yeah.
But you know, so far those that are playing that game well have built the biggest, most valuable businesses in the world.
This is
so
true.
They're doing fine. You know, like they're all succeeding very well. But I don't want to play that same game, I don't think.
Yeah. And you've said that you guys you are a mass market consumer app, but you use crypto when necessary and when you think it's important. So I know you guys have an interesting dual token model associated with Venice, VVV and Diem. Can you speak a little bit about VVV's role and how Diem is used for people to like use compute on the platform?
Yeah. So VVV is the bigger one, the more important one, and it's quite simple. Essentially, you can stake 100 VV to get pro access to Venice. But more importantly, we as a company just take a bunch of our revenue that we earn, we buy the token and we burn it. So I like that model a lot. I think that's a cool pattern that emerged within crypto apps to just like buy tokens and burn them. And we want to take that like to its extreme and ultimately try to buy every last token we can and burn it all. I think that's a really cool model. And so that's what we're doing. We are a revenue generating business. So if we grow big, we can buy more and more of the tokens and try to burn them all. Diem is a little more nuanced and technical. Basically, Diem is minted from VVV. You have to lock up VVV to mint Diem. And each Diem that you have gives you $1 per day of credit on Venice. So whether you're using the API or the app, you get $1 per day for every Diem that you hold. So Diem can be thought of as like a perpetuity, like an asset that each day gives you a resource, $1 of any AI model that you might want to use. And that one has been more of a interesting experiment, but we built it so that, like AI agents could essentially hold an asset and then get marginally free inference. We thought that was an interesting pattern to pursue.
That's interesting. So I guess if you're somebody that uses these models a lot and you use more than that, like compute that you're allocated per day, it makes sense to just have Diem, and instead you get to use more than you would be using for like a lower cost, I guess.
Yeah, and it's definitely like a speculative, interesting gamble, because like the normal thing to do is that you just pay per request, right? So that's normal and everyone can do that.
Yeah.
Or you can like buy this capital asset of Diem, and then you get free inference after that. And if you think that the scarcity of that asset will at least retain the value of the asset, what it means is you can buy it today, use it for a month or a year, and then sell it. And if it hasn't gone up or down, then you actually got free inference for that whole time. And so it changes like the economic calculation.
Yeah.
And we thought that would be an interesting design space to explore.
It's a really cool. A lot of the dual token models are like usually net negative, but this I think is designed really well. So I commend you guys for doing that. It's dope. I know your metrics have been like smashing up and to the right, like new users, activity. You want to talk a little bit about like the growth that you guys are seeing in the past few months? Because I think it seems like, from my point of view, it's like honestly not that many crypto people that are using, but like a lot of your core consumers like outside of crypto.
Yeah, our normal user is not a crypto person. I mean, Venice existed for about a year before we even introduced the token. And most of our marketing is just kind of through the normal channels that any kind of tech company would do, like AdWords and TikTok reads and podcast narration and all that kind of thing. So we're essentially just trying to get like anyone who might otherwise use ChatGPT, who doesn't want to be spied on and doesn't want to be told what they can talk about. And we think that that's a pretty big market, and a market that is growing as people bring AI increasingly into their lives. We think more and more people will care about those two properties, and they are properties that the big labs can't match because they have to train models, so they can't do what we're doing. So it felt like a good niche to pursue, and we've found it to be a pretty big niche. So we just passed like 3 million users a few weeks ago.
Wow.
And yeah, we're growing, 15% a month in actual like revenue numbers and paying users. So this is for people that are not like used to the crypto world. Most apps don't have like normal paying users.
No, they do not. Not at all. It's a rare thing.
So yeah. So what, like, I'm sick of crypto only being in the crypto world. I feel like there are primitives in crypto blockchain technology that need to get outside of crypto.
Yep.
And actually be used in the normal world. So that's what we're trying to do, build a mass market consumer app. We have crypto as part of it. Our user doesn't need to know anything about it. They don't ever need to touch VVV if they don't want to. And there's a good synergy, I think, but it's a tricky balance sometimes.
Yeah, I think those honestly going to be the best designed crypto apps, is like when people are using it because of the product, not because it's a crypto thing, and it just benefits them under it. It makes the app a lot better. Yeah, exactly. It seems like this cycle you talked about a little bit, the focus is shifting more towards apps that are really successful instead of just the L1s. It seems like we had ETH do really well, and then when ETH did really well, everybody was like, I'm going to launch an L1, and then all these L1s got funded. But I feel like the focus wasn't as much on the application side of things and like which applications were going to be successful. But it seems like now a lot of the focus is on like apps that are doing well, and those are the ones that are driving a lot of the attention and a lot of the volume. And then like from those apps, you kind of see.
I'd say like back in the DeFi summer world, that was a first round of apps that were popular, right? So that was like the first time that you had actually useful DeFi apps, and people would use them because they actually brought them utility. And then the token was useful because the app itself was good. And we need more of that. The problem, I think, was largely regulatory, right? So like there was a point from 2018 up until Trump won this latest time, that whole stretch of time, where the SEC in particular, but other regulators as well, essentially went after every crypto company that they could. Except the scams. They tended to they didn't go after the scams. They tended to go after mostly legit projects and just totally crush them. Either like strangle them with fines and regulation or scare them from ever existing in the first place. And I saw all this, like I lived through it. And what you ended up with was just a bunch of people making meme coins, because if it's a meme coin, it's not trying to do anything economically valuable. It's more like art or speech or a joke. And so that ended up becoming the crypto market, right? And Solana got all big at the time because they had all the meme coins there. And that's kind of like a dark phase in crypto's growth, I think. But recently, I feel like the climate has changed again, and people should feel comfortable about building valuable products. And you got to have a little courage to do so.
A couple of people in my chat are asking for your opinion on Hyperliquid, just on the subject of valuable products that generate real revenue, real apps.
Hyperliquid's awesome. I mean, it's still it's mostly a crypto thing for crypto people. I know they have markets that are not crypto markets, but it's still just it's still a financial platform. I would like to see crypto being used for non-financial applications. But yeah, Hyperliquid's great. I mean, I've definitely used it. It's killer app. I love it.
I know
go ahead, Z.
The regulatory environment has definitely changed a lot. Like, as you said, it's gotten much better for builders in crypto. It seems like it's like, I don't want to say late, but like a lot of the attention right now is on like AI and tech, and because of the bad regulatory environment, there weren't, I think, as many like builders focusing on crypto. Do you think there's going to be a shift of people going back into crypto and like looking to build in crypto more in the future now that it's like more like it's more supported?
I hope so, but probably not until the next like crypto wave goes up. Prices have pretty much sucked in almost every crypto asset for a while. And people tend to follow the price, right? So as soon as crypto markets get good again, you'll get a bunch of interest back into it, and that will then beget more crypto token appreciation. But you almost require just like the whims of the market to turn before attention comes back. And certainly AI has taken like so much attention and capital from the entire world, probably rightly so. I mean, it is truly a realm of magnificent new innovation. So it's good that it has so much attention, but I think it's hard for anything else to get much focus right now.
Yeah. And open source AI has gotten like a lot of attention recently. It seems like China's honestly more supportive of open source AI than the US has been. Do you have any opinions on that? And like right now, it seems like from my point of view, this may be wrong, but it seems like China has the advantage on like their energy capacity and then the amount of like open source models that they're supporting, and then the US kind of like has the advantage on chips, and then our closed source labs are better. I guess do you see that as like a risk to the market in the US? Like if China is able to put out really, really good open source models, do you think that it could impact how people are looking at the US? And like, I mean, what do you think that?
I think the hyper competition between both the closed source providers and the open source ones is just net good for normal people.
Right.
Like AI is advancing because of this intense competition. And if Chinese firms weren't involved and the open source models weren't existing, we would just have less innovation. There'd be less competitive pressure. So I think it's fantastic. Like people shouldn't look at this as like China versus US. People should look at this as like, how quickly does AI accelerate, and do you have access to use it? Like these Chinese models bring prices down for sure, which is good for the net person. So yeah, I see it as great that like that competition is really key. The dangerous thing is that the centralized companies in the US, the closed source frontier labs, have a very strong incentive to beg for regulation to close off open source.
That's what it
and I do
like,
not. Yeah, I mean, they absolutely have that incentive. They're obviously lobbying more or less successfully in that direction. The question is like, how far will they get? But yeah, of course, they're going to try. And you're going to hear all sorts of arguments about how open source AI is like dangerous. And it's all of the same shit that we heard like in Bitcoin's rise, where people people who want to control other people's behavior always appeal to matters of safety.
Yeah.
And they always use that in order to implement control over groups.
Unfortunately, it seems to be working for AI though, right? Like we talked right before you got on about the AI hate being forced and it just being like this general like consensus that people are farming that AI is evil and it's terrible and it's awful for X, Y, and Z reasons. My brain always leans more toward the cultural, social stuff. I want to get into your thoughts about that stuff because you guys are covering all the dense like tech stuff, but like how do you see the future of AI and man kind of coexisting? What does that relationship look like in your mind? Very curious on that.
So AI is like a new suite of incredibly powerful new tools that man can use. It is the phenomenon of its development is obviously inevitable. There's no way to stop it. Man will transition into a world in which it is using these tools more or less. There's no way to like turn it around. There's no way to put it back in the box. Like all the good and bad that will come of it, and there will be both good and bad, is going to happen. So on some level, you got to just be like, that's how the world is unfolding, and it cannot be stopped. And there's actually something like kind of peaceful and just accepting that.
We stress heavily on the show the importance of AI literacy, and that's kind of the whole thing. It doesn't really matter how you feel about it. It's inevitable. It's coming regardless. So the best course of action and the best position to take is to understand it as well as you can, I feel like.
Once you realize it's inevitable, then the next thing you should do as a self-interested person is be like, okay, well, how can it most benefit me? And it can benefit anyone that just pays attention to it. Like it turns anyone that pays attention into a god. It makes you super powerful if you just learn it, and it's so not hard to learn it. But it turns you into like a demigod, and that's what people should be doing. Not complaining about it, not trying to like restrict others, not trying to like tax it or destroy it or like cause all sorts of commotion. Just realize that there's this incredible new technology, and if you just bring it into your life and learn it, like you will be a more potent individual.
What do you think the solution is? Like obviously, AI hate forced, it's widespread. The hate that AI has kind of generally. Again, I think it's horrible if that's the case for the US and the effort and the race to AGI. And I feel like, the more, like you said, the more regulation, the more restriction, it's not in anybody here's best interest. Cause like you said, it's inevitable. We could stop tomorrow. The US could literally, ban AI and make it illegal to talk about or build with. And we pause what we're doing here and China would just go build it. Right. And like, that's definitely, a lot scarier of a scenario. Yeah. Right. So like, what's the solve? Obviously, the overwhelming hate that AI receives is counterintuitive.
So, I think the populace hate against AI has nothing to do with China versus the US or with closed source or open source. I think the normie American doesn't really care.
It's taking our jobs. That's what
they care about.
Yeah.
They care about, they're afraid that they're not going to be useful in the future, which is a very understandable fear. And then there's all sorts of totally bullshit fears like data centers sucking up all your water and nonsense like that. Being afraid that you won't have gainful employment in the future is a reasonable thing to worry about. Data centers being built near you is not a reasonable thing to think about. And so, but people have fears in both of these directions. If you're asking like, what is the solution for that fear? I don't know. I don't think it's going to go. I don't think it's going to go well. Like most people are going to stick their head in the sand and protest instead of make themselves better with this stuff. And I think there's going to be a stratification of society in which the people that learn these tools become increasingly powerful and wealthy, and the people that don't become increasingly dependent on the state. And because we live in a democracy, they will vote themselves treasure from other people. They will vote themselves property. And we're going to go through a period where the masses are simply trying to vote away the property of people that have more than them. And it's going to be a very like destructive social period. And I don't know what the solution to that is, but it's not good.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time on the show. That's why I think a big part of what we discuss is like trying to tell people the same thing that you're saying, because it's easy to kind of listen to the narrative that gets popularized in the media and like where you hear it from. You can kind of, I think, get the negative inputs. I know you spoke a little bit about how you're anti-government. What is your like personal political ideology? How did you get your personal political ideology? A little bit about that background. I'm curious how that.
Yeah, I mean, my entire political philosophy comes from the assumption that people own themselves. That you own your body, and I own my body, and you use that as a starting point.
Yep.
And no person has the right to like harm another person or to steal their stuff. And my entire conception of like what is correct in politics is based on those prior assumptions. I feel like that's a very reasonable position on which to base, but what it means is like if you carry it out logically, it means that you have to understand things like taxation to be abject theft. That like a group of your neighbors doesn't have a right to come over to you and take your money, even if they all put their hands up and say that they agree to do it.
Yeah.
Just like a mob in your neighborhood doesn't have the right to steal your property. If the mob's big enough and calls itself the federal government, it doesn't change the structure here. So, yeah, I mean, I'm in a tiny minority of people that think that way, unfortunately. Most people believe the government is super important and that the government should be used to control other people's behavior. So
you just use that to your advantage, right? If you're in the small minority, and I mean, it's inevitable. It's clearly, going to happen. We talked about this earlier before you even got on. Yeah, it's unlikely that somebody that fucking hates AI and wants to destroy AI is investing their time, resources, energy, money into AI, obviously. And that's where, the viewer at home, if you're in line with the way that we're thinking about this, can benefit.
Well, one really pernicious effect is that due to essentially SEC regulation, companies remain private for a very long time now. So all the big AI companies, other than Google, which was already public, are still private. They're about to go public, but like their first $1 trillion of gain was exclusively going to VCs, right?
It's nuts.
The average person on the street couldn't buy OpenAI a year or 2 or 3 ago. Why? Because of regulation, right? And that's a travesty.
It's fucked up. Yeah, we talk about that a lot too on the show.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
It's fucked up, right? And this is why crypto is much more virtuous in a way, because anyone can participate at any time, and it's really up to you to make your own judgments. And if a bunch of people make bad judgments and buy the bad things, like, too bad. That's on them. Yeah. That's called personal responsibility. Don't go buy a fucking picture of a frog thinking it's going to like change the world economically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever,
man, NFTs, fucking.
I know, right? Dev no NFTs. Do you ever think that like the two-party system as it exists in the US is going to change to be like more reflective of this way of thinking? Because it seems to me right now that there's people who are disgruntled with both parties as they exist. And it also seems at the same time that tech is becoming like a lot more important in how they shape like what the government does and how they decide to do things. Do you ever think there's going to be like a popular third party? I know Elon has talked about briefly like a possible third party. Do you think that could ever happen?
I mean, I'd like to see a second party.
Exactly.
Second party. Wow.
Exactly.
I see one party, like there's a big government party.
Right.
And there's the Democrat and the Republican shades of the big government party, but each of them just grows the government. Like Trump grew the government more than the last guy, and he grew the government more than Trump before him, who grew like every new administration just grows the government. They all want more regulation. They all have higher taxes on net. They all spend more money. The differences between them are a circus. They're a charade. And they keep the public pretending and debating over things while the whole government just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So show me a second party first, and then we'll talk about a third one.
That's a great take. Have you ever considered leaving? Well, I don't know. Are you in the U.S., right? Have you ever considered not being in the U.S.? Like,
ooh,
of course I have. Yeah, they'll still tax you. US still taxes you. So
not to break up the conversation, but Z, are you looking at the chats right now? Zcash, something just happened with Zcash. It's like falling off a cliff right now as we speak.
Hey, I warned them earlier, not even an hour ago.
Right before, right? That one's going to be a crazy clip. Yeah, it's down 25% today. What the fuck just happened?
bro. I told you, it's a lot of people de-risking at the same time.
Oh man.
Yeah, sorry to cut you up, but yeah,
Sorry.
what were we saying?
The chat was spamming.
Yeah, you're still gonna get taxed regardless of if you leave or if you don't leave. So you're kind of stuck in the same spot.
Yeah.
It do seem like I think what I've been seeing in some like some of my friend groups is like they're very focused on forming small groups of people that are like-minded in their own communities. So like even though the government has their like impact and can do what they do in their own like smaller groups at a local level, they kind of focus on bringing people together who have the same like-minded communities. And it seems like that's something that could happen. Like you could see these groups of people pop up on like the local level to kind of agree on how they should be operating and try not to be impacted by the government as much as possible.
Yeah, and there's a lot of realms where like you have a lot of agency in your own life. So certainly, like it's not okay to just blame the government and then assume that everything bad in your life is because of them. Most of the decisions in your life are your own, and you do have quite a bit of agency. So
right,
yeah, of course, like groups of people getting together and like helping each other become better in all sorts of ways, always good. That's how things should improve.
Yeah.
So everybody in the chat saying right now it's actually an Opus 4.8 exploit. Like Opus 4.8 found an exploit in Zcash, and that's what's happening. Like the chat is spamming it. Like it said this is happening in real time. Yeah, which we're talking about AI, so that's fucking. This is kind of crazy.
That would be a great rumor to spread if you're.
Everyone's like Banks is stressing right now because I'm fucking like trying.
That?
I don't know. Everyone in the chat's saying it. I got people texting me about it. I mean, I'm not positioned in Zcash. Everybody's like clowning me for fucking stressing out about it because Banks rushing to sell Zcash right now. But I don't know. It's just fucking. I guess Opus 4.8. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a crazy conversation around like quantum and AI and fucking crypto. I haven't found very many people who are, bullish for the reasons that you are in AI and crypto, because I feel like the two kind of conflict down the road at some point. People feel like. What are your thoughts around that? It's kind of in line with what we're talking about with this exploit being found. Like, at what point does AI just like fucking solve? Okay.
I think any particular crypto might be destroyed by AI for a number of reasons. But
what's the main one? What's the highest risk, you think? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the highest risk would be the more complex the coin, the higher the risk. So this is why Bitcoin has a lot going for it, because it's much simpler and much dumber. To use that phrase. It doesn't do all the things that these EVM chains do, which makes it a simpler machine, which makes it less vulnerable to this kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, technology will always disrupt and eat itself. I think what matters to humanity is like not any particular coin, but the question of whether government money that can be debased and is forever and can be printed without stop will over time continue to reign, or whether like actual hard digital money that machines can use and use freely and openly is going to win. And to me, obviously the latter. Obviously the latter. So yeah, cryptocurrency generally very bullish on. Any particular cryptocurrency is, I think, who knows.
Yeah, and you spoke a little bit about how agents and machines are going to transact. Like, how do you think about optimizing Venice, not just for humans and people using the chat interface, but how do you think about optimizing it for agents? And like, what do you think the role of agents are going to play like in the future in crypto?
That's yeah. So we've been doing that. So the normal app is for humans, but we have an API which is primarily for agents. So like our API docs page has text in it that is not meant for humans to see. But if you give the URL to an agent, like your OpenClaw or Hermes agent or something, and you give it the URL, it will read instructions that are meant for that agent to learn about all the resources in Venice and how to use it. Wow. So that's I think that's a somewhat, it's becoming a common pattern. But I think most of our customers in a year or two or three may be agents. I think there will be more agents than humans in the not too distant future. So yeah, Venice is trying to make itself attractive to them. And so we have a full API where basically an agent can access like any kind of AI resource that it would want. So yeah, that's a big deal.
That's really interesting. That's really cool. It seems like I know we had like the breakout with like the smartphone and the breakout with the laptop and the computer. And it seems like now we're kind of in a spot where since agents are getting smart or smarter than us and how they do things, we're going to need to optimize and build like devices and tools for them. Like what does a laptop look like, or what does a machine look like when you're building that machine for another machine to use?
I don't know. You got to ask Jensen Huang probably for that one.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Actually, probably it's agents and machines that'll design things for each other. Like the human ability to design optimally for machines is probably in its twilight moments.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is really cool.
Yeah, like what do cars look like in the future, right? Like when they're just self-piloted. Obviously, a car's perfectly designed for a human being to pilot it, but are they just little pods that are like, everyone's facing each other? You can take a nap in it. You fucking
I'd like one with just like a big hot tub in it, and you just roam around the street,
just chilling, bro.
Why doesn't that exist yet? That's what I'm waiting.
Didn't Soul Jakey do that? Didn't he fill up a flatbed of a truck and
he did do some
drive around Hollywood in a hot tub? I think
it's actually kind of physically very difficult because obviously as soon as you stop at the
that's a physics problem. That's a hard problem to solve.
It's a physics problem, but I'm sure the machines can solve it.
ChatGPT will tell you it's a great idea though when you invest your entire life and all your effort into that because it's the next Apple. That's funny.
Is there anything like right now that you're most excited about with Venice, like from a product perspective, what you guys are focused on building next?
It's not really public yet, but we're working on this concept called mines, and it's essentially the idea that like if you are a power user and you know how to put modules of AI systems together in certain ways, you can actually end up getting results that are better than any given model itself. So we're building a way for our users to assemble these things into what are called mines. You can think of them like agents. You can think of them like characters that are more advanced. But it's been something we've been working on in the background, and it's getting closer and closer to something we can release. But I'm very excited about it because it creates this sort of emergent properties of AI resources. And it's one of those things that like all the labs are focused on their models and beating each other's score on the model. But if you actually just combine these things in creative, interesting ways, you get stuff that no model can do on its own. So I know that's a bit of a vague answer, but that's something I'm excited about.
That's alpha though. That's sick.
We have an agentic chat in Venice now, which is sort of the first primordial version of this. And so when you ask it a question, it's doing all sorts of things in the background that a normal model wouldn't do. And it's been cool to just be building this stuff and to learn a new industry. And these tools are like killer. If no new models came out for 5 years, like the advances in AI would still continue apace because people have not realized how much they can do even with the stuff created 2 years ago.
That's really, really cool. That's dope. We've talked a lot about your like past building in crypto, experiences in crypto. If you were giving any advice to yourself like 10 years ago, what would you say to like your past self, or what would you say with somebody who is like just getting started in their career, they're just getting started in their field, like any tips or advice that you would give them starting out, like what they should focus on or avoid doing? Like now or 10 years ago? Now? Well, right now, but like 10 years, like 10 years ago for you, but now at this point in time.
I think I would point out that the world is actually changing extremely fast now. We're on this like accelerating curve that human minds are not used to understanding. And the best thing you can be doing is like teaching yourself mastery of AI systems, and to spend as much of your time as you can learning that stuff.
Retweet, baby.
Make yourself powerful with these tools, or you'll be a member of the permanent underclass. And that's the story we say it. And then don't save your wealth in forms of government money. Like Bitcoin, the promise of Bitcoin is the same today as it was 10, 15 years ago. It is a better foundation on which to build your economic life and future than fiat or 401ks or any other such nonsense that government tries to put on people. So yeah, take responsibility for yourself, learn these things. It's no one else's job to teach it to you. You got to just seize it yourself and take responsibility for you.
Wow. I mean, for that, we fucking say it every episode, Z.
I know he said a lot more eloquently than us.
Quite literally couldn't have said it better. Yeah. Well, Erik, we have another guest coming on here in a minute. Yeah, really fucking appreciate you coming on and spitting game. You're fucking awesome. Your product's awesome. We appreciate you. And is there anything else you guys want to talk about, or Erik, anything you want to?
Sal is actually shooting. Sal used to work with you at Shapeshift. He's asking us to shoot you a question really quick. He said at Venice. He said, hey, what's up? So at Venice, is Venice in person or remote? And do you have a strong view on that? Like, especially as agents are going to do a lot more work at the company and work better with context and access to all the files and conversations. And then he asked, are you in Colorado or SF?
Right now I'm in Colorado. I'll be in SF tomorrow. Venice is distributed, so we have people kind of all over. We have people in Australia and Europe and West Coast of the US. So yeah, I mean, we try to get together once in a while in person because that's always nice. But yeah, we're generally distributed. Of course, like files and documents are digital, so like they can all be in one place regardless, and agents can work on them. We have agents like building the company, which is cool to see. Very, very sci-fi. Like our job at this point is figuring out how to make the robots build the robotic machine itself. And anyone who has seen how fast Venice ships, like it's not because we have 1 million people doing all this work. Like we have robots doing a lot of it.
That's awesome. Yeah, Sal's basically forced everybody at the company to be AI literate, by the way. We have everybody knows how to use Claude Code. There's people that can, previously were just like product people and now can ship code as well. Like we're also at the same thing at Bullpen, very focused on that. And
this show too, I mean, we're only 5 episodes in, and I really need to ask you this just for myself. Like we already, I mean, what would you say, what % of the show is really produced by AI, Z? Which is how we prepare it and stuff.
We're like in lockstep. Like we come up with our ideas, we feed it, and then we iterate on it. Like it's definitely a big.
It's getting closer to a 50-50 effort. I feel like and the dream and how we imagine it is to eventually one day like be able to get closer to 100%. We have thoughts and ideas around. Are you familiar with Joe Rogan? Obviously, in his show.
Yeah.
You know Jamie? Do you know who that is? He sits off screen. He's like a producer on the show. He helps with the integrity of the show. And occasionally he'll come in and you'll hear his voice. You don't ever see him, but he'll bring things up on the screen. He'll cite information. He'll go like pull data in real time for the conversation that they're having. And we have thoughts and ideas on like a co-host, like an AI co-host who real time is like fact checking shit that we're saying or pulling data. You can hear them. You can see them.
It'll be normal in 2 years. So
agree. Yeah, I mean,
that means you gotta move fast, bro.
You should help us build it, Erik. You should help us build it because we're all in the same way that you're all in. We see it the same exact way.
Our APIs are available. Yeah, plug your agents into the Venice APIs, and we'll give you all the inference you want.
Cool.
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Let's do
awesome.
It. Cool.
All right, Erik.
Well, thank you guys. It's been a good chat.
Thank you so much, bro.
We appreciate you.
Thank
This was great. Thank you, bro.
Seriously. Thanks, brother.
All right.
Have a good one.
Wow, that was awesome.
Bro, he's the OG of OGs.
He's epic.
He's fucking
epic.
lit, bro. Fire.
It was really cool to hear him talk about like, what's your advice to people? It's exactly in line with like what we're setting out to build with the show, like why the show exists, the purpose of the show, which I'm really proud to be able to say. And it's just like, it's cool.
Sounds like we're hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah.
He's a super successful dude. He's cool.
Dude, 125,000 Bitcoin.
Bro, and he had to fucking pay the government most of it.
No, you could hear and see the pain.
Oh my God.
Honestly, my bad, by the way. I was like, fuck, why did I bring that up? Like I brought it up so early. Bro, and he was like, man, that was fucking one of the worst things that ever happened in my life, basically. Like is what the vibe was. It's like, fuck.
Bro, like in 2011, he sold his company for 125,000 Bitcoin. He had to
Not
pay,
$125,000, $125,000 Bitcoin, which today is worth how much, Z? Even when it's,
let's do the fucking, can I do the fucking
$60,000.
math? Million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, like $10 billion?
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah, that's fun. See, bro, but and then
Holy
back then he had to pay a $50,000 fine and some other random shit, and he basically had to spend all the Bitcoin on paying this fine. That's why he was like, bro, dollars are literally going to zero. He's literally seen it happen in real time. That's so
For money
up.
eventually returns to its intrinsic value, right?
That's
Zero. That's
so
the whole
fucked up,
that's
bro.
the whole idea.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, eight B's.
Yes.
$8 billion today. 125,000 Bitcoin.
Yeah, bro,
Oh
see,
my
like,
God.
see, I even did the math. I was like, Tim, yeah, fuck.
He touched that bag, bro. He had that in his hand. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, I would be.
Holy
I would
fuck.
be
Is Mike here, by the way?
Yeah.
Mike's physically here?
Mike,
Bring his ass in. Bring his ass in. Where's he at?
Mike,
Big Mike, the only guy on fucking planet Earth who's older than me.
Big Mike.
Wow.
Bro got a collared shirt on.
Oh, I'm touching buttons and shit. I'm fucking around. I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. Production's going to kill me. Did I blow it, guys? They said, yeah, I did. Fuck. You're good. Dude, you look great.
Yeah, I like
put a
the
collared
fit,
shirt on for
bro.
this?
I like the fit.
Erik Voorhees, how are you?
Can I ask you guys a quick question? Ansem,
What's up?
I'm going to direct this one to you to start.
Yeah.
When you look at my face, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you see a clown? Like, do I look like a fucking clown to you guys? I have been here since 12:45.
Oh, have you?
That's time.
That's time.
It's 3:40.
I didn't know that.
I have interviewed the President of the United States. I have been on every podcast under the sun. 3 hours. How? I'm looking on the screen. You got Jason Voorhees on the fucking screen. I'm searching around for something.
This one, I'm going to go ahead and
scissors.
I'm going to go ahead and
just say
I
that's not
want
my
to
fault.
kill you.
I would just say
Top of
that's
the
not my
chat.
fault. That's not my fault.
No, it's definitely not Ansem. Brother, it's not my fault either.
Don't
It
ask
never
me,
is, by
bro.
the way.
It's not my fault.
Brain banks, brother. By the way, I just want to say this. I'm sorry that you had to wait 3 hours.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I apologize. I apologize for that.
Honestly, you're probably the reason I came for Banks, but I stayed for you. And I'll
you,
say
bro.
why.
I
I didn't want to
appreciate
be accused of being fucking
I
racist.
actually can't believe
and left the show.
20 seconds into the show, you're hate farming me.
I'm not-
This is actually absurd.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll be pissed if I was sitting there for 3 hours. I'll be pissed. I'll be pissed.
Okay,
I'll be
well,
pissed.
But hold on, can we pause? Stop screaming, please.
Yeah,
Listen,
okay.
shh. Everybody relax, reset. Is it my fault personally? Tav.
No,
Why
it's
the-
not.
thank you.
It's not your
Thank
fault,
you.
Banks. And the last thing
And
I
how
want to
dare
do.
you? No, how dare you come on my fucking show and hate farm me out the gate? Just jumping on the bandwagon.
I'm sorry that happened to you,
Dogpile.
brother. I am.
Classic
We
Mike.
did get
I
a
am.
credit card from someone on the production team. I was brought to lunch, which was very nice. I had a nice salad for lunch. It was delicious. But, they said, hey, the first guest hasn't been on yet. You're going to have to wait in the green room. It's no fucking green room. A green room. It's a fucking
We're outside right now.
it's
We're
a
in my backyard.
smelly 360 no-scope couch with fucking World War II, Modern Warfare 2 nut all over it, dude.
That's fucked up.
I really am genuinely sorry that you had to wait.
I don't give a fuck.
I apologize.
If
We
you got-
appreciate you though. We appreciate you coming on.
I
bro.
was just watching the show, and the other one. Congrats, guys, on launching the show.
Thank you,
Welcome to MarketBubble.
Thank you.
I have seen the clips. It looks like you guys are having a lot of fun here. You're talking about important shit.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to be here and happy to support however I can.
Yeah, you got to see this in our early days. Actually, you're part of like one of the early dry runs before we even launched. How do you think it's, or have you seen like how has it evolved from like then to now? Do you think we've gotten better with the content, or like what do you think?
I mean, I've seen clips. I just know that no matter what I've seen or haven't seen, that people in this space just get better and better. I mean, I'm sure you guys will be significantly improved beings in episode 10 compared to episode 1 or episode 2. I mean, I know looking back on my early episodes of Impulsive, like obviously there's been huge upgrades made since then. So I'm sure it'll be nothing. I do have to say, this was sent to me. I have to read this.
Please do.
Let me see this. Please say this as you sit down. The views and opinions expressed by Mike Majlak and any affiliated companies, brands, subsidiaries, employees, or representatives are solely personal opinions or provide for informational and entertainment purposes only. Nothing discussed on this program constitutes financial, investment, legal, tax, or other professional advice, nor should it be construed as a recommendation to buy, sell, or hold any security, asset, or investment. Viewers should conduct their own independent research and consult with qualified professional advisors before making any financial decisions. Any actions taken based on information presenting are done solely at the viewer's own risk.
We get it.
Damn, bro. Can you send me that? Can you send me that text?
I'll pop it over to you. It seems a little boilerplate, but I'll send it over to you. Yeah.
Did AI, is that off? It's ChatGPT.
No, it's from my lawyers. No, it's not.
On God, it's ChatGPT.
It's my lawyer sent that to me.
On God,
my lawyers use ChatGPT.
On everything I love, it's ChatGPT.
Listen, I'm not trying to have to get back on the phone with Massionica. Okay, I don't have to explain that one.
Facts.
So, anyways, what are we talking about today?
I want to keep it more content focused because obviously the show is unlike any other live show that I've ever seen, and it's really like the goal of this show is to build a platform and curate a niche audience of like young men who are looking to position themselves favorably for the next 5 to 10 years. Obviously, as we've seen, in our heyday, a lot has changed in terms of like not only markets, not only tech, but like attention and the way content is distributed, media. And it's debatably like the most important piece of this like three-pronged, three-pillared thing that we're building. And it's money. We express the importance, obviously, of financial literacy, AI literacy, but then like understanding attention economy and all that. And we don't really get to talk a ton about that because we haven't had guests on like yourself. We're more focused at the moment interviewing like founders like Erik Voorhees, and we talk about like a lot more like dense tech stuff. But with you, I wanted to just talk about like, content, how it's changing, how you see it changing, AI, how it all plays in together. I figured a conversation between you and Ansem would be good. Like he said, me and you, or you came on for a dry run and you were like a mock really impromptu guest. And it helped us a lot.
Yep.
And me and your dynamic's always been great. We fucking live together. You're my brother. I'm always like happy to fucking talk to you. We talk a lot personally. And I don't know. It seemed fitting that you were like the first, hardcore media guest. So yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, Ansem, obviously he's getting like 5,000 followers a day on Twitter right now. Like he's a market guy, and it's likely that a lot of people that are watching his stream right now don't know a ton about you. So do you want to just introduce yourself maybe to them?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's wild to me to imagine that silos like that exist on the internet, and it's still to this day after I've been on the internet for close to 11 years now, I think. So, I mean, for anybody watching, Mike Majlak, Big Mike, I'm on the Impulsive podcast with Logan Paul. We were kind of one of the trailblazers for the podcast space as it pertains to video podcasts. We started the show in November of 2018. We've had every guest under the sun, from presidents to athletes, actors, celebrities. I have a YouTube channel of my own that's got 2.75 million subs that I post on pretty regularly. I'm also a self-proclaimed cheeseburger expert. I've got burger chains opening. I just opened in Dubai. We'll open here in Los Angeles in the next month, and then we'll continue on domestically from there. And I guess more than anything, just a part of this scene and this circuit, and I think that's really like my main claim is the network that I curate. And a lot of that stuff is, I would say stuff that Ansem's actually pretty, well versed on, especially for his age. I remember I met Ansem for the first time in Singapore. We were at a crypto event. I was commentating for a company called Karate Combat in Singapore, and I met Ansem. I said, "Who the fuck is that giant black man walking through the mall?" Found out later it was just the pirate from the Backrooms.
That's insane.
I haven't seen it.
That was crazy.
It's a revelation.
I saw it 2 days ago.
But I met him there, and it seems like Ansem's pretty tapped in on the circuit stuff. Oh, and yes, someone in the chat said Lana Rhoades' ex-boyfriend, which is also correct. That was definitely another part of the storyline. But it seems to be some conglomerate of all of those things, and happy to talk about content, but also happy to talk about business and my personal investments and anything like that. If that's what you guys want to dive into, open to whatever. Nothing's off limits.
Cool. You want to talk about that's another thing that I thought you could kind of meet in the middle on this show and relate back to.
Yep.
You mentioned the burger, the restaurant. The
burgers look sick, by the way.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I rated burgers for for years on my YouTube channel for my little section of the internet to watch every week, and you've done ratings with me. I think we did Wendy's, we did some.
We did the Krabby Patty.
Yeah. We did a bunch of random spots, but I went all over the world. I went to I rated burgers in Singapore. I mean, I've been pretty much everywhere. I've rated in Finland and Stad, Switzerland, any kind of like pocket of the world. I've rated burgers in. And a few years ago, I created my own, what I believe to be 10 out of 10 burger. Maybe it's subjectively a 9.3. You got to try it, but it is a very, very good product. And over the past year or so, have been just trying to figure out how to open stores. There's a lot of money that goes into it. There's a lot of development, a lot of standard operating procedures, and background that happens on the business side to bring a fast casual store to fruition. And so now we've finally been through that process. We opened in Dubai. We've been absolutely crushing in Dubai.
Nice.
Now we're going to open in LA and start doing burgers, chicken sandwiches, so on and so forth in LA in the next month. And so that's one aspect of the back end of business. But obviously, being partners with Logan and just working with the team that I work with, I get looks at a lot of really incredible business opportunities, and some of them are actually AI based as well.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that? Because we were on the phone yesterday, and what did I brought up to you? We were talking about some other stuff, just some media content stuff.
Yeah,
and you brought up who are they and what do they do?
Rebel Audio. So it's a company called Rebel Audio. It's an AI solution for podcast post-production. So for anybody out there watching this who has a podcast, who has any kind of like long form content that they put out, you understand the amount of work that goes into post-production. All the people behind the scenes right here understand what I'm talking about. And so basically what you're able to do with Rebel Audio is you're able to upload a video podcast or a long form podcast. It then goes and translates this to every language, subtitles it, titles the video for YouTube. We have a native relationship with Apple and Spotify for video uploading, which really no one else has. It auto clips the episodes for social posting. It writes descriptions. It distributes across all platforms. It gives you analytics and demographic feedback. It's an incredible AI-powered solution to podcasts and long-form post-production, heavily funded. And so that's
the funding look like?
Trying to think of where we're at right now. I think we're closing like 15 at. I got to get the exact numbers. We have
AI company, media, AI company.
Yeah, I should be careful when I say heavily funded on a show where you interview people who have hundreds of millions of dollars funded. It's well funded, but
so AI media company that's aiming to kind of automate the process, clipping, streaming, all of it.
Exactly.
That sounds really smart.
I would imagine there are probably fucking 100 other companies and products being developed similar with a similar effort. What makes Rebel different? And this is as deep as we've gotten into it. You briefly brought it up yesterday on the phone, and I was like, let's talk about it on the show.
Yep. Yeah. Creator led. So obviously, anytime you have a product like that, it's nice to have someone that knows what's happening with the product or could actually use the product being a part of the company. Also, the founders of the company, this guy Jared. Jingle Jared had a major exit in another product that he's worked with in the past. And so great relationships on the business side, and just a really good product. I think it'll be cool to actually show you how it works and be able to dig into it a little bit.
You have it with you right now? Or like later on?
It's in beta.
So, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk. We're more than happy to talk about it. We're down to look at it. I mean, we have visions and aspirations to make this show 100% produced AI.
Is there any chance you guys just become AI?
Maybe.
No.
You could like
never say never, man. Never say never. I'm ready for the chip. I'm over it. Fucking upload me into the cloud tomorrow.
I do want the Neuralink though. I want the shit where I can just like be scrolling Twitter at like any point without having to pull up my phone, and I can just like look at the timeline and shit. I do want that. You know how much I would tweet if I could tweet without looking at my phone? But I would tweet 1,000 times a day.
2 minutes. Yeah, you already do.
If Elon gave you the option to Neuralink right now, right? Like he or even paid you or something like that, made it very attractive.
I would pay. Fuck getting paid. I would pay to do it.
Easily, bro. Because if I could like use the Neuralink and look at charts and look at Twitter all the time without having to pull up my phone or my laptop, bro, I literally would be trading and doing that shit 24/7.
Do you have any like worries about potential outcomes of putting a chip into your brain?
Yeah, but I feel like well, that like we're going in that direction.
I mean, guys, it's we're one step removed anyways. Yeah, like this is one step removed from the chip in your brain. Like it's already in your fucking brain. This thing already dictates and runs everyone's lives. And it's
Agreed.
Like, I don't know. It's
Which is kind of messed up because as someone who, financially at least their life was saved by this thing, or at least made dramatically better by it.
Yeah.
I really, really despise this thing. And I think other than a few things that we have in the world, it's probably the most helpful / dangerous invention that we have ever had on the planet.
Yeah.
It's just a all-consuming box with a bunch of corporations who are vying for your every second of attention.
Yep.
As the last frontier of ownership in the world. Banks is on a podcast right now. He can't even put his phone down right now.
No,
I waited 4 hours to be here. It's fine.
Malcolm's like, ask Mike about this.
I saw that. I would like to talk about that, but it's actually really scary when you think about it. We have given our life, our time, our energy, our attention to this box.
Yep.
A box that gets in the way of our time with our family, our mother at a birthday party. You find yourself scrolling on Twitter, finding out what's going on with X, Y, and Z.
KS and what?
KSI.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
It was a fucking horrible joke.
It's fine, but what I'm getting at is, I would love to push the people watching this to, and as counter as this is to my business model and to the attention economy that I very much play in, to put this thing down as much as humanly possible. And I know you've started to do a really good job of it this year. Your mornings are very phone free, and I'm envious of that. But Neuralink to your point seems like another step in the direction away from any kind of detachment from this technological integration that we've seen over the past several years.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. I do value my mornings, and I wake up every day at 8:30 in the morning. I don't touch my phone for the first 30 minutes. I go outside, I breathe, and then I fucking walk a mile home. That's my day. And I only check my phone after I've spent 30 minutes off of it. And I hear what you're saying. I mean, yeah, the internet, we were just talking to Erik about good things are going to come with AI, bad things are going to come with AI. Obviously, good things have come with the internet, bad things are coming with the internet. It's just, again, we're of the opinion that it's inevitable. So in my mind, if I can get the chip now and be ahead of the curve and take advantage of that, I become quite literally a superhuman before everybody else. There's obviously a massive opportunity there.
With the chip, bro. I'm telling you.
You'd be curing cancer and shit. Yeah, you'd be going nuts.
I do agree. It's super addictive, though. It's it's super addictive to be cognizant of whether you're being a consumer, just purely a consumer, or also a producer. And I think you've done a really great job of turning the attention that you've garnered by being online and people being on the internet 24/7 into investments in great companies, into your own business, into all these other opportunities and things. And for me, it's I'm on Twitter because that's where I get a lot of my information. That's where I learn how to trade. That's where I learn about markets. I'm on TradingView 24/7 because that's why I'm looking at charts and all that shit. So I definitely think that you have to be able to be aware of if you are using your time online wisely, and you definitely should have time away from it. But it's definitely something you can't avoid. You can't be not on the internet. This is just not a thing.
I think the question at the end of the day comes down to, are you using your phone or is your phone using you? Yeah. Right. So no matter, and by the way, it's either both or one, right? Because your phone's always going to be using you. It's always going to be scraping data. It's always going to be learning about you. It's always going to be paying corporations. But are you using your phone in a way that benefits your life? Right. And it's a really, to me, as the elder statesman of all of this at 41 years old, it's a bit sad to see the way that a lot of things have gone. There's a lot of young men watching this program right now who have been bred and have matured in a time of just utmost competition. They get online every day, and if they're in a downswing in their life, if they're having some trouble in their life, if they're dealing with an addiction or a breakup or a bad part of their job journey, they're dealing with a level of competition that we've never seen before in our lifetimes. And if you aren't a very mentally strong individual at a young age right now, that can infect you. That can really affect your mindset. And that sucks, dude, because there's a lot of really good, strong men out there who are being battered down by this online competition. They're seeing Aiden Ross, purchase a $40 million house by clipping his toenails and chewing on them on stream. and Lacey's farting into a microphone and getting paid endless amounts. And they see this stuff, and it's very discouraging. Hopefully it's inspirational to the right people, to the people who say, okay, this is what's possible. But it's certainly created an environment of ultra competitiveness that breeds a lot of hatred too.
It's very Black Mirror-esque.
Yes,
we bring that up a lot on the show, and like you said, it does breed hatred and toxicity, and it is very hyper competitive, and it's I don't know, just the way that like content is distributed and information is shared, and it's like from streaming to clipping to like the way that it's just like you see people farming each other in real time, and like that's what the human to human relationship looks like today, more so than ever before. Whereas like before the internet existed, before clout existed, before being able to post a tweet and make thousands of dollars existed, it was human to your relationship with other humans was just your relationship with the other human. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there wasn't a fucking giant audience of an infinite number of people to chime in on that or engage with it or disengage with it or whatever. It's fucking weird, bro.
Well, you used to be able to reach your audience.
People
right?
hate me and you for being old.
Listen,
like that's just a good example of it. I feel like, and it's like an easy thing to farm and to poke at, and like we joke about it too. And I know it doesn't bother you.
There was a time when it did. I think I've made a shift over the past several months to really understand that the attention economy is not dependent on positive or negative sentiment. Okay. And so
it actually typically leans negative.
If you can be and this is what's fucked up about it, is that the internet and the current internet audience and intake rewards negativity.
Yeah.
They love crazy and they love negative. So if you're out there in a world where, we've shied away from using the N-word against our brothers. You know what I'm saying? Well, guess what?
Some of us.
The internet has decided that it's a good time to bring it back. Okay. And I personally don't agree with that. Okay. And so I suffer in a lot of ways because I don't try to out crazy my competitors.
Right.
I believe that I've
this environment is quite literally giving birth to people like Chud the Builder.
I was going to say, what's the guy's name? Chud?
Yeah, Chud the Builder. So he just fucking shot somebody. It's like
so I skipped the Chud the Builder reaction. I obviously what do you say about something like that? I think what happens with things like this too, and this is another issue, is you have the internet reaction, which is a very closeted keyboard behind the keyboard reaction from the type of people who comment on everything versus the reaction of people in everyday life. You go out to a supermarket and 99% of the people at the supermarket see Chud the Builder. They're like, yo, get this guy out of here.
Yep.
He's gonna leave.
100%. Yeah.
You go on the internet and you find a group of very introverted, 4chan, siloed people that rely on likes and comments to bolster their very sad, low self-esteem lifestyle.
Yeah, that's true.
And these are the people that are making negative comments on YouTube videos, podcasts, Twitch streams, whatever. These people aren't making negative comments because they dislike us. They dislike themselves.
Yep.
That is the easiest way to put it. Okay. Do you know how many people there are in this world?
I don't think it's always that deep, though, to be honest. I think like what you said, like there's definitely an archetype of human who that 100% applies to. And that's like really dark and very, very sad. And I see you engage with people like that when you've identified them to be like that. But I think it's even like, I don't know if it's better or worse, but I think there's an overwhelming number of people who are quite literally just trying to play the game. Who are farming. Who actually don't care. They're not invested in one way or another.
But let me ask you this question, because I agree.
Go ahead.
But what is the outcome of the game if they're not making money? If not to just satisfy a self-esteem issue that they do you know what I'm saying?
It's dopamine. It's the drug. It's the drug of it at the end of the day. Right. As somebody in the chat called us two former cokeheads. They didn't call us two former cokeheads. Crackheads. It's a drug. I started YouTube early enough to not even know that you could make money on it.
Yeah.
But whether I knew it was happening or not, the comments, the likes, the engagement, something happens in your brain. And as a kid at that time of my life, I was very lost. I had no idea what I was going to do in the future, whatever. This is, a pocket I found myself in where I was getting, praised in positive engagement, positive feedback, any sort of feedback. And it made me feel connected to people, which is what we all yearn for at the end of the day. And I feel like whether you're getting paid or not, you know, a kid, you know, who maybe doesn't have a fucking life outside of, you know, the Twitter column that they're in all day, they get, you know, 500 likes on a tweet and like they feel good about themselves.
People like me.
Yeah, they feel like they're a part of something.
Yeah, 100%.
And obviously humans historically, way before the fucking internet, yearn for that and are have always been desperate for that and have always needed that.
But I feel like that transition, the sad part about the transition is we went from a place where, like you said, you were making YouTube videos before you knew you'd make money. I started making YouTube videos before I knew there was any money in it personally as well. We did it because we thought it was funny. We thought it was creative.
Yeah.
We thought it was cool. And there was a creative aspect to it, no matter how feeble that creativity was at the time, right? And it was just trick shotting or this thing or that thing. And to us, we loved it. It was now people go into it because they know that they can hate farm. They can draw attention through political divide as a way to make money. And that's, I think it's become a really,
by the way, this is why I do. It's harder than ever to break through that, but not to bring them up, but this is actually a positive thing I'm about to say. The core boys, what they did, what we did with FaZe, I think kind of broke to like all new levels of like success in the streaming sphere because all that stuff was kind of ignored. These guys, like, I will give them all their credit and their flowers in regards to their amazing streamers. There's a reason why I wanted to work with them in the first place, right? They kind of ignore all that to you know, as much as humanly possible. They stick to themselves. They're in a fucking, you know, closed environment with themselves and they're all friends. They love each other and they just run around and they act goofy, like you said, farting in the mic, whatever, but they're having fun.
100%.
And it's a positive environment and it's a nice space to be a part of. It's not just kids fucking farming drama and fucking hate constantly. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, what's the fix? What's the solve? Is it getting better or is it going to get worse? Like, what do you think?
I mean, I don't know that it. How does it really get worse? I mean, I guess it could always get worse. And I do want to say, you know, I talk about Lacey farting on the mic. I love those guys. We've had, you know, Lacey and Ron on the show. You know, all those guys are great. And I think what they've learned is that this internet thing that we do is not all that dissimilar from, and this is the one way where it really changed from where we started, is not all that dissimilar from a WWE. Okay.
Yeah.
Some of us are the baby faces, the good guys. Some of us are the heels. Okay. There's no point of trying to change the audience's mind because they don't want to change their mind.
Right. They also don't care.
They dislike Banks. Banks is X, Y, and Z. Some of them. Yeah. Banks is X, Y, and Z.
No, I mean, if you look at Twitter today and in certain communities, it definitely feels like all of them. I'm the villain of this. Like,
and guess what? Guess what? You'll go on a show. You'll go on someone else's show, Aiden's or Impulsive or whatever.
No, of course.
And in the comments, it'll be W Banks. Banks. One of the originators. What I'm getting at is this. I think that the new age creator, the core boys, are starting in the place it took us a little while to get to, which is we don't care if you like us or don't like us, as long as you're talking.
Which that's fire.
As long as that chat is lighting up, fuck Mike, Logan Paul's bitch, Lana Rhodes, X, Cuck, 41, loser, brokey, big nose, 3.75, dick eater, ass muncher, crack.
3.75. That's how big your dick is?
Whatever. As long as that chat's lighting up,
it doesn't matter.
That's the game. All you should hear out of that is cha-ching, cha-ching,
all
cha-ching,
I heard
cha-ching.
out of what you just said is 3.75. What does that mean? Look.
What'd you say?
Why are you hung up on that part?
Because he just told us his dick was 3.75 inches. I think it was like a Freudian slip. I don't think you meant to say that, but you're just like,
no, I did. It's what Clav rated me on his looks.
Okay. I thought you were talking about how big your dick was.
No. Okay. That would be 2.75.
Wait, so I have a question. Yeah. You've been working like in content, doing content, like in the attention economy before people even like called it and what a quote unquote attention economy. I personally I've never was like thought to be a creator like in content. I kind of was just trading and tweeting, and then my account blew up, and I was like, now people want to hear what I have to say about shit. I'm curious, like how you thought about like doing good content, how you like went about being successful in that, and what worked, what didn't work. Like, I guess I'm curious what that profession looks like, how you optimize for being the best at getting attention and doing that.
I don't even think that I have optimized.
You don't even do
to be honest,
yourself, really.
Dude, I swear to you, I swear to you, if you put me up against, I really mean this, and I say this to people all the time. I don't consider myself to be a content creator. Right. I consider myself to be a guy who is walking through this life, and every once in a while a camera turns on. If you ever talk to any person that you on the internet, in real life, whatever, that says that, oh, I've met Mike in real life, it is a 100% one-to-one match from the content you see to me in real life. I'm going to spend as much time with you as on the street as I'm spending with them on camera today. I'm going to talk your head off to a point where you want me to leave, even if you're a fan. Okay? And you're going to say, wow, he's actually a fucking humble, nice person that took the time out of his day to meet me. Because I am so fucking blessed. So fucking blessed to be here, to even be alive.
Amen, brother.
To even be alive, bro.
Seriously.
That I never, dude, everything that I'm like, dude, I wear clothes that are given to me by brands. I live in an apartment. I own no jewelry. Flex, I don't have any. I just mean, no, I don't, I'm trying to opposite that.
I'm just kidding.
But there's no like, dude, I just feel like just a guy who was given a really good opportunity and has made the most of it. I've worked really, really hard. I travel 150, 170 flights a year.
I have to say, I have to cut you off, because as somebody who lived with you, somebody who considers you way more of a friend than a colleague or somebody before that all day, my fucking family, I consider you family. We lived together for a year. I can speak to the fact that your mind isn't in like optimizing the machine. Like that is it actually I used to get so fucking triggered because this kid's making fucking, he's
just good at it, bro.
He's making 6 figures a month and editing his own YouTube videos.
He's a likable guy, bro.
Sitting there and using the fucking mouse trackpad, cutting shit, and it take this motherfucker 6 hours. Like, don't leave me alone. I'm editing a video,
That's
brother.
Fucking sick,
Go
though.
fucking pay somebody $200 to edit it, you psychopath.
I still do.
The fact that you still do is insane.
fire.
I give like an hour like an hour and a half of footage to an edit. Oh, go ahead.
No. I was just to close off that point. Like, but you do. I will say you do work incredibly hard. Maybe not working smarter always in regards to the content stuff, but you do work incredibly hard in respect to just you being all in. And everything you're saying right now isn't just for the camera. Like, being grateful for this is what me and you talk about and connect with 100% of the time. And this is what I feel most grateful for. This is what holds it together for me every day. I wake up and I'm genuinely just grateful to be alive. And even when I think about the worst parts of this, like, it's no secret, I'm at an all-time low in terms of like general sentiment. I get fucking hate farmed to death just off the basis that FaZe didn't work out, right? And like, it just is what it is. And anytime I get in my head about it or read a fucking mean comment, I've been at this fucking 15 years now. It's not as hard for me anymore to just like, take a step back and go, there's fucking people who have to work 3, jobs at minimum wage, and they work their entire lives away. And I wake up every day and my job is to be me. And my job is to get to work on what I want to work on. And this show being a prime example of it. Like, this wasn't the smartest thing for me to go and do. I joked earlier in like my pre-show, like, guys, if I wanted to fucking attract 50,000 viewers, I'd be in Miami right now at Clab's fucking nightclub spitting on fucking OnlyFans girls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not TJR. That's a bad example. He's
with you, honestly.
Yeah. I haven't been there yet.
With you and Aiden. Like, we should do it. We should live stream it next week live and just see what we could do. Actually go try to farm like mainstream. You get the point that I'm making. It's like, and I really do respect your effort and how consistent you've been through since I've known you, dude. You literally repaired my relationship with Logan and Jake. Like,
I've done that for so many. I mean, dude, that's one thing, Ansem, too, that's like really hard for me is I just like everybody else, I deal with a lot on the misconception side, on the misunderstanding side of who I am as a person, what I do behind the scenes, what I do for my content, the amount of work that goes into my life and my content. But the difference is with me is I don't really try to battle it, dude. I just understand that, like, bro, there's a lot of stuff that people just aren't going to understand. Like to the point of the 20 plus 20-year-old audience. I am 41. They don't understand. They haven't waited in lines at Lake Cave and Saint-Tropez. They haven't lived on the streets. They haven't been through all the different like portions of life and seen all the things and lost friends to overdoses and had to fight felony charges and then gone the other flip side of it and been to, some beach club on the Red Sea with the Sheik or opened a burger place in Saudi Arabia with turkey. Right. Like, it's very hard for me to find relatability in the audience, and I try my best to do it. And the time it works best for me is when I showcase the fact that I still am just a guy struggling.
That's not what I see. I think you're one of the more relatable guys. And that's
but
because I'm a fellow fucking 40-year-old crackhead. But I don't know. It's so weird because I find myself. It's so bizarre because these same communities of people that like what felt like worshipped me. I would step onto a stream and I would see Aura, W Banks, whatever. These same communities have completely fucking turned against me. And now it's the exact opposite. But it's so bizarre because I think about even like 3 or 4 years ago when I was on drugs, when I was a fucking fat drug addict, I was the worst version of myself. I hated myself. I had imposter syndrome every day. And I would look and I had positive feedback loops and like people like,
it didn't mirror your real life.
Love me.
Yeah.
And they didn't actually know me. You know what I mean? Most of them didn't actually know me. And today I feel the exact same way, but in reverse, where I'm like, dude, I've been sober for you get called it all this time too. People try to throw the drug addict thing in your face. Yep. I've been hardcore sober off alcohol and drugs for 3.5 years.
It's amazing.
I've never been a better version of myself ever. I've never been more proud of myself ever. And it's just so weird because I'm finally in a spot where I'm like, I feel deserving. I feel motivated. I work extremely hard as well. And I'm like in this spot where now the feedback loop, at least on Twitter and stuff and in these communities, is overwhelmingly negative. It's just a little bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it is what it is. And to my point of just like the blessing that I feel, and I know you could share this sentiment with me too, it just seems to be part of the game. And it slightly sucks because these people don't know that if I ever met them in real life and they came to me with an issue, if they came to me with a problem, that I would be the first person to reach my hand out and give them time, give them energy from my life to try to help them solve that problem. But it is what it is. And the people that have learned that about me have learned that I have that type of stuff to offer to people that are dealing with mental health problems.
Hold on, substance abuse problems. 444 still Soarbanks and Mike Lovesack.
And everybody's following.
I fucking love that guy.
Yeah.
Here's another $1,000 for you. Go hit up Ace up 444 and get his fucking USD Solana address. You're getting $1,000 from me.
Nice.
Because that is just like he's been here from the beginning. He's still Mike Lovesack in my phone.
And everybody's phone.
Yeah, Mike. That's how Mike kind of broke into the industry. I don't know, Z, if you knew that, but he was like just like a marketing rep for Lovesack.
I was at Lovesack. I was working. Listen, there's for the people that know the story. Okay, I'll explain it to you. So when I got clean in 2010, I had been battling a heroin addiction for my entire life, from the age of 16 to 26. Oxycontin, opiates, crack, Xanax, everything you can imagine. Had a terrible time in my early years.
Glad you're good, bro.
Thank you. By the miracle that is God, my mother, my probation officer, Ellen Ferrari, Milford, Connecticut, by the court system, the rehab system in Connecticut, state insurance, and the work that I put in, obviously, I was saved and was able to get another chance at life. And when I was like 26 or 27, I started getting into shooting with cameras and drones and so on and so forth, and created a little toolbox that propelled me to this job at Lovesack, which was a furniture company that made these giant beanbag chairs and couches. And so the haters would say that Logan Paul plucked me off of Skid Row and gave me a chance at life while I was still addicted to crack.
Everyone likes to fuck. It's tall poppy syndrome. Everyone likes to cut down anybody who's happy.
That's not quite the story. I was working a 6-figure corporate job. I had stock ownership and 401k. I already owned a condo in Connecticut at the time. And I met Logan because a PR agency called me and said, hey, there's an influencer that wants to talk to us in 2015. And I said, what the fuck is an influencer? It's ridiculous. Who were they influence? And awesome. He texted me and he said, hey, what's the deal with these love sacks? Can you fuck on them? That was the first thing he said to me. And as a person who was fresh in this corporate world and didn't really know how to respond to a celebrity influencer, I had to take a second and hold a beat to really think about what to say. And I said, you know what? My whole life I've risked it. I made it to where I am now. I'm going to roll the dice. And I said, yeah, the machines, the covers are machine washable. So when you come on them, it'll wash right out. And he just wrote ha 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 a million times. And from that text message, a friendship was born. And he realized, hey, this guy's kind of funny. We met at Travis Pastrana's house on a Lovesack brand deal, you know, maybe 6 months after that, shot our first vlog, and the rest is history. You know, we started vlogging together.
That's cool.
Started business together, started the podcast November 2018. And, you know, I've had every guest under the sun. But dude, to kind of blend down that whole story, you never know where taking a step in the right direction in your life is going to lead. Even a tiny step, whether it's cutting down or giving up or thinking more positively or picking up a new hobby, which is one that I just urge people to do so bad. You know, like I got interested in shooting photos. I bought this piece of shit Canon camera.
Awesome.
And I remember I was at the Milford Duck Pond in Milford, Connecticut, shooting pictures of ducks at the Milford Duck Pond. And a girl came up to me and she said, I have a wedding in August. How much do you charge for wedding photography? And I said, well, I mean, I'm, you know, one of the foremost wedding photographers in the city, you know, but how much did you propose giving me? And she was like, I'll give you $750. Took these terrible photos. Wait,
hold on. You went and shot a wedding?
A wedding, yeah.
That is actually insane.
Yeah.
That's such a crazy side quest, bro. That's so lit.
Wholesome.
MMP, Mike Majlak Photography, he shot it. It was branded on every photo. I took the $750 I bought and bought a DJI Phantom 1 drone.
By the way, hold on, this is where you lose me. The fact that you took $750 from this poor lady, you're a fucking scammer. And you're a fucking piece.
I can shoot a wedding. I'll just fucking do that.
No, they were as anybody who knows, $750 on wedding photography is nothing.
Yeah, it's cheap. I was about to say, that is cheap. That is cheap.
But I took that money and I bought a DJI Phantom 1 drone. And I started flying it at the beach and just over buildings and just recording stuff with this Phantom drone. And this is a true story. A girl came up to me and said, hey, I would love if you could do videography of my wedding.
Shout out Josh ABD. He's talking about how he wants you to know that he just got sober a couple months ago for 2 years. For some reason, the mods timed him out. I don't know why you timed him out. He's just in the chat. I just wanted to say his name because he got timed out for no reason.
Shout out Josh, bro. Keep it up.
He's been great. Sorry.
I bought this drone and she asked me, can you fly the drone over my wedding? And I said, sure. I said, I actually am the foremost drone expert on cinematography in Connecticut. She said, well, how much would it cost? I said, how much do you propose?
Scammer, by the way.
$3,000. And I was the first person to ever fly a drone over a wedding. And I followed the groom and bride down the aisle. Anyways, all this to say, what I'm getting at is pick up hobbies, try new things, and just don't give up. I mean, that's really the biggest thing, dude. My life was such a dark place at so many times in my life. I was living day to day. I was in, you know, jail. I was in rehabs. I was in detoxes. I was at the methadone clinic waiting in line with people who had lost every bit of hope that they had for their lives. And I kept hope alive. And I always tell people, if you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, fucking crawl until that light comes back. And it will. And it
resonates with me so heavily, Mike. And, you know, we've talked at length about like everything, like especially from the time I decided to make the decision to get sober and do exactly what you just, you know, encourage everybody at home. And obviously I will die on the same hill as him. Yeah, when I lost my dad, that was kind of the thing in my life that prompted me to get sober. And I don't think that I ever could have gotten sober without that happening. And even right now, or like at any low point in your life, the move is always to respond with something in line with that, right? Like give it a point. Like, why is this happening to me? Like change it from why is this happening to me? Like, how can this happen for me? Type of mindset. Yep. That's the frame of mind that I'm in right now with kind of how everything is. And that's something I'll prescribe to for the rest of my life. But like, I don't know. I thought about things in terms of, I don't want this to happen in vain and for no reason. So I'm going to change my life. I'm going to change my habits. My dad died young due to X, Y, and Z reasons. You know, I kind of took a look in the mirror and was like, holy fuck, I'm headed down the exact same route. And I like hard got sober then, been sober for 3.5 years. And now I've progressed all the way to, you know, and that's a beautiful story, by the way. All jokes aside, the photography stuff, like that's fucking amazing. It's awesome. I'm a big walker now. I walk fucking at least 5 miles a day. I'm outside in the sun all day. I've never behaved like this in my entire life. I journal all day, every day, and people clown me for it and joke about it. But it like really holds me together. I say it often for the people watching at home, I have found like my routine to be my religion. And like that for me, like really holds me together. And, you know, if I don't get my steps that day, or I don't do the journaling stuff, if I don't wake up when I promised myself I would wake up, then it starts to fall apart. And I I feel like it's totally in line with the idea of sobriety. One day at a time is like the best piece of advice you can give to anybody. Everybody watching this has the opportunity to wake up and be their best, give their best effort for that day, right? Even if you're a fucking heroin addict, you can get through if you really fucking try. You cannot do heroin that day. And it starts with that. Yep. And you do it that day, and then you do it the next day, and then you do it the next day. And over the course of a long enough period of time, 10K steps a day, you're eating healthy, you blink and you're fucking down 40 pounds, you're at 10% body fat, you fucking feel great. And that success and that feeling compounds over time, and before you know it, you look back and you can't even recognize yourself who you used to be. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck did I get here? And yeah.
I guess Ansem, to finalize the answer, it's just
it's always you versus you in the chat. Somebody said it's 100%.
Yeah. I guess I'm still evolving every day. I never know where it all goes. And the thing about silver linings in life and taking positives away from negative situations is it only works in retrospect. You don't know what the lesson is until after, so you have to just believe and have faith in the process. And I know that sounds so cliche.
It's real.
It's very real.
So real. And everything that I am, every single thing that I am today is a result of the bad things that happened to me, or what I thought were the bad things that happened to me. And I always go back and quote the Chinese farmer parable. I mean, it's my favorite story in the entire world. I bring it up all the time for anybody who doesn't know it. Is it actually you have a video?
We're going to watch it. Yeah.
I think you guys should see it. It's so quick. It's so quick.
No, it's a short little thing. We're going to watch it right now. Okay. Hold on. Guys, how do I do this? Is it Banks guest this one? Yeah, all right, perfect. I think this is a good one. Yeah, I've shown 100,000 people.
It's my favorite thing in the world.
Once upon a time, there was a Chinese farmer who lost a horse, ran away. And all the neighbors came around that evening and said, "That's too bad." And he said, "Maybe." The next day, the horse came back and brought 7 wild horses with it. And all the neighbors came around and said, "Why, that's great, isn't it?" And he said, "Maybe." The next day, his son was attempting to tame one of these horses and was riding it and was thrown and broke his leg. And all the neighbors came round in the evening and said, "Well, that's too bad, isn't it?" And the farmer said, "Maybe." And the next day, the conscription officers came around looking for people for the army, and they rejected his son because he had a broken leg. And all the neighbors came round that evening and said, "Isn't that wonderful?" And he said, "Maybe." The whole process of nature is an integrated process of immense complexity, and it is really impossible to tell whether anything that happens in it is good or bad, because you never know what will be the consequences of a misfortune, or you never know what will be the consequences of good fortune.
It's fucking incredible.
It's my favorite.
It's science, brother. It's just a matter of fact. And yeah, I mean, it's been a minute since I watched that video. I'm really happy that we touched on this and watched it, because it's just 100% the case. I mean,
well, people, you've heard so many successful people say it, and it's almost funny to imagine it, but you'll actually usually find more diamond and gem and ruby in your misfortunes than you will in your successes. They teach you so much about yourself. And I pray that all of you guys get to the point where you are financially successful, you're successful in your career, you're successful in your love life, and you get to be so blessed to actually start asking questions about life. That was
Alan Watts, by the way.
Yeah, Alan Watts, yeah. You start to be able to ask questions about your life and what it means and why you're here and your purpose. Because another reason I'm extremely blessed is my work is so integrated with my purpose. My purpose is so clear to me. It always has been since I got clean when I was 26 years old. I'm here to help people. I'm here to help people keep hope, to get off drugs, to keep themselves alive in times of darkness. And it's one thing that I hope that I can start doing more of. I've done a lot. The book, The Fifth Vital, obviously has sold hundreds and hundreds of thousands of copies. I've probably got the best-selling memoir to ever come out of the creator community. I don't think there's
it's actually a real fucking crazy flex.
What's
too,
it
before
called?
AI as well.
The Fifth Vital.
The Fifth Vital. I'm gonna read it.
Yeah.
It's my dad's favorite.
Yeah, his dad read it.
Again, all of it. You were my dad's favorite. The whole fucking, that's no secret. I've talked about it also. But the absolute best decision that I made in my entire life, and I made some good ones. I made some really fucking bad ones too, but I've made some good ones. The best one by far, and the thing that I cherish most, and the thing that I value the most in my life is my sobriety. And that 100% came because of the death of my father. And obviously, but like, to bring it back to the Chinese farmer, obviously, if I could have my dad back tomorrow, I would. You know what I mean? But like in a fucked up, weird, twisted way, it was one of the most important things / best things that could have ever happened in my life.
Yep.
And it's just so fucking insane. That's how life works, right? Like, because it's
yin and yang, buddy.
And that's the point. That's where God exists. That's that detail. It's up to you. That's why some people are born, in dumpsters and grow legs and fucking sprint and become self-made success stories. That's why some people are born, Nepo and billion dollar fucking families and situations, and they're miserable their entire lives. It's like it's all about perspective. And like you said, I think even more so than like, what do you get more than anything anywhere else than failure is perspective, is a new perspective.
Yep.
And I think that's really what it's all about. I don't know. You can
perspective and empathy. And obviously, like, that's one thing that the world is very
lacking,
anemic on right now.
And
the reason is because the core voices, shout out core, the core voices of the internet are younger kids. And generally speaking, I don't want to say this for all of them, but generally speaking, they haven't been through anything. They haven't been through the things in this life that give you the empathy to be kind to one another.
Is you need to go through it. It's inevitable, right? Like every person, like we're not fucking like victims. We're not unlucky. We're actually on the luckier side of things, obviously, and we feel that way, and we talk about it a lot. I feel so entirely blessed, and I wouldn't trade my life for anyone's. But like everyone's going to experience that. That's the entire point. It's about how you respond and react to these things. That's the fucking point.
Yep.
It's like, I don't know. You could be a guy who's on your way to work and you get into a car accident on the highway and you're already having the worst day ever. Your girlfriend's cheating on you. You're fucking broke. You're miserable at your job. You fucking get into a car accident. Your boss already hates you. He's not hearing it. This is why I'm late to work. You get fired. And on top of that, the doctors tell you your rib's broken and you got to come and fuck. Well, this is the worst day of my life, right? This is the worst day of the guy's life. He's planning on.
By the way, this is someone's life.
Yeah,
like,
as soon as he gets out of the hospital, he's going home and he's gonna fucking kill himself in GTA. And the doctor comes in to the room and he goes, "Before you go, we found a growth attached to your lungs. And this is a miracle. I don't know how to tell you this, but if you had waited even a week longer to come in to see us and we didn't catch this would have been terminal and you would have been dead. This is very treatable. We can remove it tomorrow and you're going to live a happy, healthy life. But God is looking out for you because this fucking car accident just saved your entire life." Yeah. And then in that moment, it flips immediately from being the worst thing that ever happened to you to saving your life. And now that same guy walks through life and he can smell the roses and he has a newfound respect and appreciation, changed the entire course of his life.
I like that storyline.
The same can happen in reverse too. This is even more important. This is why staying grounded and staying centered through success is the most important. And fighting ego, like ego is the fucking. I want to talk about that more too, but we hear legitimate stories about people who hit the lottery. You hit the Mega Millions, fucking $300-400 million injected in your bank account. The best news ever, right? The first thing you decide to do with this newfound wealth is book a private jet for you and all your fucking friends, your family, to a private island. You guys are going to the private island. Best day ever, right? The jet takes off, crashes.
Island. Oh.
No, the jet takes off, crashes. You and all your friends and family, anybody that's ever mattered to you fucking dies before you can even enjoy this newfound wealth. And that event, though, hitting the lottery was quite literally the worst thing that ever happened in your life, right? So that's kind of what the whole Chinese farm. I don't know. It's
no. Yeah.
It almost gets to a point where good and bad don't exist. They don't actually exist. The relationship that good and bad has with each other, it's so complex and intertwined. I imagine experiences in life happening like dominoes, one after the other, after the other, after the other. And the domino that's falling right now, this conversation that we're having right now, has only been made possible because every single thing in all of our lives separately, everybody at home in the chat separately, happened exactly the way that they did. So it's important to remember that in the hard times, but it's even more important to remember that when times are good too, because then you can look back and say, literally, today's the best day ever. It's the best day of my life. And the only reason why it's possible for me to be standing here right now and be able to say that is because the worst thing that happened in my life before it. So you literally owe the worst thing that happened in your life ever to the best thing that will happen after it. Does that make sense, or do I sound
100%.
fucking mad?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It's all Chinese farmer. Ansem, what do you got? Like, I want to make sure if we have other topics, because here's the thing with me, dude, and back to me as a content creator.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll sit. You put me in front of this wall for 7 hours. It'll be a ridiculous conference. I'll just keep going. And then you multiply that times
brother, I'm gonna
banks
take a
as
piss.
well.
It's all you.
Yeah. What else? Or I'd love to take questions from the chat or from you, Ansem, or whatever else you got.
Yeah, but I have a ton of questions for you, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, how the fuck do I get this shit with just a side by side? All right, so production's about to. It looks mad weird with me now on the screen, just looking at you on the full screen. But yeah, you on my charts, bro. It's shit is fucking nuking right now. But I was gonna ask you. You said I know you've had a ton of like highs and lows, had a ton of experiences. You said you travel, take like 150, 170 flights a year. What are like some of the favorite places that you've traveled to, been to, experiences?
Oh man, dude.
And like why?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Like, dude, the blessing that I've had to travel has been number one, and part of it is because we shoot impulsive remotely, and so like Logan travels for WWE. We meet in random cities, but I also do a lot of stuff overseas and have been to a lot of really great places. And it's one of my favorite things to talk about. This network that I've. Like, it's almost weird to talk about this unless it's with a niche audience like that really loves and understands like the travel world and the circuit and like what it takes to actually crush it when you go to a city. Ansem, you need the right host, you need the right promoter, maybe you might need the right restaurant guide, right? Like, and I've really curated that in like pretty much every city that I've gone to. And some of my favorite places that I've been to, I really, really enjoyed Finland. I went to Finland in the middle of the winter and I saw the Northern Lights. I did dog sledding. I ice go-kart raced against Lando Norris and had this whole, week with Lando Norris and Martin Garrix, the DJ in Finland, which was incredible.
That's fire, bro. That's crazy.
Awesome. I've historically and notoriously loved Australia. I love Australia partially because of the women, but also because it's just really pretty there, really good food. What else do I like? I mean, you've obviously spent some time in Dubai. I was in Dubai last week to open 1010 Burger. Dubai's a beautiful place. Obviously has a lot going on there right now. But I'm a big time Europe guy, dude. Oh, I was in New Zealand. Shout out to Jack who mentioned that I was in New Zealand. Did a full tour of New Zealand recently and the North Island in Auckland, and we'll get down to Christchurch at some time. To me, and I know this is somewhere where me and Banks differ greatly, travel is and food is the spice of life for me.
Yep. I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
Why do we differ greatly on that? I like food and I like travel.
Food for sure, but
he said all you eat is McDonald's.
I don't know that you love it. I mean, if I were to come in here and say, okay, I've got investments in ETH, that I love crypto.
Yeah, you're right. We differ heavily in interest. I like girls and you like dudes. Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
No, keep going, bro. I want to. Yeah, keep going.
I don't know. I guess it would make more sense to get more niche with like specific questions, but I don't know if this is the audience for that. You know what I'm saying? Dude, the world to me is a playground. There's no bigger blessing. It's also one of the reasons why I don't have the things that everyone's tried to force me to get, which is wife and family and dog and white picket fence and rocking chair and just die already.
Yeah,
is because I really just love travel, dude. I'm a travel fanatic. This month I'll go back. I'm going to be in Bodrum in Turkey for the first time ever at the end of the month. I'll be back in Istanbul. I'll do a little bit of Euro stuff. I was in Albania last week for the first time. Shout out to everybody watching this from Tirana, Albania, which was an incredible experience. And to me, dude, travel is just
and food, bro. The greatest two things for sure.
Those two things.
I got to get the list from you of all the spots. I'm going to hit you up after this. I need food.
I got you. Anything restaurant or travel related. I've oftentimes thought about doing something more in depth on that. Like, dude, everything I everything I do is booked on points. I know exactly what seat you need to sit in on United Polaris versus Virgin first class versus, this flight or that flight. Like, I could have done that whole points guy thing a long time ago, but as I said, my calling is with helping people. So
that's awesome. Okay, that was a great answer. I love that answer. See, you're great answers.
Thanks, man.
I have another question. What's the dumbest thing you spent money on, like blew money on?
I don't spend a lot of money, dude. I really don't.
Most fun.
Most fun?
Most fun.
Oh, that's a nice question.
So those are two very different things. Okay, so
I think my answer is the same for both, to be honest.
Because it can be the same. It can be different. Yeah.
So the dumbest is unfortunately, I made a major mistake. Okay, I've made one very major financial mistake in my career, or extremely costly. I hadn't bought anything, and some people are some people are already saying it. I had the opportunity to buy a house in 2021.
So fucked up. It
was a very important moment in my life. Okay, as a 30 plus, late 30s year old man, someone who had been through the ringer, who in my life, if I had a $200,000 condo in Norwalk, Connecticut, I had reached the top of life. I had beaten the system and I had made it, and I could never do any better. Yep. And in 2021, I went on the market to find, a $1.5 to $2 million house in LA. My eyes got bigger than my stomach. I wanted the pool. I wanted the view. And I bought a house at an extremely high price point in a seller's market. I paid $4.125 million for a house when I was only wanted to spend about $2 million. I bought it. I fell in love with it. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on furniture for it. And very quickly after moving in, this is still, I've
so
kind of shared this a few times, but I'll give it to you guys here. It should have been on my show, but it doesn't matter. Very shortly after moving in, I started getting broken into constantly. No. And so one of the first times it happened, I was actually in Joshua Tree. I was in Joshua Tree with Sky Bree and Emily Willis, and everybody had taken a good chunk of shrooms on this exploratory journey through Joshua Tree. And my alarm. Yeah,
both of them.
And my fire alarm went, or my house alarm went off, and I was able to watch this all happen, dude. So I watched these masked men break in, huge firearms, break in the back door, take stuff, whatever, and then leave. So I go home, I fix the back door, get it all fixed up, and within a couple months, I'm on another trip. I'm in somewhere in Connecticut or something, and the house gets broken into again. By the way, this story is insane. If I ever get a chance to really tell the hour-long version of it, it is fucking nuts. Damn. But long story short, these guys go in, they take this Louis Vuitton bag that belonged to my videographer, and inside of it, it's the only thing they took from the house. They took nothing else. Inside of it, he had sewn an air tag into one of the pockets. So that's he was insane. Still in LA. He gets on the phone with the cops, and he's calling the cops like, yo, they just broke into the house. They've got stuff from the house. The cops said, we don't do this whole citizen collaboration. You're on your own. If you want to follow a report, you're on your own. He keeps following them. He calls them again and says, okay, so now they're coming out of another house with a fucking safe. Okay, do you care now? Like, I'm watching a group of serial robbers and you're letting it happen. So now the cops get wise. They send a SWAT team. They send a chopper. Damn. They surround them. My videographer takes down an 8-person LA-based robbery ring. One of them gets chewed up by the dog. The other, within a week of the arrest, one of them's dead as a snitch or whatever. The rest of them go to prison. He takes down this ring. It's on the news, whatever. I can't talk about it. My team says, don't talk about it. Don't push the house price, whatever, right? So patch up the door, patch up the door and also get security. So I add on 12-hour security. They come at night when 12 hours, or during the day or whatever the next time, the third time, right? So the third time they take the same bag. My videographer had gotten the bag back with the air tag. They take just the same bag. It's the only thing they take. Louis Vuitton bag out of his room, okay?
What the fuck?
They take it.
Someone said GTA mission.
Insane.
Facts.
So my videographer actually goes with LAPD major crimes to where the air tag is. I'm not going to say which very high level South American gang it is. The police tell my videographer, this is XY gang. He calls me to tell me, I said, leave the bag. No police report, no filing charges. Leave the bag. They're invited back to my house whenever they fucking want. These are like boil you down in acid type of people. Okay, I said leave the bag. Okay, shit continues. So then I get 24-hour security.
But what is this cursed house, dude? What the fuck?
So now the house is on the market. Put the house up on the market with the caveat in the thing that there's been some break-in activity. Now listen, this is only happening because it's me. It's happening because it's me. The address leaked. There was an article that came out when I bought the house, and I'm posting stories when I'm out of town because that's my fucking job. I have to. Right. Okay. I get 24-hour security. So I'm paying $25,000 to $30,000 a month for upkeep at the house to float the house. And now I'm paying, $10,000 a week on security. This house is putting me into an early grave. It's over. Okay.
What the fuck?
So I get a 24-hour security guard. One day I'm in Miami and I post that I'm in Miami with my ex-girlfriend.
So it said Mike's yelling again.
I post that I'm in Miami with my ex-girlfriend. Okay. That night, I fly back to LA, but I don't post that I'm back in LA. So to everybody in LA, to all the crews, I'm still in Miami. I've got security outside. I lay my little head down to rest, 2:30 in the morning. I hear the fucking, my ex shakes me and says, yo, like David's FaceTiming you. My videographer who still had access to the cameras, he's shaking me, or he's FaceTiming her. She shakes me. As soon as I open my eyes, I hear the alarm go off. It's, deafening, right?
But do it again.
You heard me.
That was
so.
good.
I get up, drilled for this a million times. I grabbed the cig is on the counter, loaded, ready to fucking go. I turn the laser on. I fucking take a couple deep breaths.
This is really
plop the door open, come down over barrel, fucking 3/4 down on the fucking trigger. Now here's where I've fucked up. Came out screaming. Came out screaming, I'm gonna fucking kill you! Over the tree. So by the time I come around the corner, I see the last leg running out of the fucking hole in the glass door.
Damn, bro, you almost had him.
So they go.
And they had guns too, right?
Massive.
Insane.
I have all this shit on. By the way, a lot of this is on
It's
video.
all camera.
But you said you had security though. You said you had security.
This is all fact checked,
This is all
hard
on
fact
video.
checked by me. I seen
But
the video.
But you said you had security
And
when
I'll
this
put
happened.
the videos out when I'll produce a show about it and put the videos out. I come outside. My security is outside. I was scared. There was 4 of them. I said, brother, use your car, homie.
Did you get a refund?
Run your bro. I said, bro, listen.
Did they security said they were scared? Wait, stop.
Brother,
No fucking way.
listen.
The armed security said they were scared.
Yo, listen to me. 3 out of the 4 times they came.
No fucking way.
3 out of the 4 times they came with real sticks. Sticks, bro, like big ass 40, 50 round extensions on big fucking guns, bro. So this security guard is probably 18 years old, making $16 a fucking hour before taxes.
You can't blame
And he's saying to himself, all right, I'm going to pull out right now. But he left me to die. He left me to fucking, so I see him and I'm like, okay, go chase him. And he chased him. He never caught him. So end of story, long story short, because there's way more than that. There's way more to the story than that. I end up selling at 3.4.
Oh, you got great for what that did to you. You got out clean.
I mean, bro. So you're talking. I spent $30,000 a month for 36 months in the house, plus
the minus 700K,
a $750,000, $800,000
over $5 million.
I mean, you got fucked for sure. I just thought it was going to be way worse than that. The amount you sold it for, but that's fucked.
Who would buy that house? The fuck?
Like,
because it had nothing to do with the homeowner. It was because it was me.
Yeah.
They were able to track when I was there and what I was doing. It has nothing to do with the homeowner.
It's really fucked up.
They're fine. You know what I'm saying? So that's an issue that we've had in LA.
You see this? This story? People are talking about GTA mission. We mentioned swatting. I just thought this was interesting. It's in my notes. The person who swatted Ned Luke, the voice actor of Michael in GTA 6 or GTA 5, has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. How crazy is that? How do we feel about that?
Davey, have you ever seen those clips?
No.
Chat.
I'm a LARP, brother. I don't fucking play video games. I just try to like.
If you see these videos on TikTok, please tell me the scene where he has to meet at Griffith Observatory, and you fly the plane into the cutscene. You know the cutscenes that you could enter by crashing a plane, and then you just all of a sudden stand up. Davey, fuck you. Yeah. Somebody in the chat back me up, please, dude. Please,
I just thought it'd be an interesting thing to talk about with you because like we live together and we've been swatted together. I've been swatted my entire life.
See, they know, Davey.
Some of that isn't talked about a lot in like conversations like these. Is like the fucking really like scary, weird, negative side of it. See, you've experienced this too with like your mom getting hit up on Facebook trying to get alpha on fucking coins and shit. So weird. What's the weirdest thing that happened to us when we lived at the house?
Alyssa kicking the donuts.
Alyssa kicking the
donuts.
No,
there were so many, dude. There were so many things.
Want to tell the Alyssa story?
I mean, you guys obviously.
No, there was so much. There really was.
I want to go to Ansem for another question.
I have a question. I have a good question. You know, you joke a lot about like how you're 41, not married, no kids, the whole shebang, the whole deal. Do you ever think that you want to do that or like be down that path? And how is like being single and dating, like how's your experience with that alongside the content shit? Because I mean, it seems like you're having a lot of fun doing what you're doing. Or have you just not found the right?
No, it's not that. So my like non-desire to like settle down or like the discomfort I have with it is completely on me. It's a result of not being real with my emotion, just not being grounded in my emotions and romantic, you know. I'm out of touch with my emotions, dude. I've got a lot of trauma. I've got a lot of past bullshit that I've dealt with in my life. My life was crafted and shaped and evolved in the face of extreme adversity and trauma my entire life. I watched a lot of shit happen in my home growing up that definitely shaped the way that I look at love.
Yeah.
You know, my parents were extremely abusive to one another, and it was something that we dealt with as well. My relationships have my entire life been based in you know, drug use, trauma, physical, you know, abuse when I was younger. I don't have a healthy replica of what love looks like. I never have. I wasn't brought into this world understanding what a happy romance or happy relationships looks like. And I've had a lot of trouble doing it, dude. It's not something that comes easy. It makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know, I've had the luxury of dating some incredible fucking people, dude, that made sense to be long-term partners. And it's just not something that comes naturally to me. It's something I work on. I've therapy in 1 hour and 17 minutes. I go to therapy once a week to talk about shit like this.
Or on
the phone.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't know, dude. Girls is like, it's like, dude, I say food and travel, but girls is like a thing for me. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing that me and Banks can relate on. You know, we're both 6'3" plus and fucking funny and have money and clout and X, Y, and Z. And it definitely makes the situation more difficult that it's something that I'm just really good at.
And it's fun, obviously. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, dude, it's just listen. When you are someone who travels and adventures and eats and goes to places all the time and likes to have a good time, spending time with women is just something that comes along naturally with that circuit, with that scene. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so it makes more sense for me.
Yeah, you don't give yourself enough credit though. It's actually not true. It's funny, like the normie coded like friend that you grow up with response, like this is only happening for this person, or you'll see it on the internet because they have money and clout. How many people do we know that have money way more than us, clout way more than us, that like
could never get pussy in their fucking life.
It's honestly more often than not. To be really dark.
Dude, this was something that was happening for me when I was 16. Dude, you know what I'm saying? My entire life. If we're gonna talk about actual, like, if you want to play that girl's game and you want to be a playboy, if that's what you want to do, there's upsides and downsides to all of it. People will give you a million different things. Oh, it's about money. Oh, it's about this. It's about. If you can make a girl laugh, you will win.
I'm gonna 100%.
100%. Really,
it's one word. It's one word. Charisma.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is that.
Yeah.
If you can make a girl laugh, you win. It is that simple. And I really fucking mean that, dude. Yes, if you look like Shrek or whatever, Clav rated me at 375.
But I was a fat, gross drug addict still.
Years out of my fucking league, dude. No. I'm at war with the same girls that the upper echelon are with. You know what I'm saying? If you can make a girl fucking laugh, you win.
You're gonna get fried for saying that, but it's just a matter of fact.
Bro, we should have ran the Mogul. What was that shit called? The Mogul shit.
Mogul. No, we can't subject ourselves to shit like that. We'll do shit like that. We'll do shit like that when it's trending for the sake of fucking playing this retarded streaming game. But we're not gonna fucking.
No.
On that note, though, I'm glad you just said that. See?
Wait, what is it?
Yo, you thought you were getting. Bring the Kool-Aid pineapple.
I need like a fucking napkin or some shit, bro. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this, bro?
Wait, where's the clip? What's the best clip for us to watch?
We need to watch a fucking bro. What
Kool-Aid.
the fuck am I gonna do with these, bro?
Wait, are we trying this?
Yeah,
too?
we are. Yeah, he's gonna pass it through the screen.
I'm not doing it if y'all not doing this. Y'all better have one over there.
We're doing it. We'll watch the clip. Obviously, guys, for some fuck off weird reason, this
shit is crazy,
this
bro.
Dude, you get it. This
going viral.
This dude disagrees. Can make a girl. No, don't show it. Don't show it. Let's do it first.
No, you fucking show it and then you do it. Dude,
it takes away from the fact that I'm going to try it.
Brother, the whole reason why we're doing this is because fucking hundreds of millions of people are watching these videos right now for whatever weird reason.
It just slightly takes away from the fact that my reaction is going to be that big ad, and it's not going to hit the same because you're going to show the video, and then it's going to look like I stole it and I didn't know about it.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying?
We'll do it in reverse.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck off reason. Like, I could have said it, and people have been like, "Oh, fucking 40-year-old unks still with the trends and shit."
So what the fuck?
No, I promise you, no one's saying that.
They might be.
For me either, by the way. For me either.
These look really disgusting.
They look absolutely horrifying.
Right?
We're about to find out. I don't know. Let's go full screen.
What fruit is this? Is it pineapple?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. The comments on this chat are hilarious.
I don't even know.
Okay, this guy doesn't believe that what I said about girls and laughing is true.
So you can't make women laugh.
I promise you.
That's why.
Okay, here's the easiest way to put it.
That kid's an incel,
just look at the girls that your favorite comedian is dating. If you ever want to see hot girls, just go look at your favorite comedian.
No, it's facts.
They are running.
Pete Davidson pulling Kim K is like the perfect example.
100%. You think Pete Davidson is not a bad looking guy?
No, he's a great looking guy.
But he's batting light years.
We're talking about like on paper, like I know it's subjective, but on paper, like one of the most desired women. She's a fucking billionaire. Yeah. She's like,
that's not the only one that he's. I mean, bro, he's plowed his way through the entire industry.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete is really like the go-to.
He's the king. He's the fucking
king of all of it. Yeah. Well, he also, from what I understand, it probably sounds weird.
So let's do this shit. Wait. So Mike's grabbing for Mike's. What were you gonna say?
That's what I heard.
He has a hammer.
Fucking hammer.
Piece. Bro. Yeah. By the way, I'll say this to the chat. That doesn't hurt either. I'll say that to the chat.
I know nothing about. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
All right, so I think we all do this one at a time. So Mike, this is what.
Now I think, you know what? Honestly, now I don't even want that to be the fucking reaction. Because
this is coonery, bro. This is crazy.
Hold it up so they can see it.
Actually, gonna be disgusting.
I think you're supposed to do it with your hands.
No. The Dab It Gag guy said it with the fork. Did it with the fork. Oh,
it smells.
It looks so. Looks like a slimy slug, bro.
That'd be tough.
Who the fuck is laughing like that?
Production is dying over here, by the way.
That again. Yo, and I might be the first person to have it with the headphones. Oh no, he had the headphones around his neck. Yo, honestly, that big kind of gay, dude. I'm not gonna try that.
Can you please stop saying that? No, what do you actually think of? What do you actually think about it? By the way, just the smell. By the way, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
No,
and I'm not kidding.
It's low key kind of gad, dude. I swear to you, I'm dead serious. It's actually pretty good.
By the way, he knew we were doing this, and he obviously went and fucking asked ChatGPT whatever he had to say because he's farming. He's farming fucking. I don't know what the fuck he's saying right now. But
I think that was a natural response, bro. You don't think so?
No, it was low key. It was low key pretty good.
Okay, well we'll find out. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't wait till this show really makes it big and fucking you get to get air conditioning.
What are you talking about?
It's so hot.
No, it's not.
It's so hot.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's because you did. It's because you did a fucking 8-ball of blow before.
Whoa! Whoa, dude.
That's why.
I got 7.
It's not hot at all.
16 years coming
By
up.
the way,
on-
yeah, okay.
16 years, June 23rd.
That's amazing, by the way. Congratulations. Way to make it about you. Just kidding.
Shout out Hunter Biden, by the way. We got to talk about that in a second.
All right, let's try that. This one bite of pineapple, of Kool-Aid infused pineapple, is going to have more sugar in it than probably what I've consumed this week. So
That shit looks like eggs,
I don't know.
bro.
All right, let's see. You know what it tastes like? You know what it really does taste like? It tastes like one of those old like cruise ship drinks. It tastes like a big fucking like it tastes like a big blue drink from like Saddle Ranch with like a little fucking palm tree in it, minus the alcohol.
Just say it, dude.
I'm not saying what you said. I'm not saying it. Yeah, but this is fucking absolutely disgusting. And
I disagree. Wait, Ansem, did you try it?
I haven't tried it.
Anybody who's pretending to like this or enjoy this
tried it.
are doing it for the exact same reason we're doing it. They're farming it. This shit is
Should I
absolutely
try it
dog
now?
shit.
Yeah, try
Well,
it.
obviously, hold on.
I think like for
Hold
one
on.
bite.
Hold on. It's easy. Show the camera first and then do it.
This fucking, I don't know what they got me eating over here. I got mad of them. I got like hella chunks in here. Was it pineapple?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Fucking pineapple Kool-Aid, bro. This is not gonna be great. They're not bad. They're actually not bad. It's like a lot of sugar, but it's not bad. It's really sweet.
Bro, say it, Z. Say it. Whatever the fuck you trying to
I'm not fucking saying it, bro.
So stupid.
I'm just happy that I got. You want to know? I really wanted to do it with my burger and say it, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
I have a
You
fucking
should.
headache. That shit is disgusting. I don't know if your shit's different than ours. Our shit's gross.
No, it's
He
like
has to-
it's
he's
like
following
a
clips, so
1,000
he's-
grams of sugar, bro. Literally.
It's
No, I
disgusting.
think. Listen, I think if you're gonna take a bite of it and then never ever consider it ever again, it's fine.
Why is his green?
Because
we
we're
do
doing
it
different
Kool-Aid, bro.
Kool-Aids.
Bro, you responded too fast.
That's
Wow.
why. This is why. Zach, this is why. That's funny.
What that been hitting for?
Hey, Banks.
That's why you wanted to wait. You prick.
What?
This is a Kai Cenat meme.
That's what everybody's doing.
All right, wait, hold on.
Okay, I don't watch these types of videos. Unfortunately,
Can I tell you something really
Yeah.
quick? So I had said that I came today because I wanted to see you, and I'm happy for you guys. And Tob also asked me to be here. He's my best friend. But I also had saw you promote that like Aiden and Rice and all that. Are they here?
They are not. It's just you. It's just you and me, the two oldest guys in the room.
Summer.
I'm holding a snake. Tob's in the room, so I guess 3 of us from that screenshot.
A screenshot?
It's, I'll pull it up right
Aiden's
now.
not coming?
No, Aiden's not coming. We're just gonna save Aiden for a future episode. No, come on, man. It's nostalgia bait. If I'm not allowed to bait this, who the fuck else is? This is a real picture. This is an AI. This is who we used to live with. This is in your fucking room while you're streaming. You used to be a streamer.
Oh, shit. That was in my room.
Yeah, that's in your room. Your little plaques behind Summer.
And that bear, that teddy bear Lana probably gave me.
Rice is so fucking handsome. It's crazy. Look how young Aiden looks. Look how fucking good you look, by the way.
Who, me?
Yeah, you look good.
No
brother.
beard. No beard was
No,
a
brother, you
problem.
look good in this.
Nah,
You
bro,
look good.
You look
So
young
far
as
back.
fuck. That's crazy.
We kind of all do, though.
Yeah, you both look young as fuck.
I look worse in this. Can we all agree? Like I look.
I don't know, man. You look
Kinda look like a woman.
I look
way
like a fucking fat chud. What'd you say, a woman? What the fuck?
Look like a little
Wait,
bit,
who
bro.
said-
Look at the
who
cheeks,
said
bro. Look
that?
at the cheeks.
Bro, what? Somebody said Mike looks dyslexic. How does somebody look dyslexic?
He does look kind of confused, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, in that picture or right now?
How does somebody look dyslexic? You was on Whippets too. Yeah, no, by the way, matter of fact, I probably did do Whippets earlier that day. I don't know. But while we're on the subject of nostalgia, let's just go down this route. The Aiden legendary stream. Everyone's favorite. I don't know why to this day. I don't understand why people refer to this as like one of Aiden's best streams. But
and by the way, just to back you up, people actually do.
No.
That.
People
like
do.
a lot of
Even people
that
that fucking hate us are like, I fucking hope you kill yourself. I hope you die. But like that one stream with Aiden was fucking amazing.
What the fuck?
We'll watch it. We'll watch it. You'll see.
Bring a fourth person like a guest. It's so hard.
Stop fucking screaming.
I'm not screaming. I'm using a whisper voice.
Like the lights are down. There's a fucking girl sleeping 2 inches away from us. Like, and you're screaming, bro. Is it just me? Is he not fucking screaming? Like,
I'm hyped up.
See how I'm whispering? He's
Why
laughing.
are you whispering?
Like he's laughing.
What is this, ASMR? Is Amaranth about to come out?
The way you're doing that is just loud.
Bro, I'm a fucking loud person.
Okay, so am I.
What are we
Just
gonna
turn the fucking
What are we
volume
gonna do? Is
down. You're
fucking
fucking 36 years old.
Is fucking Indie Fox gonna come out with a guitar and start writing our names?
No, Ricky, none of us know what indie.
Bring a fourth person.
So stupid.
We do seem. I will say this, dude. We do seem like a little bit lighter in spirit,
like happier. Yeah, I mean, these fucking absolute animals, demons have like.
God.
By the way, we did this for like 8 hours. Notice how it's dark in this clip.
Yeah. Button up shirts and shit.
Okay.
I'm whispering.
It's not even a joke at this point. It's like I'm actually not trying to be funny at all.
I am whispering. I can't talk any quieter than I'm talking. No, I fucking can't.
I can't talk any quieter.
Pickle Rick, bro. Honestly.
Nah, you guys are funny as fuck.
Oh, it's crazy,
dude.
Bro.
Holy fuck.
He's shaming me. He's volume shaming me, bro.
It's volume
dude,
shaming.
holy fuck. Dude, this is so funny.
He's anemic, bro. He hasn't eaten today. He's coming in and out of consciousness.
I was fasting.
Oh, why would you say something like
Yeah,
that?
it's fucked up.
Hey, Mike, you want heroin?
That's not the same thing.
No, you got that. You understand.
Yeah.
Brother,
Good times, man.
wow.
Good
The good old days. You don't even know. Listen, you never know that you're in them. Right?
funny.
You never know that you're in them. And that's why
Facts.
it's important to wake up, count your blessings, and kind of goes back to like the entire vibe of this conversation. I fucking love you to death, brother. And that was one of the best periods of my life. And as it was happening, me specifically, I don't know what your experience was. It was a pretty brutal time in my life, to be honest. FaZe was on fire. Remember, Aiden would ask me every other day to join FaZe. I'm like, you can't join FaZe. It's fucking horrible right now.
Can I ask you a question, Banks?
Sure.
When hasn't FaZe been on fire? FaZe has been
It's a fair question, brother. It's a
FaZe
fair question.
Been like if I was homeless and I needed to pick an org to like heat my hands up over in an empty park, I would choose FaZe because that fire hasn't gone out since.
The only reason why he was able to articulate that so well is because he used to be fucking homeless and he was fucking hands up over the fire.
I mean it.
And suck dick for fucking crack. Fuck yourself. How's that, first of all? Second of all, let me answer the fucking question. You asked me a question. Let me answer the fucking question. It's because it's very simple. The actual real answer is because we completely fucked up the company early on.
Yeah.
Business guys came in and stole the company from us, and it's been impossible to get it back to a point where the sidemen have been so successful in distributing, evenly amongst themselves. My effort with Matt Kalish this most recent time was supposed to be in that effort. Like, let's collect on revenue at some point with these guys and feed it back into like them buying part of the brand, whatever. They wanted to stream every day. The interests weren't aligned. They blew up really fucking quick and just wanted to stream. We couldn't align on the business. That's what happened. The business is fucked. It's never been owned by.
I mean, also, dude, like, okay, it's also a bit of a Roman candle fireworker to begin with, bro. There would be times when the business was good, everybody was hitting their trick shots, and you would be like, "Fuck it, I'm going to a mental hospital in Berlin." And you just dude, I'm not even, bro. You can't give me heroin shit, and then when I bring up that.
FaZe likely behaves like it's bipolar because I behave like I'm bipolar. So maybe that is it. So at the end of the day, yes. But again, and this is the fucking issue that I have. This is the issue that I have with it.
I think you're setting up because I don't want to get.
Is it not fair to say though? It's also had like really crazy flashes and moments of greatness as well.
Obviously, for sure. But I also think that what you're setting up currently with the next version of it, which seems to be less FaZe and more whatever the next version is, has real potential.
And what would that be in your head? Like, what do you think that I'm trying to do with FaZe moving forward? I'm curious.
I wasn't even talking about FaZe. I was talking more about
this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, to be honest with you, where my mind is just for the sake of running it back and proving everybody wrong and just I am going to run it back at some point. And I'm going to do the same fucking thing. We're just going to do it right. We learned a couple lessons.
Do it with the house from.
No, I'm going to do it in GTA. I'm going to do it in GTA. And you're going to be a janitor in Aiden Ross's fucking Aiden Ross's server.
No, I'm going to run a burger shop in GTA.
Oh, by the way,
10-10.
You fucking should.
Yeah.
Seriously, you should.
Yeah.
Artists are going to blow up in this game. People are going to get fucking filthy rich. FaZe is going to come back. That's what the fuck it is. Listen, but to actually more directly answer your question, I mean, that's kind of always been the story of FaZe. It's highs and lows. It's made it exponentially tougher to get it back to a place that's healthy and works well on the business side of things, because somebody's got to come in and buy the thing, right? It's an asset that people still perceive to be valuable. The brand itself is valuable. So how do we get the brand back? You got to keep in mind too, this company was public. See, you know that, right? Like we were a publicly traded company.
I know, yeah.
Do you guys have any idea? This is the problem too. Kids in Twitter comments and stuff, they don't understand the nuances of this shit. Do you guys understand how much time, effort, energy, blood, sweat, tears, and money I had to go fucking find to just make it so it wasn't public anymore? Like that process was fucking
It's so
insane.
funny that I literally watched all of this.
It's insane.
Pretty much all the way, not to the very beginning, but I was there for the majority.
And one of my biggest fucking regrets, part of why I want a platform, I don't give a fuck if there's 100 people here or 100,000 people here. I just want some sort of like mouthpiece again. I feel like I did a really bad job at documenting the whole process, because I feel like if anybody actually saw the effort, time, energy I fucking poured into this thing, I poured my soul into it. And that's part of it. It's the double-edged sword with me, my relationship with FaZe, with the guys. Like, it's hard for me to apologize for being emotional or passionate about it, because I feel like that's where a lot of the success is rooted. But like also too, that's my downfall. You know what I mean? From time to time as well. Is like. You know what I mean? It's a tough pill to swallow to hear, 5 guys say this no longer aligns with us. We want to fucking leave. It's like, all right, well, how the fuck am I?
Listen, let me just give you a little bit of backup on this really quick. There is nothing harder in this entire space than talent relations.
It's miserable.
Working with talent is the one, dude. Listen, there's a reason why. Do you think fucking Logan couldn't have gone and brought up all the biggest and best creators in the space during his heyday when everybody was looking at him as this golden goose?
Let me ask you this.
He would never do it because it is a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass. But let me ask you this.
Sounds like a terrible thing to try.
It's horrible, and it's honestly a bad business. It's a terrible business too. Talent management and stuff. It's fucking horrible. It's infinitely hard to scale. It's one of those things that typically businesses and products that are getting bigger get better and easier, and what it's the exact opposite with talent. As talent gets bigger, it becomes more difficult, which is fucking brutal, obviously. But as somebody who sits in this spot and just chat, you guys, everybody give me the benefit of the doubt, and what I'm saying is 100% authentic. When my interest is genuinely in, and I feel like I'm exceptional at it. I feel like I'm really, really good at identifying talent early on the internet. I feel like my track record and where I've been and the people that I've worked with, we worked with Aiden early, Nelk at the old Cloud House, what me and Rice did and how we put together the fucking, the original Cloud House, early FaZe, Tfue, the Fortnite shit. Obviously these guys who
Can I say something really quick?
Sure.
I don't want to, I feel like I kind of flung you in a little bit here, and I don't want you to, can I say this soon? I really want to say this, and I'm just going to make it quick. Talent relations is very hard. Talent needs infrastructure, okay? Without infrastructure, in this situation, FaZe, backing, housing, production, business development, team members, people, transportation, production, talent is capped. They can only get so big. They don't become multi-tens of millionaires and build businesses. FaZe, Lacey, Ron, Marlon, they only get so big without the infrastructure. So anybody who doesn't understand how all this works and thinks, oh, FaZe is trying to capitalize on young talent, it goes both ways. If you're a talent and you want to go to the highest level of this fucking game, you need.
But also, I have to say something. Thank you for what you're saying.
And then the last, so all this like, oh, it's predatory and this and that. I don't know the.
That's a completely retarded.
I know, but listen, I don't know the contracts, but the idea that anybody is going to get to the size that the biggest in this space have gotten without infrastructure is fucking stupid.
But again, let me make it clear. I need to say this. Mike. I need to say
I'm
this.
saying this last thing, and then I'm ending. I want to caution you, and I'm not likening the two to each other. You have that friend in the group. They have a bad breakup. 2 weeks goes by, 4 months go by, 8 months go by, a year goes.
Get to the fucking point.
I'm gonna need you to stop talking about it at some point. I'm gonna need you to
I'll
stop.
never ever stop entirely talking about it.
Because you got new shit going on. You're about to be extremely successful, and the breakup is keeping you stuck in a moment that is no longer serving you. Dog.
I think the solution is just to give Mike Majlak FaZe and see what you can do with it. It's so fucking easy. Listen, no. Can I respond? Now can I respond?
What I'm saying is this: you are moving on to new things, great things. You're about to work in a space that is really incredible.
Okay.
That girl is now dating someone else. She's getting plowed.
No, actually, they're not. They're just they're doing the exact same thing.
Then they're masturbating.
Okay.
Whatever I'm saying is, you take your time. I'll always back you, always support you. But you got to understand, me and Ansem, we're not going to want to go out for those beers all the time, bro. It's going to get a little. Yeah, we get it, dude.
Mike's farming right now, and it's disgusting. Brother, you still talk about Lana every fucking chance you fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Can I respond now? Please. The one thing I have to say is just, again, part of why things have gotten so out of control and narratives have spun out of control is because I didn't have a mouthpiece or ever properly respond to this shit as it was happening. So this whole narrative flew out of control, and all these things like the predatory contracts, that doesn't fucking exist.
Agreed.
We never took money from these kids ever. We fucking burned $7 million on marketing their streams to make FaZe big again, because I thought we could all get aligned on that effort. And when, you know, we couldn't, and that was the fucking problem. But we made no money. We spent so much fucking money on doing it. That's why it's a tough pill to swallow to
100%.
Not only lose on that side of it, but then general sentiment and public perception that I somehow fucked these guys over or anybody did. That's just not truth. So until, you know, as long as one person's listening to what I have to say, if they're questioning that, I'm going to answer it. So I'm making
That's the part that I'm a little bit upset about, because you're never going to change.
Let me just say. I know I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's definitely not what I'm talking about.
Listen,
we're 5 episodes in, 5 streams in. I know you are as well, but obviously I'm fucking passionate about the subject. We're 5 episodes in, 5 streams into this, right? And part of why I want to have some sort of fucking platform is to respond and reply. And to be honest with you, I have had some back and forth with Ron, with Lacey, and I've been able to live share my side of things. Like this past week, FaZe Banks, view botting, whatever, because I'm in this fucking hate loop. I'm getting hate farmed. I get to spark up and go, hey, this is what's happening. Hey, retard, I talked about this 3 weeks ago. Hey, retard, I hit up my fucking Twitch rep the second I noticed this and asked them how to stop it. Hey, retard, I'm smarter than view botting something from 4K to fucking 50K in 2 seconds. It looks crazy.
If I were to say to you,
dude, shut the fuck up. Box me on Brandon. How about that? Box me on Brandon. Bro, that'd be a big fight.
If I were to say to you, a wise man told me, don't argue with fools, because people from a distance.
It's not even about that, dude. It's not even about that.
If you think someone is that dumb, then why would you even engage in the conversation?
That is true. I do agree with that point.
Guys, holy fuck. But listen.
It's affecting your business.
No, stop. I ignored it for so long to the point where this started to touch people that actually matter to me. People that give me the benefit of the doubt, love me, or like, hey, what's going on with this? Like, I saw this. Like, what's going on with that? Like, and like, I've had to explain certain things, weird little nuances. Like, yeah, that's totally 100% not the truth, brother. These kids and their communities and people in their fucking friend groups tried to go and say that I did something with Charlie D'Amelio when she was fucking 17.
So why don't you
to the point that she had to come?
Why don't you just make some shit up about them?
Why would I do that? I'm not gonna fucking do that. Somebody texted me last night, giving me Lacey's docs, passwords, fucking.
No, don't put out real shit. Just
no.
But I'm saying, like you saw someone fucking a toaster.
Guys, my point is that came to me. That information came to me, and it's like, me and Lacey are obviously kind of back and forth right now. The second I got that information, I texted his manager and texted him like, hey, someone's texting me this shit. I don't know if it means anything to you, but like there's passwords here and stuff. And if this is like sensitive information, you want to go get your OPSEC up, go do it. Cause that's like where it way crosses the fucking line. I also don't want these kids to do anything but succeed. And that's honestly genuinely the truth. You know, like I hoped at some point one day we can sit and like laugh at this and be like, that was a fucking crazy time. You know, like Tifu and I had a fucking crazy falling out, and it was super emotional, and it was a hard fucking conversation to have between the two of us. And now we're at a point where the last time I saw him was in Vegas, and it was an amazing interaction. And I fucking love that kid. Like, I don't know, like the line between hate and love is very, very thin. You know what I'm saying? And like as much love as I've fucking received from audiences and comms and this whole streaming community, I'm receiving hate in the same way now. And it's like, again, like I just feel the need to fucking at some point address certain shit. And yeah, for the earlier episodes of this, I'm going to, because I'm making up for lost time. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
I feel
the thing that bothers me the most is
I
like somebody who is a fan of me reading something and thinking that that's true, that I could possibly.
But at this point, like you've made your statement. This stuff isn't true. Like I look at LP's reaction, and Logan's the great headshotter. You make an accusation against him. He's bringing 15 screenshots out. He's bringing receipts. He's sitting in front of his green screen. He's putting out a video that you will not recover from. So if you feel a certain way about people lying, then you sit down with the green screen with the contracts and be like, yo, the shit you're saying isn't true. Here's why.
Well, let me show you something.
Let the audience take it and then never talk about it again.
My last YouTube video of my career, I quit YouTube on one of my biggest videos. 5 million subs. My last video 7 years ago, Dear Tifu. It has 11 million views.
Very important too.
And it has a million likes. It has a million likes on it. When's the last time you saw a video, a vlog with 1 million likes on it? I mean, this is a fucking insane video to end your career on and walk away from. And it was just a realization I came to that like, this is fucking horrible. This sucks. And this video went over very well for me and for FaZe. In a lot of ways, I think it saved FaZe in that moment because it added the context. And I have done that in the past. This is one of those times where I didn't want to. And I was stuck in a weird position where I'm like, because for a while I stepped down as CEO and I'm like, just take it. Like I literally said that to them. I said that to them and my partners. I said, just give it to them, dude. Like I'll go back to doing things that I actually want to do. Despite like what people may think, I don't care to watch. Like I'm not involved in these communities as a viewer or a consumer. This isn't the type of content or the type of conversations I want to have. I want to have conversations like this, which is why I'm doing this show now. And I agree with you, Mike. Again, I know the place and where this is all coming from and I appreciate it. But like,
I just don't want to see you get bogged down, dude.
No, I appreciate it and I love you. Just understand my headspace and my mental.
I can imagine
has never been better. Obviously, there's fucking times and days where it like gets to you and stuff. But like, what the fuck can I do? You know, like for everybody watching right now and anybody that's followed my career and for all the people who walk up to me in person and you know express love and have good energy and you mean the world to me and you have no idea what that has done. Like that above all else means everything to me. But that's what I pay attention to. Real life and the internet, worlds apart. If you walk with me around fucking LA, you go, what do you do? Like, what the fuck? Why do these guys love you? Why are people asking for a picture? What the fuck's going on?
Oh yeah, I've never met a hater.
You open up my Twitter because you want to. It goes back to what we were saying.
I've met people in
remote
places in the world that I didn't think I could ever have a fan in Malaysia and fucking places I've been with Ansem and just
listen.
I've never met a hater in my entire life.
If you don't care enough to discover the truth or do enough like of digging to come to an actual like real conclusion about something, if you're just riding a wave or like echoing some fucking like tweet that they saw, you don't actually care enough to actually be upset. You're not actually offended. You're just farming the situation.
I only care about this because it involves you.
No, I know.
Otherwise, I would never want to hear about you. I would never want to hear about it. These fucking clout gangers are fucking with my L aura and their slow motion twin and Lacey's mad at Raw and Marlon's pissed at me and who gives a fuck?
Marlon was pissed at you.
Who gives a single fuck about any of these fucking people, bro? Just build the next thing. Just build the next fucking thing, bro. Just step back and build the next thing. Like what they're doing, the things they're saying should not affect your fucking life. And I understand that it affects you because you built this thing and it's being like
that's the reason.
I get it, but now it's time for the next version of it. You're about to crush it. You're gonna lock the fuck in and you're gonna do something great. And I believe that, and that's why I can say I'm happy to have been here. And dude, Ansem's a fucking. I just love going to Ansem and just being like, "Yo, what's the next question, Ansem?" He's got like
I got you, bro. I got you.
Question, dude.
Oh no, Mike, you're a great friend, bro. You are.
He's the best.
Solid.
He's the best.
I try to be, dude.
You do. I can tell. But yo, bro, I know you do a lot in content. Prediction marks have been blowing up a lot. Do you have like any? Have you looked at? You guys looked at Polymarket? Any stuff around that area?
I mean, I obviously like.
Have you traded on there at all?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like they're more part of Logan's life, and so I watch what he does with it. He put he just put 50,000 on the Knicks prior to Game 1. to win 132,000, and that's looking really nice. I think he's already up 20,000 on his position
to win the finals.
To win the finals.
I think the trade, by the way, is to flip Spurs. I know people are going to be angry.
Well, no. That's that. I mean, dude, it was
like to flip that and to cash that in. He's up 20K. Cash that in and
well,
slam,
I think
slam
game 2 is going to be the great decider. I think. Listen, like you saw the Knicks bring an urgency to game 1 that the Spurs just didn't have. It's the same urgency that the Spurs had brought to the entire OKC series.
Yep.
The Knicks have played 4 games now, 5 games in the past 28 days.
Yep.
They're well rested, and I heard a lot of people saying after the game, everybody wants to talk shit about Brunson until it's time to be
better than Brunson, bro. In crunch time, he's serious.
Bro,
he's
serious. Is the real fucking deal,
Yeah,
dude. Like Brunson is a aggressive player. He knows how to break through defenses. He knows how to get around Wemby. You know, Anunoby came alive in the back half of the game, and Cat is a star player. It could really go either way, and you know, I had money on the Spurs last night, which I sadly gave back to the books. But you know, listen, you're in New York, right?
Yes, sir.
So if the Knicks win, it's a celebratory night, and then it's the end of the city that you live in. The city will no longer exist. It will be burnt to the ground.
Literally that
no
day.
longer exist, and you'll have to build back from ground zero. No pun intended. You know, like that's just fact of the matter. So,
I think we already have the Spurs to win the series. We actually took them earlier before they before they won last series. So we're actually up on this. I think so. They lost first game in San Antonio, and then they play again tomorrow. I think we should take Spurs to win that. There's no way they drop both in San Antonio.
So I'm going to take the Spurs again as well.
Yeah.
I'm happy if you want to throw an extra K in for me, I'll send that to you.
Gotcha.
I don't know how that works with everything, but
we got it.
Okay. I have to go to therapy, which I said at 6. Happy to come back. Last sign off to the chat, as always. I think we talked about it, for me at least. I know we talked about a lot of the stuff in this episode. Just keep going, keep pushing forward. Just every once in a while, take one good, solid step in the right direction. Give up something bad or pick up something good, and you will be very surprised at how good life will get for you. Stay positive. Bring positivity to other people's lives. I told you to make girls laugh, but really, it's just being positive around people.
W Mike in the fucking chat, man.
Any good
Seriously.
you put out is going to come back to you. Any bad that you put out is going to come back to you. It's that simple. You make fun of people, it's going to end badly for you. You bring people positivity, you bring people love, it's going to end well for you. It's that simple.
Caring about something is cool. Like being positive is cool.
Yep.
You know, like
100%.
I don't know where people have lost sight of that, but I know it's like a hot take in 2026. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but it is. It's cool. And you're fucking cool, man.
Love you, brother.
I love you to death.
Fuck, bro. We appreciate
you so much.
Yeah, I'll connect with you. I'll see you in some city. I know we're going to cross paths again.
I'm sorry you had to wait. Genuinely, my
It's
fault.
all good. I'm in New York again end of the month.
Okay.
For Palm Tree Festival in the Hamptons and that whole area time. So maybe the 27th, I'll text you.
Okay. All right, bet.
All right, peace, chat. Love you guys.
I love you, brother.
G.
Optimism
Have a
is
good
rare.
one.
Somebody said in the chat, W Mike's ever. I love you, Mike. Yeah, that was awesome. Listen, this is the best episode yet. This is best episode yet. This is how we got to run it every single fucking time. Erik, followed by a guest like that. This is like what other show exists like this?
Bro, and we got the market shit out the way.
Yeah, this is
we're right about markets today. Literally today.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you literally called it 10 seconds before. That's the clip, by the way, for our interns that are watching this who manage the Twitter and stuff. Z literally called, called this fucking a minute before it happened. It's crazy. Wow. We really got into it.
Bro, that was a great conversation. I didn't know his story was that deep, bro. He's gone through a lot. I did not know that.
Mike is world class. But see, this is a good example of like, if you open up Twitter replies to Mike, people get on him about being 40 or like talking shit about Logan or whatever the fuck. Yeah, he gets fucking hate farmed a lot too.
Damn.
Nowhere near as much as me right now, but he's like, it's like similar. Mike's the best, dude. And that's all he ever has to say. The only thing he ever wants to talk about is be positive. Even like Logan and Jake kind of got into it. I don't think Logan, but Jake got into it with like Marlon, another streamer, over some shit with his girlfriend. And Mike is always trying to be like the arbiter, and like, how can I smooth this over? And that's my own personal experience with him as well. My lore with like Jake Paul and Logan Paul, we were not fucking friends. Like we battled like rivals very publicly on the internet. Obviously, Jake dated Alyssa Violet. I dated Alyssa Violet. And that's like kind of where that all stemmed from. And shit really got out of hand and crazy. It was honestly a lot crazier even than like what currently is happening. But I met Mike and I was like, dude, I fucking love this guy. And he's always with them. So like they can't, I mean, at least Logan can't be that bad. And Mike would always tell me, like, bro, you would love Logan. Like if you sat and talked to Logan, you guys are very similar in X, Y, and Z ways. And you'd fuck with him. You guys should talk. And I guess he was saying that to him on that side. And lo and behold, eventually, like we actually got to sit down and have a conversation. And I fuck with Logan heavily. Every time I see him, it's a good conversation. We'll have him on the show 100% at some point. He'll give us that episode all day. Cool. But that's what I'm most excited about. I mean, I think this show is exactly what we set out to build. I read Twitch chat. Obviously, there was some fucking fuckery happening in Twitch chat. Guys, the aggregated $10,000 competition, I want to bring it up real quick. And as we start to wrap the show, talk about this again, because I think it's very, very important. I had some ideas. Where is this? Nope, not that one. Yeah. Yeah, so we're doing a $10,000 vibe code challenge. Go build us a chat aggregator in real time and also do like a viewership aggregator. The idea for this is for this to live on MarketBubble.com and to, funnel every single chat because we stream on 6 different platforms. So kick from Z, Twitter from me, Twitter from Z, Twitch from me, the chat all in one neat tight place, and then the viewer count from all of them as well. And yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be hard to build. I could fucking build it myself. We could have paid $500 to get it built, but we want to encourage you guys to fucking be proactive in 1, learning about AI and building on AI, and 2, getting more involved in the community. And we want to reward somebody who puts an honest, good effort toward that. And yeah, again, even if you don't win this, it's worth trying because I mean, that's the kind of culture we want to build here on the show. And it's going to flip positive really, really fucking quick because we're just not going to, you're not invited to be here or welcome here if you're not. That's not the timing you're on. I think CT's in desperate need of it. I think culture in general is in desperate need of it. And yeah, that's what we're aiming to build here on the show. At least me. That's what I'm most passionate about in regards to what we're building here. And I'm fucking excited. That felt good.
That did. I like that a lot.
Genuinely, chat, who's watching, how did that feel? At least in my chat, Z's chat. It'll be cool.
Somebody in my chat said it was the best episode too.
For sure. Had to be. I think we just set a new standard for it. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got flood. I'm fucking so retarded, dude. It's just I'm fried. Mike really got me fucking fired up. He fucking fully. Well, let's talk to Flood for 10 minutes because that's the boy. It'll be.
I love Flood.
It'll be chill. Get Flood in here as soon as he wants to join, and we'll wrap on Flood.
I think he was talking a little bit about the FaZe stuff going on. The only thing I think I would echo on his sentiment on is like whatever you give energy to is gonna.
100%.
Bigger and bigger.
100%. No, you're right.
That's
you're 100% right.
On that, but
you're right.
I know you know the most about it.
And honestly, brother, obviously, I'm not fucking insane. Like for my own sanity, I try. Like I give it my best effort. It's just really hard, for when the past year of your life you see title after title, tweet after tweet. That's just
fucked.
Like
no, I feel
completely wrong. Like completely wrong, painting me to be some certain way. Like it's like made a lot of areas of my life harder, and I know that's what it's designed to do, and it's like but it's it's a tough one. This is like one of the more tough battles that I've had to fight in my life, but like it's in line with everything that Mike's saying. Like every day I genuinely do come to the conclusion that shit's happening for us. I think this show and us building this show is one of the fucking absolute best things that I could. We've talked at lengths about this off stream. It's interesting to talk about with the show, but yeah. It is what it is. You just gotta fight through it. But it's obviously good advice. Like you and Mike are obviously not wrong at all.
Yeah.
Is Flood coming?
He's solid. Where the bull Flood at? Where's our hyper liquid bull?
He said, yeah, it's coming.
He said he's coming?
He said, ready, question mark?
I need him to tell me where the bottom is. I need him to tell me.
Tell him to join.
I need him to tell me.
Breaking news.
I wonder what he thinks on like options. If he thinks Hyperloop is going to do anything with options. That's one area they haven't touched yet. Somebody said, can I give thoughts on Zcash?
Yeah. Here, you want to just take the fucking wheel and bring up the TA? And talk a little bit while we wait.
Huh?
I'm gonna go take a piss.
Okay, all right. You said pull up.
I'm gonna take a piss real quick.
Frank D Gods.
Yeah.
Frank. I don't know if I want to click this Google Drive link. Have any of the Zcash people replied to it yet? What's the guy's name? Fucking. Let's see. Mert saying there is a way to prove the bug wasn't exploited. More on this below. So Mert saying it's something that's been repeated but not a confirmed exploit. Soon there will be a network upgrade to allow anyone to verify the integrity.
So what are you seeing? What's it saying, brother?
I don't think I have a clear answer on it yet, to be honest. Essentially, they're saying like, so Zcash has these shielded pools, which are like the private pools where you can't determine like where or how much cash is coming from the person who sent it to you. And apparently there's risks around this design with privacy protocols that if there's a way to like have an inflation bug where you can't determine like where extra coins are coming from. But Mert's saying that there's ways to confirm that it's not exploited. But I need to finish reading on it.
Is that him? Blood. We can hear him. Everything's good.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
I don't think
We got him.
I can't hear him.
Z can't hear him. Flood talk.
How are we, guys? How's it going?
Yo, what's
There he
good,
is.
brother?
We're here, dude. Long time no chat, Z.
I know.
How are you, baby?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Good. Never better, honestly. Feeling like we're winning.
Yeah, it's because you are, brother. It's because you are.
It's because I don't think anybody on CT has won as hard as you won the past like 2-3 years, bro. You've been going crazy.
I mean, honestly, I mean, a lot of people have had big outcomes in crypto, right? And a lot of them are kind of private about it.
Yeah.
I just happen to be a little more public, a little more of an asshole maybe sometimes. Yeah, you got a victory lap. I mean, it shows you like you spend, years and years of your life, focused on one singular market sector, and then it pops off. And if you know what you're doing, you're crushing it. But yeah, are we live, by the way?
Yes,
we're
we
live.
are.
We're live.
Yes,
All right,
we've been live.
Shout out stream. Thank you guys for having me as always. Always appreciate anybody doing content in crypto, as I know it's difficult, or in finance generally. Those are the only two things I really cared about. I used to be really, into video games and everything. I played Halo. For those who know me, singles, game battles, I was a grinder. PayPal me $20 afterwards. I'm gonna hit you offline.
That's lit.
That's insane. Yeah, you're really true to it. Sore banks.
But yeah, guys. So what's up? What's on your guys' mind?
Chilling. We just wanted to talk to you about really anything about what the markets are doing. It's been fucking crazy the last week. You and Ansem have always been part of like this 5-pronged like oracle, like this living, breathing oracle that I like to lean on and bounce ideas off of as I navigate my way through the market. Because obviously I'm way less sophisticated in regards of trading in markets as you guys are. And I definitely fall on more like the left side of the left curve. And anytime I ask you guys all, your opinions or questions about what the markets are doing, where they're going, where they're headed, if you guys all have the same type of idea, it's typically, like 9 times out of 10, that's like been my like biggest strategy in trading. And I know that I have access that other people don't, but you guys also do tweet all fucking day. Like so you've been bull posting Hyperliquid since before it came out. Like
dropped, yeah,
it's insane. So obviously like hype is something that we've talked about. We talked about how great Jeff is and how this is the best. We refer to it often as the best product in crypto. And we've been saying that since episode 1. And Z was really, just kind of blatant and transparent about the fact that, hey, I own no Bitcoin. I own no Solana. He's the fucking Solana guy, Solana manlets.
Right.
But I'm positioned in Hyperliquid, VVV, and fucking Zcash. Right. And we've seen what those have done over the last 4 or 5 weeks. And obviously, yeah, Hyperliquid, I don't know. It's insane. I've never seen it in crypto. I haven't been here as long as you guys, but Z, I saw a tweet from you. Been here for 9 years. I've never seen anything like this. Bitcoin falling off a cliff and crashing, and like, and this Hyperliquid thing pumping through it. Just what are your thoughts? Like, where, how do you feel right now? Not only about like the victory and obviously like you fucking crushed it, but just like where it is, where it's headed.
Yeah. Could you give like just like could you give like a short explanation for people who have no idea, like a short succinct explanation of what Hyperliquid is, why it's different from exchanges that have tried to do similar things in crypto? Because it's not the first time somebody's tried to create a decentralized exchange, like Solana, Serum, FTX tried to do it. Just like a short thesis on like why you were so bullish before it even dropped and what it is.
Totally. Yeah. Well, I can give you kind of the background. So my fund and a lot of the people I've hired, we've specifically focused on crypto trading and markets. That extends to casinos as well. But really, we've done some M&A, we've done some consulting for all of the large exchanges. We've helped them with anything from security to product offerings to basically what they're building and why. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, also know and remember FTX. And so I think the greatest juxtaposition and the greatest counterpoint between Hyperliquid and FTX is that with FTX, we really never knew what was going on. The reason why they were able to scam, the reason why they were able to be kind of nefarious and really be, just terrible people for the crypto industry was due to the fact that everything was hidden. With Hyperliquid, the beauty of it is you don't have to trust what I say or what Z says or what anybody thinks. You just know because you can go on chain and you can verify every single trader, every single position, and every single asset balance on the exchange. And this is a big step up, I think, for consumer, creditworthiness, for preference, for the accountability we should have as an industry and for ourselves. But I just want to give a quick shout out to the founder and the team of Hyperliquid. I mean, most people don't know. So what is Hyperliquid? Hyperliquid is a decentralized exchange, meaning it's an exchange where nobody actually has control over the assets. It's trading on a blockchain. Most people think of Solana or Ethereum or some of these other exchanges or some of these other blockchains. But the reality is Hyperliquid is the most performant blockchain in the world. And it enables trading, specifically high frequency trading and kind of the way that modern finance works, where most of trading is programmatic, in a way where it's fully public and fully auditable. And that is really where the value comes from. It's not only the performance engineering of the asset, but it's also the fact that users can build a lot of trust and have a lot of understanding where there's a level playing field for all of the information that's presented and all of the assets are accessible. And this is why I got into crypto in the first place, was I was told when I joined crypto, you'd be able to do whatever you want with your money and you'd be able to use your money to trade any asset you want with no KYC. You'd be able to do whatever you want, whenever you want with your money. You want to go long and short gold, you want to buy some oil, you want to short equities, you want to long Bitcoin, you can do it all instantaneously as soon as you have that idea. And this is really important to me because I feel like it's a fundamental human right for people to be able to transact value, right? And this is why I'm so passionate about Hyperliquid is, we don't choose where we're born. We don't choose, the roll of dice that you get in life. You don't choose your hand that you're dealt. You just kind of have to deal with it. And what Hyperliquid enables, when you take a step back outside of the token and outside of the assets and outside of everything, it allows people for the first time in history from anywhere in the world with an internet connection to be able to trade and change their financial circumstances, right? If you have alpha, if you have the ability, if you're someone with aptitude, if you're someone with intelligence, if you're someone with a work ethic and a mentality, and you think you know something about the world that other people don't, before you would have to submit your ID, you would have to on-ramp, you'd have to get a bank, you'd have to do all of these different things to be able to actually trade. And then maybe they wouldn't even take your money because you're in the wrong jurisdiction. With Hyperliquid, for the first time, we have a founder who really, truly cares about crypto and who says, you know what, I'm going to do things the right way, no VCs, no outside capital, and I'm going to build an exchange where anybody at any time can trade. And that's what people misunderstand is like, I've had the privilege of knowing Jeff for a long time, and I get reference calls for him all the time from big companies or big hedge funds thinking about investing in Hyperliquid. And they're like, oh, you kind of know this guy, like, what's he actually like? And I just want to say, Jeff is the most transparent person and the most self-accountable person in history that I've met who's operating at this level. When you talk to a lot of crypto founders and you're in a room with them, Z, we know a lot of people like this, Banks, I'm sure you've met them in media and in crypto, the mask slips off. And you ask them, like, why are you building what you're building? And they go, oh, dude, I'm here to make money. That's what they say, right? These crypto founders, they say, I'm here to, they don't say extract, but that's really what they mean, right? I'm here to make money off retail. I'm here to make money on someone's expense. I'm only doing this for a short-term flip. This is Jeff's life work, right? This is his magnum opus. This is really what his vision is for the world. And he is willing to die behind this. He is willing to venture out on the risk curve so that everybody in crypto can have a fair and accessible place to trade. And for anybody who goes online and derides him and tries to take shots and tries to say, oh, they're just pumping the token and this is the next FTX and any of this stuff, it's like, listen, this is why I got into crypto in the first place, is because I want to be able to trade whatever I want, whenever I want. And yes, it's a kick-ass asset. There's tremendous demand for this. And that's why the token is finally getting the respect it deserves, because you can see the spread between the way Hyperliquid operates, the way the team conducts themselves, even the way they give updates on what they're building and why, right? Every 2 weeks, they have an update. Every week, they have an update. Yep. Scheduled maintenance is at the same time. They are true and professional operators compared to these other fucking clowns in crypto. And that's why this asset is going up and completely decoupling from the rest of the market, because guess what? These guys aren't crypto guys. These guys are from high frequency trading. These guys are from some of the best schools around. These guys are the most serious operators in the world. And you can see the spread in work ethic, the way they conduct themselves, and the product speaks for itself. So that's what I'll say. I know that was a long rant, but like, I cannot, just because price is going up isn't like, oh, this is suddenly a good and or important asset. It's like, no, what they're building is important for
well, that's why it's
world.
important. That's why it's important you said it all, most people's experience with crypto and what they look at is price and how that's moving. And if it's going up, this is a great thing. If it's going down, it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, like going really deep on it is how you build the conviction to hold through the periods and the drawdowns. Like people see assets in crypto going up and then they want to buy them then, but then when they're down 30% a day, or when they go down 70% in a bear market, or down whatever, they go down, or there's stuff that pops up where they have competition. If you know really, really well the team and like have deep conviction, that's periods where you add. And I think that's what you've done really well, is like been able to add to your position when you see things that the market, you're like, no, the market's wrong. I know I'm right and the market is wrong. And I think what people in crypto don't do enough is like going deep on their theses. That's really how you make the most money, to be honest. So
we keep it really simple at the fund, right? What we always say is, do we know more than the average person who's trading this asset? Like, does this asset have a skill gap, right? Is there something that you can spend time thinking and modeling and learning, comparing to other relevant markets or assets, and say, do I fundamentally understand this asset more than other people do? Right. The easiest thing was, wow, it looks like they're buying back billions of dollars worth of the token. Does any other crypto asset do that? No, other crypto assets have inflation. Maybe you could short an inflationary token and long one where they're actually buying it back. And I get so many questions of people who are like, why are they buying back the token? Is that the best use of capital? Shouldn't they be acquiring businesses or putting gold or Bitcoin or cash on their balance sheet? Dude, what if they think they've created something of fucking value and they want to buy it back? They think it's the most valuable thing on earth. Like, people are demented. Like, they don't understand how high conviction this team is. Today,
what the fuck is up with Kyle Samani crashing out? Like, I saw him
crashing
What the fuck?
I want to give Kyle his flowers because, I think in crypto we forget the accomplishments. Like, Kyle ran up billions of dollars for himself and his LPs, right? I mean, he's a de facto billionaire. Solana to date is still the best venture investment of all time, maybe other than Anthropic and SpaceX now that they're going public, but it's top 10, right? I mean, he's truly a great capital allocator, but it just shows, like, sometimes when you get so bought into something, you lose the ability to have perspective, and you lose the ability to have nuance, or you lose the ability to be like sufficiently intellectually rigorous and say, hey, like, can I think about a new asset that competes with what I'm doing, and maybe it's better? And maybe
basic human nature is you want to believe what you want to believe, right? Like 100%. You look for any fucking reason. It's very, very rare that a person, is a lifelong Republican and flips Democrat. That very rarely happens, and vice versa, right? And that's just one example. But people don't really like behavior, things like that. They don't really change. People will do anything they can for it to not change, right?
I mean, that's the classic thing. When you stop learning, you start dying, right? Like, I look at this in anybody I admire, right? Like the people I date, the people I spend time with, the people I consider my friends, the people I want to work with or work for. It's like, are they going out every single day and like trying to improve themselves, right? Like, are they putting in the work to become a better person, to become more intelligent, to become smarter, to become a better trader? Like, that's what it takes to win, right? So many people reach a high point, they reach a high, and then they say, okay, now I can coast. It's like, no, you don't just maintain the level you're at. You always atrophy. There's always entropy, right? It always goes down. You have to like fight entropy, and you have to say, I'm going to become a better person. I'm going to become a better trader,
brother.
I'm more informed, right? But yeah, I mean, I think, listen, like, it's cool to make a bunch of money, and like Hyperliquid is hopefully not a once in a lifetime trade, but like the scale that we've been able to reach and how capitalized we are at this point at our fund is definitely another level. I mean, we were a decent amount of like the hour one, day one volume on Hyperliquid, right? So like I missed Thanksgiving with my family because I told them, hey, look, this is a once in a lifetime event, and I gotta be here for the inception. I gotta be able to trade it because I feel like it's gonna open too cheap, and it did. And it opened at you could have bought Hyperliquid for $1 billion, and of the hour one, day one volume, there was close to $100 million of volume. You probably could have bought, $20-30 million worth of Hyperliquid at $3.
Yep.
Oh wow!
And
people
today that was
selling first day.
Yeah, people were selling first day, and it's because. But again, right? This goes back to trading. This goes back to like why am I gonna win? Trading's financial combat, right? Like for me to win, someone else loses. The person selling is saying, "Holy fuck, there's a bunch of money in my account. Yep. I gotta grab this and go." And that's been the psychology that has been rewarded in crypto, because most crypto things, to be honest, have been totally fraudulent or just not as promised, right? But with Hyperliquid, if you took a second and you thought about it, you're like, wow, like this exchange is not only is it good, but it's going to get better because the team is actually unbelievable, right? And they really, truly care about the product. This is something where you're not just pricing in where it's at today, you're also pricing in growth. And crypto people forget that is that, the best assets grow, right? The best assets grow and compound. I was talking to some young kid, I'm not going to name him. He's actually a friend of ours. And, he made like $1 million from Hyperliquid, right? And it's long-term cap gains. And he was asking like, should I sell or what should I do? And he's like, oh, $1 million isn't that much, compared to this other stuff. But just on the subject of compounding, right? So if he sells his Hyperliquid, at $70 or wherever, he's going to walk away with $700,000. And the best investors in the world compound at 30%, right? Stan Druckenmiller, notably, some of these other greats, Soros, some of these other people.
Yep.
What do you guys think $700,000 compounded at 30% for 30 years is?
It's like 60 million or no, it's higher.
It's $1.8 billion,
Yes.
right? And so this is the power of compounding. This is the power law. This is the aspect of math and finance that the human brain has a hard time conceptualizing.
That's really fucking crazy.
Right? Is that capital compounded, work compounded over time, becomes such a large amount of capital, like an unfathomable amount of capital.
We talked about this earlier before Erik came on, and Z, you were talking about the importance of compound interest. I mean, even just talking, even listening to you guys, somebody in chat's like, Banks looks bored. I'm not bored. I'm intently listening to smarter people than me talk, and my brain feels like it's going to explode, to be honest. And Flood, obviously, the show is designed to kind of marry the two sides, like the more normie, mainstream, whatever, people who have a sparking interest in starting their journey in the world of investing and becoming financially literate. And obviously you're getting into really the weeds of it, and like it's a dense topic, but for somebody at home right now who just works a fucking job, how do they benefit from compound interest? How do they generate wealth? Like 101, what's your advice to them?
Yeah, you have to be educated. You have to learn about how finance works and also what capitalism means and what capitalism is, right? Like everybody has the same character, right? That we're born with. We have 24 hours in a day. Yes, you may be born in certain circumstances. You may have, different character attributes, right? I always think, like we're in a video game or something. Like, what is my character equipped with? Like a Richard Mille and Lambo and stuff now at this point. But I didn't spawn with that. But what you have and what you're doing fundamentally when you're working a job is you're exchanging your time for capital. But I think people haven't spent enough time thinking, like, what actually is capital? Right? What are dollars? And I don't mean that in like a funny, like, oh, like what the US dollar is a fake. It's not like, no, literally the price of your labor is you go to work and you're exchanging your time, which is the one finite resource everybody has, and exchanging it for capital, right? The billionaire doesn't die and say, I wish I had more billions. The billionaire says like, oh, fuck, I wish I had more time to spend with my family, or I wish I could do it all over again, because the high actually isn't the capital or the toys you get. It's the feeling you get of like accomplishment for most people, right? That go the distance. And so, for someone to start, like fundamentally, the first thing they need to do is have an understanding of how does money work? What is an interest rate? What is the dollar? And then what should I be doing with my time so that I can have more capital? And once you start there and you have a base level foundational understanding of how these things work, then you can go on and say, what's right for me? Should I own gold? Should I own Bitcoin? Should I own equities? Should I own hyperliquid, right? Like you have a lot of choices in life, and certain things are going to have different risk rewards. Certain things are going to have different payoff functions. But for the most part, I think most people should actually not really focus too much on investing. They should have some sort of view of the world, or like, I think AI will be really big, so I'm going to own a little more AI stuff than normal. Maybe I'll do 50% AI, 50% equities. And then I'm going to actually go and think about how I can exchange my time for more capital, get more skills, get more educated. Think about, again, and it goes hand in hand, right? If you think the world is moving in one direction, why wouldn't you spend all your time trying to get better at that one skill? If you're convinced that AI is going to take over the world, become one of the most knowledgeable people on AI.
That's what the entire purpose is of the show and the product that we're trying to build with MarketBubble. And it's cool to have you on because you're a personal friend. Like we've met in real life. Have you and Z ever met?
Yeah, we've hung out a bunch.
Okay, cool.
Z and I have had many lunches where I've tried to tell him how to do porportfolio allocation.
Flood, I think I sent you the second dry run we ever did. It's probably still linked in our iMessages, and I asked for your opinion because I really value it.
I had some notes for you. Yeah.
In the lens, absolutely. In the lens that you look at things through, you have an appreciation. You see the vision for how valuable building like content IP in this market is and how underdeveloped it is. That's like the passion that I share, and that's the opportunity I see, and that's why I think it's important to build a show like this. But this is what we talk about the entirety of every episode of the show is generate wealth, make money, understand AI, and fucking attention. These are the three things that are going to hold value and likely increase in how important they are and their value over the next 5 to 10 years. So if you're a young man looking for fucking your way, start there and understand and learn. And that's why we're creating a fucking, this niche show
figure
about
out what you're good at, right? I respect anyone putting themselves out there. Like I'm exceptionally fortunate because I loved video games, and to me, trading is a big video game.
100%.
There's a lot of different game types. There's infinite levels. It's infinitely scalable. And then society tells you that you're like a person of value, which is crazy because they didn't really tell me that when I was like grinding Halo LAN tournaments. But but the reality is, right? Like if to live a really fortunate life, it's ideally you find something that you enjoy doing, that you're good at, that rewards you in a system of value. And not everybody finds that, right? Certain people have to grind their life and kind of grind out of their early levels and then reach a point where they have more autonomy. But
it's exactly how I personally came up. And I saw a tweet from you talking about how every successful person in internet gaming and crypto casinos and things of that nature all came from RuneScape. And it's actual facts.
It's actually for me, bro.
I know a couple of those founders. And that's where it starts, right? You just become hyper obsessed with something, and without even knowing it, you're learning mechanics that, like you said, provide value and can be applied in all these other different weird ways. And you wake up one day and you founded fucking stake.com and you make fucking $20 million a day. And it's like, what the fuck? And that all started with something that you were obsessed with and got really, really good at naturally without even like trying to. That's the best pocket you could possibly be in.
Those guys could go and be successful anywhere because they have a really good operating philosophy, and they're really good about first principles of like, what is a casino? Like a casino is you saying, I'm only going to play a game where I think I have edge, right? I'm only going to play a game where I think I have 50.5% to win and you have 49.5. And yeah, you can think you're going to win, and you can think that you're going to have a nice, positive variance. You're going to be able to take some of my money. But the reality is, over a long enough time frame, if you keep playing with me, I'm going to take all your money, right? And that's how you should be thinking about life. Like, am I playing a game where I think I'm like better than the average market participant? Because if you're not, then you're the sucker at the table, right? But I want to actually ask you guys, like, is there anything that you guys have learned recently over the past few months that has really changed your perspective? And I can talk about something later, but I'd love to just hear from you two. Like, is there anything that you guys have done or had happen to you, or anything that, you guys have really felt like, oh, wow, this is important to me? In regards to what specifically, or just in general? Anything. It can be regarding to trading. It can be regarding to life. I'm learning a lot very, very fast working with Z on building the show, just in terms of my own personal relationship with the people that manage my finances and where I'm parking money and the way that I'm thinking about, what is the dollar and how am I going to, what's my strategy moving forward? What have I been good at? Like, I've made some really good decisions in markets and I made some really, really bad ones. And I don't know, I feel myself, I feel the growth. And it's just, I don't know, it's part of why I wanted to take the effort and time and energy into, building something like this. And yeah, I think just like how incredibly important it is to me to build anything, to be honest with you. Like I've come to the conclusion about myself that no matter what, no matter how good or bad things get, no matter how rich or poor I get, no matter what the circumstances are, I'm never going to stop chasing something. I'm never going to stop building something. Like I'm just not ever going to be the guy who's fucking 60 years old with his feet kicked up on the beach, retired. Like that's just never going to be me. Anytime I find myself like doing nothing, I'm incredibly depressed and I'm unfulfilled. And I just I'm really grateful because I'm building this, especially me in my role in building this, I'm really swimming upstream here, like the word crypto, crypto show, even like this is the way that it's being labeled in like these more mainstream circles and communities, like crypto equals scam. And I've suffered from this, this sentiment just by being like who I am and from the markets and industry that I come from. But I don't know, like I've always loved it and I really believe in it. And it's something that I've always been passionate about learning more. But my point is like, this is a harder battle that I've fought, but in a lot of ways, like it means more to me. And like coming to that realization, having that be unlocked where I'm like, I don't know, I've learned to appreciate like how difficult something can be. I don't know. Does this make sense? Yeah. No, it does. You're kind of venturing out into something you haven't really done. I mean, you've done media, but it's a different spin on it. Right?
And I did the probably nothing things, and I did these like CTV crypto vlogs, and my whole thought around that was, and I used to pitch Z, like this is nothing new. I used to pitch Z all the time. I'm like, yo, you need to do more content. Like you need to do more. Z, since I met you, like I've been saying that to you. I met Thread Guy and he was doing Twitter Spaces. I'm like, brother, get on Twitch. And he's like, no, you don't understand. Crypto's on Twitter. And I'm like, I don't care. Like stream on Twitch. Like this needs to be somewhere on Twitch and live streamed. And now he's like, he's doing his thing and fucking watching it kind of come to fruition. I still think the market's so far behind and underdeveloped in that regard. And that's what I'm passionate about because I see it. I see the future. It's in line with like their thoughts around everyone should trade markets. Everyone's going to become an investor. Everyone's going to become a trader. Like you said, you can't control the RNG. You don't have no say in who you're born as, where you're born, what circumstances you're born under. So to kind of like, decentralize everything, it always loops back to why we all got involved in crypto in the first place. The people that actually like believe in it and love it for that reason, like those are like, I don't know.
I can't imagine myself doing anything else. I don't know. I'm like a shark, I just have to keep swimming. People get upset and they're like, oh, this guy, he's like kind of, antagonistic on Twitter or whatever, or he, it's like, I'm just saying what I believe in, and like, it's just in my blood. It's in my veins. Like I'm a shark. I have to swim towards the blood. I have to go. It's what I was put on this earth to do. But yeah, Z, what about you?
I'd say two things for me. The first thing is like, I spent so much time in crypto, like just trading, like a lot of the time. And I kind of didn't trade as much in 2025. That was the first time in a while I didn't trade like all that much. Did a lot of traveling, did a lot of like spending money, whatever. And kind of figure out like what I feel like I've done a lot. Like I feel like I've experienced a lot and done a lot of things and kind of figured out like what I actually enjoy doing. And like what's purposeful for me. The second thing that I would say is like, I think a ton of people are underestimating how exponentially fast AI is improving. And it's not really something that humans can conceptually understand easily. Even myself, like I feel like I myself am underestimating how different things are going to look a decade from now. And so like thinking back from that, it's like, how do you position for that? Like, how do you best position yourself in that way? And what like are the things that are going to exist in a decade that don't exist now? And how best prepare to those things.
It's hard. It's like trying to imagine social media before the internet exists, right? Like the internet is invented and mass distributed, and then things like fucking Facebook follow it that completely change just humanity, right?
Yeah, human interaction. Yeah.
It's insane. Like, and it has, and just like, completely changes what it means to be a human. I think AI does that, 1,000x.
Yeah,
it's like.
Leopold's essay I think is really cool. It's a really good essay. I don't know if you've read the situational awareness essay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But what I think was like the core understanding for me is like we have like in throughout human history, if you go back to like when humans first were on Earth, the way that we converted like energy into useful work was like through our brain energy. Like we got food, like sun, whatever, from plants, and then animals from the food, and then we converted that into energy in our brains, and then we thought about things and created them. But now it's like we literally are throwing dollars at compute, and that compute is giving us intelligence that's smart enough to do things that humans are doing, or even better than what humans are doing. So it's almost like it's not even it's like the problem is we don't have enough money to throw at these things, like not quickly enough. Like it's kind of a crazy realization that if you think in those terms, like how much are we going to accomplish once that's the way that we go about like innovating on Earth?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult to imagine or conceptualize the scale.
Is that you, Flood, thinking USD? Is that you? Oh, you're the goat. Flood just gifted a bunch of subs.
We're nothing without the chat,
How many subs is it?
100. We're I was an OG Justin TV lurker, dude, back in the day. I guess for me, Yeah.
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. Mine's pretty simple. I think if you feel something, you should say it, right? I think a lot of people live life where like the expected value and like the edge in, you know, interpersonal relationships or in life is to always kind of like hide what you feel.
Yep.
Or not be 100% truthful, because then the other person has the ability to hurt you, or then the other person can maybe see into you in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But my recommendation for anybody would be, you know, if you feel something, you should fight for it, and you should actually try and put yourself out there. If you feel strongly about something, if you have a gut feeling about something, even if it's totally unexplainable and you have no idea why you feel that way, you gotta go and figure it out.
That means a lot. That means a lot to
That's
me
strong.
personally.
That's strong.
That means a lot to me.
Yeah.
Just personally, like that resonates with me heavy. That's a fucking bar. It's really good. I mean, we're talking about time and life and stuff. Obviously, like, you know, you've had a great year, and like I know you to be like, I've always had positive, good interactions with you. I know that you live like a fucking like a nice lifestyle, cool lifestyle. I think a thing that I like about you that I think we relate on is we think similar things are important. You know, like. And you know, I think you're living your best life, and for the right reasons. How do you, sometimes I struggle with the idea of like, fuck, like I've only spent X amount of time with my family, the family that I have left this month, or like, fuck, I'm stressing, you know, I spent the last 3 days stressing something that like, is it, you know, like, how do you battle that? As somebody who like works nonstop and is, like you said, a shark and can't stop swimming toward the blood. Like it's the classic question, like what's the number? Like when is it enough? Is it ever enough? You know, like, and what is enough? Like what is the goal? Like where do you want to be at the end of your life? And like, what do you think you're most on point and on track with right now? And where do you think you can work on?
Man, family's complicated. I think
very, very.
You can always be better. I think a lot about when I was younger. I made a lot of money really quickly, and it was difficult for me. I think money really exacerbates all the personality traits that you have. Right? If you're an asshole, you'll be more of an asshole. Yeah. You know, if you think you can fix things with money, you'll try and fix it with money instead of actually getting to the root of the problem. Yep. I have a lot of love and compassion. I think the nicest thing my family's ever done for me is like tolerate me, you know, and all my eccentricities. And I should spend more time with them. And I think that's a goal over the next year or 2 years, especially while they're still healthy, is to reinvest more in that relationship. And family is not always people that you are necessarily born with. Like, dude, if you spend you know, every day together with someone, they become your family. They become your blood. They might not be directly related, but you know, I think anyone in my inner circle in my life is my family. That extends to, you know, the people that I've worked with for almost 10 years now, right? Like I consider them literally like family. I would do anything for them. I think that's what it is. But yeah, it's difficult to balance. It's difficult, especially when you have special people in your life and you think, oh man, I should be working. But I think your body will always tell you what the right thing to do is, right?
Yeah.
You know, you'll be like, man, I should call my mom, or, oh, I should send a person a text, and just, it means a lot to tell someone you're thinking about them, you know, and tell them like, hey, I value our friendship. I know we haven't really been able to hang out, but like, fuck, I really want you to win really badly, you know, and just know like, I'm always here for you. That means so much to people. And you know,
I wonder how many people in chat right now are texting their mom, "I love you."
Exactly.
It's like like that Billy Madison scene where like everybody in the courtroom, fucking not Billy Madison, Big Daddy. Yeah.
It's complicated for me with family, but you know, I love them and they love me. But yeah, man, it's just, you know, when you're doing big things, because they have their own lives, right? Like they have their own goals, and you might not always see eye to eye, but yeah, it's difficult, man. It's difficult.
That's real. I have a question for you about Hyperliquid.
Sure.
I feel like they've done a great job, obviously, with HIP3, integrating stocks and commodities. I think what's kind of like under discussed though is like how many different exchanges can build on top of Hyperliquid and like use them as backend infrastructure. Like people obviously think of Amazon and like one of their most successful business lines is AWS. Like everybody uses AWS for their cloud support, and they do really well with that. I think nobody or it doesn't seem to me that a lot of people have thought deeply about how hyperliquid can be that for finance. I'm curious if you have like thoughts on that line specifically and how they're currently in growth mode for stocks and commodities, which is like the fees are 90% lower than they would be, so they could raise them. And then like if you think they'll also do other things like options and other financial primitives that they haven't explored yet.
Yeah. So I think Hyperliquid's goal, and whenever I've spoken to Jeff and the messaging, what their brand is we're going to do everything. And we're going to come over and we're going to fucking kill your business, right? That's the way that they operate. That's the way that they think. Nothing will ever be enough for this team. They could be doing 99% of global market and they're going to figure out how to crush the other 1%, right? And that's just their philosophy towards life, right? But I think in general, you know, the amount of fees you're able to charge on something, this is actually what my CIO said, so let me not just jack him, right? But the CIO said, Kyle Soska, for those of you who don't know, he's a great researcher. He's worked with me for a long time. He always has this saying where he says, you know, the amount of fees that you can charge on something is a direct relation to the volatility of the asset, right? So equities don't move that much. Right. And also the equity market sort of reflects this, where fees are quite a bit lower. You know, fees are basically free other than the margin rates on most of the top brokerages. With crypto, we're able to charge pretty high fees because there's a barrier to entry in starting a crypto exchange. You have to achieve scale and liquidity. But also crypto is way more volatile, right? Bitcoin was down 7%. S&P had moved 50 bips. So you're able to charge more fees. I think growth mode will probably settle around these fees or actually continue going lower, but notional volumes will increase.
Okay.
And you'll see growth in revenues that way.
Right.
I don't know how big options will be. I don't know if it's a massive focus for the Hyperliquid team. There is no material non-public information. There is no, Jeff isn't someone who would ever tell me what his plan is. I can only provide feedback and perspective of how the product is. But yeah, I think outcome markets are important. I think prediction markets clearly aren't a fad. They're not going anywhere. And yeah, they want to dominate that market, right? And if they feel like it's not worth their time, the amazing thing about the team is they're able to really be honest with themselves and say, you know what, we shouldn't focus on this. We should get back to our core product, right? Look at the EVM, right? The EVM was sort of a product they launched for multi-sig and for integrations and for compatibility to some extent, but like, have they spent a lot of time developing the EVM? I wouldn't say it's top priority, because why would it? Right?
Someone in the chat said, "What the fuck is a BIP?"
A BIP is a basis point. Oh yeah, give them all the finance lingo. Yeah, you want to sound like you know what you're talking about in finance? Say a yard instead of a billion. Say a buck or a dollar instead of a million. That's actually old culture from like when you're talking at a restaurant. If the waiter hears you, you don't want to sound like an asshole. They're going to spit in your food if you said, you know, I just made $80 million. You say, oh, I made $80 on that trade. You know,
that's disgusting.
That's lit. That's so hard.
It is lit, but it's disgusting at the same time.
I didn't know that's
it's disgusting, but you know,
I didn't know that either. I didn't know that either.
Fine.
Yeah, that's old finance lingo. A BIP is a basis point, so it's 0.01%.
Listen, I think we're coming up on the 5-hour mark. I think it's fair to say you deserve your own episode. Like we could fucking talk. You know,
we can talk for hours about anything. We can talk about
literally anything.
These are the boys here, and like again, as the fucking dumbest person in the room right now, these are two guys that I've learned from over the years, and I consistently bug them for their advice and their insight, and I appreciate it. And again, this is all I aim to do with this show, is to distribute this to the average guy. And you know, it's crazy because the audience here is a blend of the two. You know, people who understand, you know, the lingo and have been in markets for years, and people who are just getting started. So I don't know. I think we're doing God's work here. I think having people like you on proves it. This was the best episode we've done, and it's really fucking cool. This episode for me is a full circle moment, because you're somebody that I asked and hounded for on feedback and insight, along with, you know, 5 or 6 other people. It's not like I was sending these links to fucking everybody. Like, you're one specific person who I really wanted to hear from. Mike was on the show before you, and that was like our mock guest in the dry run. So this is really family shit. And then we fucking, you know, we got to interview a real Chad founder in the shape of Erik Voorhees at Venice AI. I think this show perfectly represents like the type of shit we're trying to talk about. The market's been fucking insane the last week. It's behaved in such a weird way. And I think conversations like this are important. How do we get Jeff on, or someone high level at Hyperliquid? We need that episode.
I think it'd be cool to hear from Jeff, but there's a few other people on the team who I think don't get as much talking time, but they're the ones actually maybe most relevant for people to reach out to. It could really be helpful for you guys maybe to just do a Hyperliquid segment where you get the HPC, so the policy center, you get Julian, who is kind of their BD manager / like operator guy, and then you get this other guy who is strictly doing BD, who they just hired. And you can kind of, do 15-minute segments with each of them. Hey, what do you focus on? How can people help? How can people contact you? And I think that'd mean a lot because, Jeff gets hit up all the time, and I think you should do a standalone episode with him at some point. But there's a lot of people that work in and around Hyperliquid that make it tick, right? And Jeff will be the first person to say that is, the reason why they win is because everyone is just as talented as Jeff.
Well, please, right? Even just as like a homie, like if something pops in your head and you're like, 100%. This would be a good thing to talk about or a great person to talk to, obviously fucking give me a call or let Z know.
100%.
We really value your opinion and your time. And thank you so much for coming on. We wanted to talk about hype, and you're the perfect person to talk to about it.
Absolutely. And for the people listening at home, I have one thing to say. It's meow. And that'll mean something to some people. But yeah, love you guys. Thank you for having me on.
That's legendary.
Love, Flood.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, he needs his own episode. He's the GOAT. He's a handsome motherfucker too. He's not Docs, and nobody knows what he looks like. That's why he's a handsome kid. He's tall, handsome, sharp. He's fucking always with a pretty girl. Like he's just got like cool. He's got that.
He was talking about how like people get mad at him for being an asshole on CT. He's just like confident in his positions, and he's loud when he wins. Like I feel like there's not enough people like that on CT. Like trading is like a
people
sport.
People are so fucking afraid of just like that criticism and just like looking.
Who gives a fuck, bro?
Again, like we wrapped with Mike on the thought of like I think it's cool to care about shit. I think it's cool to be passionate about shit. I think that energy's awesome. And again, I've never looked at somebody who's been successful and thought like that's never like hurt me. I've never thought about that in a negative way. If I come across somebody who I'm interested in genuinely and they're successful, like I want to hear what they have to say. I want to learn from them. I don't think about it in terms of like, oh, their success means a less of a chance for my own success. That's not how it works. There's no cap on success. Fucking Flood just gifted a bunch of other subs too. I don't know why I can't see the number, but thank you, bro. You're the GOAT. And yeah, he needs his own episode. He's the best.
He's fire, bro. Great guy.
Bro, I feel great about this, man. I feel we did 5 hours.
5 hours? What the fuck, bro?
I'm fried, guys. And this isn't a 5-hour stream. This isn't a 5-hour stream blowing bubbles, eating fucking Kool-Aid pineapples. I guess we did that too. But like, this is fucking, for me, some real dense, thick material, some of it. And it's like fucking, my brain is fucking fried right now. But this isn't easy. This isn't easy, but that's how it's worth the time. Be a part of be a part of those of us who want to search out content rather than just scroll through it. Be intentional in what you're consuming. You are a product of what you eat. You watch people eat fast food, shitty food, whatever. They wind up being fucking fat and gross. I'm sorry. But
I'm not.
You like mentally take care of yourself, I don't know. That's the whole premise of the show. That's why it's important to me. This is meant, I think we're I feel good.
We're cruising, bro.
Dude, today was a good day.
We're cruising.
This was a good episode. The chat is still fucking kind of out of control in a lot of ways, but there's a lot of W's in there too, and there's a lot of people here. I see some names that are here for the right reasons. I'm excited. Go build us that chat aggregator, that view aggregator, something that can live on our website again. I know I've said it a couple times now, but I really would love to see somebody do a good job on this. And this is the note that I would like to leave on. Sorry. This right here. The 10K vibe code challenge. This wouldn't have cost us $10,000. We're way overspending for this. It probably already exists. We want somebody from the community to build it for us, to live on MarketBubble, a chat aggregator that pulls from every one of our chats, all the platforms that we stream off of, and all the viewers and stuff. Just one neat dashboard for this show, where I can read Z's chat, he can read mine. It's all together, and we can pull it up in the middle of the screen just like this and interact with chat like that. We're building this shit in real time, And we want to do all kinds of things like this as it relates to the show and as we build out the show. So be a part of that. You know, we're hiring. We're physically we're literally hiring. Yeah.
Bro, I just got my first subscriber on Kick.
Wow. Brother, I'll come in there and drop fucking I don't know why Flood's gifting me subs, brother. That's funny. But yeah, we're live on Kick. We're live everywhere. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Bro, I think we hit everything, bro. We got the competition, bullpen competition coming up. Look out for that. Yeah.
Listen, follow MarketBubble on Twitter. Follow Z on Twitter. Markets are doing fucking weird things. It's important now more than ever, I think. If you're interested in the finance piece of the show, I know it was like a heavy one today.
It was.
But appreciate everybody in the chat who's kept it positive and is here for the right reasons. Whether you're on Twitter or you're in Twitch, this means a lot. And I appreciate you guys. And I guess on that note, I'll take us out. Guys, thank you so much for watching MarketBubble. This has been episode 5. This is a show all about investing in yourself. We're trying to curate a community of people who want to be in a favorable winning position moving forward. The world's about to change. It's going to be flipped on its head. You can't even imagine what it's going to look like in 10 years. So it's more important now than ever that you understand finance, you understand AI, and you understand attention, because these are the 3, pillars of success in 2026. And that's likely to be the only thing that doesn't change over the next 10 years. So on that note, thank you guys so much for being here and watching. And we'll catch you next week. Same time, Thursday, 1 p.m. PST on all platforms. Thank you.